Chapter 127, The Ability to Evaluate with a Single Glance. Elena's team was waiting for Shikarabe's team to return back in a hall near the stairs. They already cleaned the room from any monsters and they were in the middle of barricading the other hallways by piling the dead B-18 monsters. Elena, Carol, and Sarah were able to casually kick around the dead B-18 wreckages that were pretty heavy. It was thanks to Sarah's nanomachine-enhanced body, Elena's augmented suit, and both for Carol's case. Due to her side job, Carol enhanced her body with nanomachine so that she could fight even when she had nothing on her. Moreover, it was also to enhance the beauty of her body to help her seduce men. Because of that, she spent a lot of money to enhance her body with nanomachine, then to top it off, she was also using an augmented suit. Although Carol looked seductive with her already beautiful body wrapped in a sexy augmented suit, as if it was to belie her outer appearance, she was powerful enough to easily send the B-18 monster flying with her kick. It was thanks to the amalgamation of the old world technology that was close to magic. If not for her seductive outer appearance, it was easy to notice her superhuman strength. And for those who were not knowledgeable about how much such a modification would cost, they would be surprised when they hear the price tag. Most people got their attention diverted by her beautiful and charming outer appearance and did not think about the technical side of things. After they finished securing the hall, they then took a short break and lightly sighed. They had defeated the other monsters that came to the room, barricaded the entrance to the other hallways, and pushed aside the wreckages that were left inside that room. Elena scanned the area around the hall with her information-gathering device and checked the hallway that Shikarabe's team was pushing through. But she could not see any signal coming from that direction. Judging from the physical strength of Shikarabe's team, the strength of the monsters, and the distance to the room, if Shikarabe's team pulled back, she should be able to see them soon. Elena had no idea whether Shikarabe's team was having a hard time or they were doing well. Seeing Elena, who was looking in the direction where Shikarabe's team went with a worried expression, Sarah smiled at her and tried to calm her down. "Don't worry, they'll be back in no time. I'm sure that you also thought so when you let them go, right? That if you're saying that I thought the danger was acceptable, then the answer is yes. Since I'm sure Shikarabe has no plans to die here, so I'm sure that he won't make a mistake if he decides to retreat." Balancing risk and profit was the main job of the hunters. The moment Elena or Akira or any other hunters stepped into the wasteland, they would be putting their life as a gambling chip. As such, it was important to make sure that they would get profit worth risking their lives. Elena already evaluated the risk and decided that it was worth the risk. Although it was not like she had absolute confidence in her decision, she also did not unnecessarily doubt it either. She trusted that the decision she made was correct. But when she said that it would be fine, it would just be her telling that to herself. And if she said that she was worried, it would only cause her to doubt her own decision. Thus, she tried not to say anything to herself. But to Sarah, it seemed that Elena was trying to be strong, which was a rare thing to do for her. Sarah found it rather amusing as she smiled. Elena tried to hide her embarrassment as she sent an intense gaze at Sarah and jabbed, "What? Nah, it's nothing. Like I said. It'll be fine. It's true that it's rather worrying, but I don't think Shikarabe would go as far as to sacrifice his life to save the rescue targets. I'm sure he'll make the right decision when things get dangerous. Moreover, Akira is strong enough to even make Shikarabe invite him to hunt a bounty monster. As for that Togami, since Shikarabe allowed him to come, I'm sure that he's not that weak either. It'll be fine, don't worry." Sarah might have guessed what Elena was thinking, so she used the words that Elena was avoiding. "Did I know?" Elena felt like Sarah just read her mind. She replied back rather clumsily, trying to hide her blushed face. Carol approached Sarah and Elena, she threw a smile at them and said, "It seems that we can get a short break here. It would be great if Shikarabe's team can return back while we have the leeway." Carol turned her face and looked at the hallway leading to the room where their rescue targets were as she said that. It did not seem like any monsters were going to come out from that direction. They wanted to believe that it was because Shikarabe's team was still pushing forward while killing the monsters on their way. I really hope they will return back safely soon. Right? Carol said so as if she was asking if Sarah and Elena also felt the same. From the way she sounded and the expression that she had, it seemed that Carol was simply worried about Shikarabe's team. Sarah replied back casually. It'll be fine, they'll be back in no time. As for Elena, she seemed to be somehow suspicious of Carol, but she agreed with Carol. You're right, I too hope they'll be back safely soon. Carol smiled as she confirmed that both Sarah and Elena agreed with her. But then she said something that might cause a worry. Well, 2 of the 3 hunters in Shikarabe's team are young boys after all. I guess it's understandable to be worried. I did see Akira's skill from up close and I know how strong he is, but for that Togami, I can't say I'm not worried. What do you think? Elena was the one who answered Carol's question. He at least has good equipment on him. As for his ability, well, Shikarabe allowed him to join, so I'm sure he's not that bad. Carol nodded in agreement with that evaluation. That's true. I also don't think he's that bad either, but I do think that Akira is still stronger than him. Elena and Sarah nodded in agreement with what Carol said. After Carol confirmed that, she then frowned and said, But, if we look at them from a glance without any prior information beforehand, I think Akira looks to be the weakest one, doesn't it? Sarah was a bit surprised. Is that so? Yep. That is if we only judge solely based on their outer appearance. Not to mention, his equipment seems to be the worst among them too. I actually can guess the ability of most hunters just from seeing them and my guesses never missed that much until now. Or at least, that's what I thought. Akira is the first one who I was wrong about. Honestly speaking, I find that really strange. After all, I've never gotten my guess wrong by this much until now. It really made me lose my confidence. If she had not met Akira in the Saranthal building and fled together from that building, Carol would not have had the chance to see Akira's real ability. If she had met Akira carrying the same equipment in Kagamayama City, she would have thought he was just one of those common hunters in the Eastern District, and she would not be that intrigued by him. Carol then asked a question to Sarah and Elena. Hypothetically speaking, let's say if you meet Akira without any prior knowledge about him, do you think you'll be able to recognize his real ability? Elena and Sarah thought for a bit, looked at each other, and then started trying to analyze that question again. Sarah was thinking about how to answer Carol's question, while Elena was trying to probe why Carol asked that question. Both of them were thinking about 2 different things. Sarah smiled bitterly and answered first. I don't think I would be able to do that. It's true that Akira seems weak from a glance, and he sometimes seems nervous when exploring the ruins. If you ask me whether I can recognize his skill without any prior knowledge, I would say that it'll be very unlikely. As for Elena, she answered back with a common answer as if she was trying to give a neutral reply. Even if you said to do that from a glance, you can actually pretty much guess the ability of a hunter from their outer look, body composition, how old he or she looks, and the quality and number of equipment he or she is carrying. So, let's say if I meet Akira in the relatively safe residential area of Kagamayama City while he's on his casual clothing, I would say that it's impossible to see through his real ability in that situation. Carol was listening closely to both of their answers. She then smiled as if she was satisfied. So, even Sarah and Elena can't do that too, huh? Well, I guess we're lucky to have met someone who hides his real ability like Akira in a situation where we can actually see his real ability, right? Yep, as I thought, we should hold it dearly. Sarah smiled and said. Well, now that you mention it, we're indeed lucky. Elena's expression somewhat softened as she said. You can say that again. So let's do our best to properly do our job so that Akira won't cut his connection with us. Carol smiled and nodded, showing that she agreed too. As she was about to continue chatting in a good mood, suddenly, one of the piles of wreckages that they set up to barricade the room moved. The monsters that were on the other side of the pile were trying to either dismantle the barricade or push the pile off. Carol, who noticed it, slightly frowned as she clicked her tongue. She then immediately ran to that particular hallway with her gun ready in her hand and an obviously annoyed face. She stood in front of the pile and stuck her gun into that pile. She pulled the trigger while her gun was still pushed into that pile, aiming at the monsters on the other side of that pile. The muzzle flash flashed the inside of the pile as flashes passed through the small opening among the wreckages. The powerful piercing bullet easily pierced through the pile and hit the monsters on the other side. Carol kept her finger on the trigger as if she was venting her irritation. The piercing bullets easily shot down the monsters on the other side of the pile and turned them into extra obstacles, preventing other monsters from coming from that hallway. Carol whispered, "It was obvious that she was angry since she got interrupted back there. Good grief, right when I have the chance to gather more info. Can't these monsters be a little more considerate?" From that short exchange, Carol confirmed that Elena and Sarah also could not accurately guess Akira's real skill. Carol at least expected it until that point. Her real qualm was about Elena and Sarah, who did not find it strange how big the gap between how strong Akira looked and how strong he really was. That was the big difference between both of them and Carol. If Carol had to make a guess, it might be Sarah was not bothered by something like that in the first place, but that should not be the case for Elena. She should at least find it strange, question it, and at least make some guesses about it. But judging from their expression and the tone of their voice when they spoke, Carol did not feel any trace of anything like that from both Sarah and Elena. So in short, Sarah and Elena should have the answer to that question, or at least, they should have a good guess to explain the reason why such a huge gap was created. Once Carol confirmed it and understood it, she had successfully completed half of her reason why she talked with both Sarah and Elena back there. But the moment she wanted to make the move to accomplish the other half of her aim, the monsters just came barging in and interrupted her. Well, I guess I'll just leave it as that. It's a good thing that now I know Elena and Sarah know the reason behind Akira's real strength. Wait, no, damn it. As I thought, it's really bothering me. Since Carol knew about it now, she could not help but be bothered by it. She then put all her irritation in her bullets and vented it toward the monsters that interrupted her. Togami was barely able to follow Shikarabi and Akira. They were pushing through the hallway against the monsters that filled it, aiming for the room where their rescue targets were. Other than only being able to slowly proceed because of the number of monsters there, they did not encounter any other trouble. But, the number and the strength of the monsters were already above what Togami could handle. Akira and Shikarabi forced their way forward relying on their firepower. As for Togami, he was barely able to follow them while picking the monsters that the other two had missed since both of them prioritized more on pushing forward as fast as they could. It did not seem that Shikarabi had any plans to slow down just to let Togami catch up. Akira also did not seem to be willing to get left behind to help Togami fight against the swarm of B-18 monsters. Although both of them had no plans to leave Togami behind, if Togami could not catch up with them and if he could not follow them unless they helped him, then there was no helping it. That's what both Akira and Shikarabi thought about that situation. If they slowed down there, it meant that they would have to face more monsters. It would endanger them as well as Elena's team that was waiting for them back in the hall near the stairs. So, in order to reach their goal as soon as possible, they prioritized more on pushing forward rather than waiting for Togami. Not to mention, Togami was the one who forced his way to join Shikarabi's team. So Akira thought that Togami would not want them to lower the speed nor to assist him. And even if Togami wished for that unconsciously, both Shikarabi and Akira had no plans to comply at all. Togami became desperate and pushed forward. He did all he could as not to get left behind by the other two. After all, even he knew well that getting left behind in that situation simply meant death. Togami glanced at Shikarabi and Akira who were fighting the monsters in front of him. They were using the layout of the hallway and the wreckage of the B-18 monsters that they defeated to hide. They also kicked the dead monsters and used them as a shield against the incoming bullets as they did not show any hesitation at all in fighting the monsters in front of them. They sometimes showed themselves in the line of fire of the enemies, but they were able to shoot the enemies down way faster before they got shot as they kept their upper hand in that situation. Togami watched how the hunters who were better than him were moving around. It was as if they were showing the difference in their skills. Togami was making a dejected face. His desperate face was mixed with pain, envy, jealousy, regret, and disappointment in himself. But looking from the other people's point of view, Togami was actually doing pretty well. His sharpened concentration reached the end of his four limbs as he moved them around quickly, showing the skill that he had polished through daily training. Seeing how the other hunters who were better than him were moving around, he quickly imitated them and boosted his skill even more. Togami was using every single ounce of his power there. His movement was already above his usual limit. As he was working together with the other hunters who were better than him and trying desperately to catch up with them, plus from the daily training that he had gone through, his talent started to bloom there. Togami himself noticed that he was moving better than he expected. When he realized that, he could feel compliments for his growth starting to echo in the back of his mind. But that was not enough. It was far away from enough for him to have the same pride in himself that he once had. Togami could see how Shikarabe, who had better equipment than him, was moving very well suitable for someone who was using those powerful equipment. While on the other hand, there was also Akira, who although was using worse equipment than him, was able to perform really well. Even with his high-quality equipment on, Togami was barely able to catch up. This all meant that he was truly lacking in skills. This single fact prevented Togami from feeling satisfied with his current skill level. Right at that time, suddenly a B-18 monster flew to his right. Togami immediately froze up the moment he saw that monster. His reaction was late, as he tried to aim his rifle at that monster as fast as he could, but that monster had already fixed its aim at him first. The logical side of Togami shrieked that he would not make it on time. He prepared himself to welcome death. But suddenly, that monster crashed down in a single shot. Togami was taken aback and turned in the direction where that shot came from. He could see a CWH anti-material rifle's muzzle pointed in his direction. It was Akira. Akira had noticed that monster ahead of time. He immediately turned back, readied his CWH anti-material rifle, and sniped that monster before it could shoot at Togami. Akira then just casually turned around again and continued fighting the monsters in front of him as if he did something that was nothing unusual. But behind him, Togami was watching Akira's back with teary eyes as if he was about to cry. Damn it! Togami himself was not sure to whom he said that to and why he said that. He then picked himself up and continued forward. Akira was pushing his way forward, aiming for the room that was not that far ahead of him. He used his CWH anti-material rifle to fight the B-18 monsters. The special ammo that he used could easily break the force field armor, pierce the monster's body all the way to the other end, and then hit the other monster behind it. The monster that got its control device destroyed in one shot turned into big wreckage. Akira then used his augmented suit to kick it to the deeper part of the hallway and crashed it into the other monsters. He was also using the wreckage to shield himself from the monsters in front of him as he kept pushing forward. In reality, Akira's augmented suit was not designed for CQC. But thanks to Alpha's support, the augmented suit would harden only the moment his kick connected. Furthermore, Alpha was also doing other small adjustments like transmitting the shock from the kick to Akira's whole body to reduce the burden on his leg. But of course, there was a limit to how far that could continue. The moment Akira kicked a monster, suddenly a strange sound came out from his leg. But rather than pain, Akira could feel something else that was equally bad and twitched. It just made a crack sound though. It did. Didn't it? Alpha smiled casually at Akira and replied. Don't worry, your leg is not broken. That doesn't mean that everything is fine as long as it's not broken, you know. It'll heal up in no time. Aren't you glad that you bought that expensive medicine? That's not the problem here. Akira swallowed another pill of the medicines that he already had in his mouth when he said that. It seemed that he had gotten so used to it to the point that he was using the 2 million orum per box medicine without any hesitation. The medicine that he had taken beforehand quickly fixed the source of that strange sound, his bone, together with the muscle that got torn up from the kicking. And before the effect of the last medicine that he took had worn off, Akira swallowed another pill to make sure that any injury in his body would immediately get healed. The current situation was actually way above what Akira could handle. So in order to be able to face that situation, Alpha was controlling Akira's body through his augmented suit and moving his body around pretty violently. His muscle was torn when he suddenly accelerated, his bone cracked when he suddenly stopped. In order to avoid enemies' shots while shooting back at them, Akira had to shoot from positions where he could not properly take in the kickback from his rifle, so in order to do that, he relied on the power of his augmented suit and put his body in even more burden. And when he kicked the wreckage on the floor, the impact was transmitted to his leg as if he was dragging it on the floor. So for Akira, fighting in that situation was the same as crushing his body bit by bit. The medicine that he took beforehand would then immediately heal any injuries, and only by that, was he able to sustain himself in that situation. Akira kept on complaining to Alpha through telepathy while fighting the monsters there, then Alpha would respond back while smiling as usual. That silly talk that he was having there helped him to keep his calm in the middle of that battle filled with flying bullets from both directions. It served as a support to Akira's mental state. As long as Alpha was smiling like usual, it meant that his life was not in danger. No matter how many times bullets passed close to his face, no matter how many monsters that he was facing, as long as Alpha was smiling like usual, Akira was sure that he still had the upper hand. Even if that was only his misconception, that kind of good misconception was something that he needed in that situation. He did not need any pessimistic opinion that might disturb his calmness. Akira somehow was already over such a thing as he continued fighting without showing any hesitation and even having a confident smile plastered on his face. Looking at that Akira, Alpha somehow smiled in satisfaction. Akira suddenly asked Alpha a question. "We've gone quite far though. How far away is that room from here?" "It's not that far ahead, just a little more." Alpha pointed his finger toward a huge pile of dead monsters not too far from him. "What's up with that pile?" "The entrance to that room is basically behind that pile of wreckage. I bet the people who barricaded themselves inside that room killed the monsters that were trying to enter that room and eventually created that pile." Akira's face twitched, he seemed a bit disturbed. "Do we really have no other choice but to remove that while fighting the monsters? If I have to add more, I would say that you would need to secure the entrance while checking the inside of the room too. Otherwise, you'll get trapped inside that room. Good grief, what a pain in the butt. Is there anything we can do to remove that pile in one go?" The moment Akira said that, the pile in front of that entrance was suddenly blown away. Reina, Shirori, and Kane stood in front of the entrance of the room where they barricaded themselves. Although they were in the middle of barricading themselves inside that room, Kane noticed fighting was going on outside and decided that it was their chance to escape. They immediately finished all of their preparation, and now they were ready to go out. There was a good chance the monsters that they were running from were still roaming outside the room, and there was no mistaking it that those monsters were in the middle of a fight against something else. The most important thing was not the fact that the monsters were fighting against something else, but that they were in the middle of a fight. If they had to make an optimistic guess, they might be fighting against a squad sent to rescue them. But there was no guarantee that those hunters could reach that room. Moreover, they might be just completely different hunters fighting against the monsters for a completely different reason. Their best chance there was to use the chaos happening outside to slip away and make a run. Both Shirori and Kane thought so, they knew that they might not get another chance. Kane was smiling casually and turned to Reina. "Milady, are you ready?" Reina looked slightly nervous. "I'm okay. We can go anytime." They were about to plunge themselves into a place that was filled with monsters. It was understandable for Reina to feel nervous. Reina repeatedly took deep breaths to calm herself, she could feel her heart was thumping so hard to the point that it was so deafening for her. Shirori then gently said to Reina to help her calm down. "Milady, no matter what happens, Kane and I will protect you, so please don't be worried." Reina looked at Shirori and smiled. "I know, I'll be counting on you." Just leave it to us. Shiori smiled back confidently at Reina. Shiori had set up portable walls to barricade the entrance to that room, and there was a pile of dead monsters on the other side of that wall. Kane carefully approached that portable wall while getting herself ready. She then squeezed her fist and pulled it back. Well then, here we go, 3, 2, 1. Kane was smiling from ear to ear, she was excited to join in on the fight. Reina had a serious look on her face as she resolved herself and gripped her rifle tightly. While Shiori also had a serious look, which showed her devotion toward Reina. 0. Kane then blew away the portable wall and the pile behind it with a single powerful punch from her right fist. Chapter 128, Still Growing Hunters. Akira was completely dumbfounded when the pile of monsters that was blocking the entrance to the room suddenly got blown away. From there, Kane and Shiori jumped out. Kane immediately punched a B-18 monster while Shiori swiftly sliced a B-18 monster near them. The punched monster crashed into the wall with a loud banging sound, while the sliced monster was beautifully cut into 2 symmetric pieces and fell down to the floor. Akira immediately noticed that those were Kane and Shiori, both of them also immediately noticed Akira too. Not too long after that, Reina also jumped out from that room. The moment she was out, she immediately looked around and checked her surroundings. Shikarabi quickly grasped the current situation and shouted. We're heading back now. Akira, you take the rear. Togami, escort them back to the hall. Let's go. Right after Shikarabi gave that order, he immediately made a 180 degrees turn in order to secure the hallway back to the hall. Kane grabbed Reina's arm and pulled her along since it seemed that Reina still did not fully understand the current situation. She then glanced at Akira and spoke to him in a good mood. I'll leave the rear to you. Kane was waving at Akira with her free hand and a big smile on her face. Reina was half dragged by Kane as she passed beside Akira, she was still obviously dumbfounded. Shiori elegantly stopped and stood next to Akira. Is it all right to leave the rear to you alone? Just go. Akira did not hesitate at all. Both of them were busy, after all. Shiori slightly bowed at Akira before quickly catching up with Kane and Reina. Togami just stood there frozen for a few seconds, his brain could not process what just happened, but he eventually returned back to reality and flusteredly tried to catch up with the other hunters. Now Akira was left alone in the rear, Alpha was floating next to him while smiling. Aren't you glad that you don't need to search inside that room now? You can say that again. We just need to return back now. Thank goodness we're in the last part of this search. It went better than I thought it would. I'm sure that the rest of the job is not that hard, you just need to return back with the rescue targets. But you should not lower your guard yet, okay? Yeah, I know. Akira pulled out his A4WM automatic grenade launcher and aimed it at the hallway. The A4WM grenade launcher immediately spewed out grenades, it was not a weapon designed to be used indoors. Even if the inside of the old ruin building was resilient, Akira still had to be careful using that rifle. Even though it was a powerful weapon, it would be meaningless if it ended up destroying the interior and blocking the hallway, that was why Akira did not use it until now. But he only needed to head back now, so Akira thought that it was even advantageous in that situation if he ended up breaking the wall and blocking the hallway to prevent the monsters from chasing them, so he pulled the trigger without holding back at all. Grenades flew from its muzzle into the hallway and swallowed the swarm of monsters coming from the deeper part of that hallway with explosions. The shockwave from the explosions did not have anywhere to escape inside the closed hallway, thus, it was blown right back at Akira. Because of that, a huge wreckage suddenly just flew right past Akira. Akira staggered as he gasped, "Whoa." Alpha amusedly looked at surprised Akira and said, "That rifle is not designed to be used indoors, so you need to be careful." Smokes raised inside the hallway and blocked the view. Akira kept his eyes on that cloud of smokes for monsters but he did not see any disruption in the smokes. So he then decided that it should be fine as he turned around and started running back while still keeping his eyes for more monsters. Reina, Shiori, and Kane were running following Shikarabi, who was guiding them back to the hall where Elena and the rest of the hunters were waiting. Since Shikarabi destroyed most of the monsters on their way to the room, they had not much trouble on their way back. It was not like there were no monsters at all, but Shikarabi, Shiori, and Kane could handle them just fine. They then heard explosions coming from behind. It was the sound of Akira using his A4WM automatic grenade launcher. Kane glanced behind her. That Akira seems to be having fun back there. But still, I didn't expect to find him in this building. I guess this must be some kind of fate, huh? But Shiori quickly warned Kane. Stop with the chatter and focus on the fighting. It's fine, I can chat, this must basically because I have the leeway. Here. Kane kicked a B-18 monster that suddenly appeared in the hallway when she said that. As her leg that was wrapped in black tights and a pretty big shoe extended out under her maid outfit, she drove a powerful kick into the B-18 monster near her. Kane's maid outfit actually had a good defensive capability, while her black tights was a part of her augmented suit. Shiori was also using the same equipment as Kane except for the boots. The ones that Kane was using were specially designed boots for CQC. Not only was it exceptionally robust, it was also equipped with mini force field armor that could create short force field burst. It was specifically designed to boost the power of the kick of its user. The B-18 monster that Kane kicked was blasted as if it was a cannon. Shiori immediately focused her attention on another B-18 monster that appeared in the opposite direction and cut it with her blade. Shiori's blade was able to easily cut open the B-18 monster as if it just ignored the force field armor and went straight for the monster's body. Shiori sighed, exasperatedly. No matter whether you have the leeway or not, it's shameless to make unnecessary chit-chat, you know? They should have taught you that, right, Kane? But instead, Kane tried to make an excuse. They taught me that random chatter is important to calm down my nerves during a long fight though. Didn't you also do that with Milady? Your unnecessary chatter is not the same as my conversation with Milady. Shiori and Kane showed enough leeway to make that exchange while keeping their guard up and making sure that Reina was safe. Reina was running behind Kane and Shiori. The swarm of mechanical monsters that surrounded them when they were barricading themselves inside the room were mostly gone. The moment they came out from that room, Shiori and Kane immediately killed any monsters near them. Reina had considerably calmed down compared to when she was inside the room. Reina, who regained some of her composure, finally noticed Togami who was looking in her direction. She then somehow sounded a bit harsh as she asked Togami. What? Togami flusteredly replied. No, it's just that. If I'm not mistaken. You should be on the same team with Katsuya, right? That I was. But I'm no longer in Katsuya's team. So, what about it? Well, no, it's nothing. Togami finally looked away. Reina kept staring at Togami with a confused look for a few seconds before she just casually returned her view forward. Togami lightly sighed and thought. What the heck am I doing? Togami was actually only glancing at Reina when she suddenly looked back at him. When that happened, he thought that he should at least say something and just spoke out anything that came up in his mind about Reina. That was all there was to it. But Reina sounded a bit annoyed when she replied. Togami was slightly overwhelmed by that and decided to just cut their conversation short. Although Togami did not realize it himself, he actually glanced at Reina since he felt a sense of camaraderie with Reina. Togami was together with the other hunters who were better than him. Although this was only his self-evaluation, he believed that he did not contribute much. It could even be said that Akira and Shikarabi were protecting him along the way. Or at least, he did not think that he contributed much or did anything that he could be proud of during that rescue operation. At that time, Togami caught sight of Reina who was protected by Shiori and Kane. The scene of her being protected by Shiori and Kane inside a place that was far too dangerous for her to be, and the fact that it seemed she lamented her situation there. It was basically similar to the situation that Togami was currently in. As in matter of fact, Reina's skill was indeed relatively closer to Togami than to Shirori or Shikarabe. When Reina suddenly spoke to him, Togami did not even realize that he was staring at her and could only react flusteredly and throw out a random subject. But in the end, it seemed that it somehow annoyed Reina and it left him with a strange feeling of self-admonishment. Reina also lightly sighed and thought, "Why in the world did I do that?" The reason why Reina reacted harshly was because Togami's question reminded her of her own patheticness, so it was her venting to Togami. In reality, Togami's impression of Reina was simply one of the people from Kitsuya's team, that was all there was to it. The only reason why he remembered her was simply because he saw Reina on Kitsuya's team from time to time back when he had a one-sided rivalry with Kitsuya. But on the other hand, Reina knew Togami to some extent. She knew that Togami was a skilled young hunter in Drankum. He might as well be the second strongest young hunter in Drankum after Kitsuya. People in Drankum had their attention on him and they hoped that he would be the beacon for the anti-Kitsuya faction. She also knew that Togami was a skilled hunter who successfully hunted a bounty monster with Shikarabe and a handful of other hunters. So in short, Reina saw Togami as a hunter who was above her, just like how Togami saw Shikarabe. So when Togami asked Reina if she was still in Kitsuya's team, to Reina, it sounded as if Togami was asking her why an incompetent hunter, who could do nothing but tag along with Kitsuya, was in this place. Reina's logical side was telling her that was not what Togami meant and it was nothing more than her imagination. But since she thought like that once, it was hard for her to change it now. Reina realized that she just vented her anger at Togami and she hated herself for doing that. If only they were in a safe place and they could take their time talking to each other calmly, Reina and Togami could be able to get along. But unfortunately, they did not have that luxury at the moment. The still-growing hunters, both of them, just pulled themselves together for now and somehow moved on from that worry. Akira was still shooting grenades using his A4WM automatic grenade launcher while retreating. His retreat was going very well, even too well that Akira started questioning it. The monsters stopped coming. I don't think it's because I've defeated them though. So what's going on here? Alpha casually answered his question. They might have decided fighting frontally would be ineffective, so they might be avoiding you right now. Alpha was not smiling like during the last battle, but she did not seem worried either. Her expression was neutral. Either way, let's use this chance to retreat. You're right. Although it was not as dangerous as before, Akira still could not lower his guard on his way back. Shikarabe led the group in the front while fighting the enemies that were blocking their way back to the hall where Elena and the other hunters were waiting. Once they returned back, Shikarabe immediately scanned the situation and finally sighed in relief. Elena immediately approached Shikarabe. How was the rescue? It went well, we secured the targets and retreated back without any trouble. Give us your next order to get out of this building. We basically recovered 3 hunters and they're not badly injured. Elena looked at Shikarabe, then looked at the hallway where Shikarabe came from. Not too far from the entrance, she could see Reina, Shirori, Togami, and Kane running, then also Akira a little further behind them. Elena's face slightly relaxed after she confirmed that everyone was all right. But she then immediately pulled herself together and gave the next order. Sarah. Carol. We're pulling back. Carol and Sarah, who were guarding the entrance to the other hallways, gathered around Elena when they heard that. Elena then asked Shikarabe. Shikarabe, is it all right to count those 3 hunters as extra fighting hands? Yes, but only 2 of them. And keep in mind that those 2 are here to protect the other one. Got it. Shikarabe, you lead them down to the 19th floor. If the situation down there is still the same as before, we should be able to get a short rest. Roger that. Shikarabe waved at Shirori, signaling her to follow him. After Shikarabe confirmed that the other hunters got his signal, he immediately moved out to lead the way down to the 19th floor. Shirori, Reina, Kane, and Togami appeared out of the hallway and they did not stop running as they went straight to the stairs. Elena was obviously surprised when she saw two maids and a young girl passing through the hall. She then mumbled while still looking at Reina and the other two hunters, "Maid outfit?" "No, more than that, I feel like I've seen them somewhere before." Elena tried to dig through her memory, but Shiori and Kane's maid outfits distracted her from remembering them. Sarah and Carol finally grouped up with Elena. Sarah then asked Elena a question. "Elena, about those hunters though." Sarah seemed to be thinking of the same thing as Elena, but Elena responded back, prioritizing her position as the leader of the team. "They're the rescue targets. We'll also move out once we meet up with Akira. Shikarabe said that two of them are basically bodyguards for the other one, and it's okay to count them as extra fighting hands. Since I sent Shikarabe down ahead, they should not face any trouble going down. We'll join with Akira to guard the rear while retreating too. After all, the monsters from the 30th floor might chase us on our way down." Sarah looked a bit bothered as she nodded. Carol also seemed a bit bothered. "If my eyes didn't trick me, I saw two of them are in maid outfits though. Since we can count them as extra fighting hands, there should be no need for us to protect them. So just put that back in your mind first, and you can ask about things that have nothing to do with escaping from this building later." "Oh, okay." Sarah and Carol seemed a bit confused. Elena could understand their feelings. But it was not like she had the answer to that either, and it was not the place to ask that question now. So Elena decided to prioritize more on escaping that building and save any questions for later. Akira was running through the hallway, his face slightly relaxed the moment he saw Elena and the other hunters. It seems that Elena-san and the others didn't face any trouble either. "Akira, keep running. It seems that Shikarabe and the rest of the hunters have gone down first." Alpha urged Akira to hurry up. Akira was a bit surprised by that but complied and started running faster. The moment Akira entered the hall where Elena was, one of the barricades that blocked the way to the other hallways suddenly burst open as a relatively big monster burst into the room. That big mechanical monster smashed its way through the barricade with high momentum. So the moment it broke in, the barricade was forcefully blown away, crashed into the ceiling, wall, and floor as they made loud banging sounds. One of the wreckages was even sent flying towards Elena even though she was far from that barricade. Although it really surprised her, she was able to nimbly evade the wreckage that flew straight at her. The same thing happened to Carol and Sarah, but they skillfully kicked the flying wreckages aside. The big monster was more or less tall enough and wide enough to block the whole hallway alone. It was wrapped with a robust-looking body. Although about 10 meters of its body had extended out of the hallway, it was not its full length yet. There was no telling how far its body extended down the hallway. Akira ducked and evaded the flying wreckage as he was running to where Elena was. He then quickly turned around, aimed his A4WM automatic grenade launcher at that big monster, and pulled the trigger. The grenades flew out straight to that big monster, stuck on its armor, and exploded. The impact forced that big monster down into the floor and kept it flat on the floor. But then a part of its lower armor suddenly peeled off and legs with wheels appeared under those peeled-off armors. It seemed that Akira was able to somehow stop that monster momentarily, but Elena immediately shouted at him. "Keep running." Akira immediately ran toward the stairs and was about to go down the stairs. In that instant, a part of the monster's big body peeled off, exposing the guns under it. On the next moment, it shot indiscriminately inside the room as if to make sure that it hit all nooks and crannies around it. Loud gunshots followed with a barrage of bullets filled the room. It hit everything indiscriminately, wall, floor, ceiling, and even the wreckage of the other monsters. Akira, Elena, Sarah, and Carol quickly jumped down the stairs and barely avoided the bullet storm. It was a rather intense situation. They then hurried to catch up with Shikarabe, who went down earlier. The situation below the 30th floor did not seem to have changed much. There were no extra monsters at all. And since they already destroyed most of the monsters on their way up, they were able to quickly and safely go down. Sarah was still running when she suddenly asked a question to Elena. "Elena, Did that huge monster not trigger your radar? Elena frowned. Sadly enough, yes. Not only the sensitivity of my information-gathering device is lowered in this building, the dead monsters that we used to block the other hallway were also producing weak signals that might have interfered with my information-gathering device. I'm sorry. It seemed that Elena felt responsible for that. Sarah just smiled at her and replied. Don't worry about it. If you couldn't detect it, then there's really nothing we can do about it. It's not like I'm blaming you here, right, Akira? Akira lightly smiled and agreed to what Sarah just said. Yes, I agree with Sarah-san. So please don't worry about it. Akira then sent a glance to Carol, who understood what Akira was trying to say. Honestly speaking, she was not interested in blaming it on Elena at all, but at the same time, she also wanted to know why she could not detect a monster that big. Back then, Carol noticed that Akira suddenly ran faster. If Akira did that because he knew about that big monster, it would mean that he was able to detect a monster that Elena could not. But then again, Akira's surprise did not seem to be fake the moment he saw that monster. Although she still had some questions, it was not the time to ask those questions. Carol held her curiosity back as she smiled at Elena and said, the fact that no one detected that huge monster means that it might have some kind of special camouflaging device that exploits the lowered sensitivity of our information-gathering device. Or maybe that the setting adjusted to help to detect the smaller monsters is not good at detecting big monsters. But if we readjust the setting to focus more on detecting big monsters, we will have trouble with the smaller monsters instead. So I think this is where it's important to make a compromise. I'm just happy that we could survive that big monster without losing anyone. After saying that, Carol checked Akira's reaction. Akira seemed to be listening closely to her and nodded in agreement. It seemed that she made the right decision there to even put up a reason as to why Elena was blameless in order to score some point with Akira. As Carol thought, Akira seemed to lack common knowledge for hunters and he was showing interest in such a thing. After Carol was able to confirm that, she kept her poker face although she was smiling happily deep inside. After Elena heard supportive words from her best friend that she was together with for years and a young boy that she got along well just recently, plus extra reasoning that Elena was pretty sure Carol said mostly for someone else, Elena pulled herself together and smiled. She sounded delighted as she said, "Thank you, now I know that there is such a kind of monster too, I'll be more careful next time." Sarah smiled satisfied seeing that Elena had cheered up. But still, how did a monster that big get inside the hallway? I wonder if that thing is a part of the security of this building. Akira seemed interested in that subject too. It doesn't seem to be an extra security monster though. Not to mention, with its size, I don't think it can move around freely inside the hallway. Carol, do you have any guess? You're pretty knowledgeable about the Saranthal building, right? Carol frowned and said, as far as I can tell, I don't remember monsters like that guarding this building before. In the first place, with a body that big, I don't think it's possible for that monster to come from outside of the building. I really have no idea why that thing is in this building. There was no one present who could answer that question. So they decided to just shelve it for now and move on. They were able to reach the 19th floor and group up with Shikarabi without any trouble. Reina and Togami were breathing heavily. Compared to them, Akira looked completely normal. Rather than the difference in their physical strength, it was more because of the medicines that Akira kept consuming. But Reina and Togami, who saw Akira, could not help but misunderstand. They looked at Akira with a mix of surprise and amazement. Elena then gave an order to everyone there. We'll head out again after 5 minutes. Until then, make sure that you have everything ready. Akira immediately checked his equipment. He pulled out reserve ammo from his rucksack and reloaded his rifle even if he only used it once. He also replaced the empty reserve magazines attached around his body, refilled the medicines in his pocket, and replaced the energy pack of his augmented suit. While in the middle of doing that, Akira suddenly mumbled that I used quite a lot of my reserve supply this time. DVTS Minigun Extended Magazine, CWH Anti-Material Rifle Special Ammo, A4WM Automatic Grenade Launcher Grenades Magazine, Medicine, Augmented Suit Energy Pack. All of them were expensive consumables. But Akira did not remember wasting any of them. It was a necessary expense. But still, when he imagined how much expense he had accumulated there, he could not help but to smile bitterly and lightly sigh. Alpha then teasingly smiled at him. Just in case if you want to know, I can tell you how much you've spent until now. No thanks. Akira answered back firmly. After all, if he was worried about the money that he used to fight the monsters, it might force him to pay that cost with his life later. He thought that he could worry about it later after he returned back alive. It should be alright, I should be able to earn more money. Not to mention, I made quite a lot of money yesterday too. As for this request, Carol and Elena-san should have properly negotiated the details with the city management. And since we successfully rescued Reina, I should get an extra reward from Drankum too. It should be alright. Akira was telling himself that it should be fine. He should not think how many days the money that he spent this time would have bought in the inn where he once lived, or how many times he could eat in that luxurious restaurant that he visited once out of Shiori's invitation with the money that he spent that day. Akira kept telling himself not to think about it. Alpha just smiled and said, "You're right, it should be alright, maybe. You should be able to end up with huge profits from this request. That's why, if you want to get extra motivation, it should be alright to use the reward that you get this time to eat a meal in that luxurious restaurant where Shiori invited you in the past. I know you're saying that on purpose." Akira tried his best not to show his emotion on his face. Alpha smiled at Akira, who was trying to keep his poker face, and said to him, "Oh my, that's not true at all. I'm just saying that since I think it's totally okay to reward yourself with something like that after working this hard. It's not like I'm teasing you for taking this dangerous request from Elena without thinking much about the reward, you know." Alpha was still smiling like usual next to Akira, while Akira just silently continued checking his equipment. His face only twitched for a bit in response to what Alpha said to him. Chapter 129, Reinforcement Squad. Akira was still pouting after Alpha poked fun at him, but then Kane suddenly spoke to him as if she could not read the mood. "Akira. We meet again, yeah." Akira replied as if he was not interested in talking with Kane at the moment, but she ignored that. "But still, what a coincidence to meet you in this place. If you're going to come here, you should have come with us right from the start, you know? I'm here not because I planned to come here right from the start, and it's not like I came to this building to rescue you in the first place. You should ask Shikarabe for the details." "Is that so?" "Well, whichever the case, thanks for saving us." For some reason, Kane was looking at Akira with interest. In contrast to that, Akira looked at Kane with a little suspicion. It was because he had no idea why Kane was so interested in talking to him. To be more precise, it was just that Kane had no reservation when it came to approaching someone else, while on the other hand, Akira was being careful to anyone who approached him without any good reasons. Both of them simply did not suit each other. Kane was interested in Akira's strength, a part of it was because she could not figure out how strong Akira was. From the story that she heard, she knew that Akira could fight evenly against Shiori when she was using her trump card in the underground city of Kuzusuhara Ruin. Shiori's trump card was a special accelerator drug that increased concentration, sharpened sense, and slowed down time perception. The price of using that drug was putting one's brain under immense stress that might render its user paralyzed for a few days, but in exchange for that, it could completely transform its user into a superhuman while that drug was still in effect. So, the only people who could fight Shiori in that state must be powerful people. But when Akira faced Katsuya during that incident with a pickpocket girl, even after Akira released an excessive level of killing intent, he ended up slowly retreating back. In reality, since Kane left that place with Reina and Shiori early, she could only hear what happened after they left from the other people. But from what she heard, it seemed that in the end Katsuya did not hand over that girl to Akira, and Akira just silently left. It was true that Katsuya was a powerful hunter, but compared to Shiori with her accelerator drug, he was obviously weaker. So, since Akira retreated back from Katsuya, then it would mean Akira was not that strong. While on the other hand, Shikarabe and Akira got pretty close to the room where Kane was hiding with Reina and Shiori. When she was about to go down the stairs, Kane glanced around to check the situation, and judging from what she could see, they would have fought their way through the monsters to get that close to that room, which meant that Akira must be pretty strong. And that Akira was now right in front of her. Kane was pretty confident in her ability to evaluate someone with her eyes. And from what she could see, Akira was indeed pretty strong for a hunter of his age. That was all there was to it, nothing more. So in short, Akira did not seem that particularly strong. She could not feel a trace of vigor, pressure, or aura that strong people usually had. He seemed to be just a common hunter like all the other hunters in the Eastern District. Kane had enough reason to think that Akira was not that strong, while at the same time, she also had enough evidence to believe that Akira was pretty strong. Because of that, Kane could not say for sure how strong he really was. She was smiling while guessing Akira's real strength. Yup, no idea at all. I can't really tell if Akira is strong or not. Honestly speaking, I want to poke at him to see how strong he really is, but as expected, I shouldn't do that in this situation. Kane's impression of Akira was simply someone whose strength was unknown to her. Even for someone like Kane, she knew that she had to prioritize her current duty at the moment. So in short, if they were in a different situation, she might have already poked at Akira right now. Kane honestly felt a bit bummed by that. Togami and Reina were really stressed out as they were trying to catch their breath, but after staying in that safe place for some time, both of them eventually were able to calm down. Once they had calmed down and had enough leeway to put some of their attention to the current situation, both of them immediately directed their gaze to things that bothered them the most. For Reina, it was Carol. While for Togami, it was Kane and Shiori. But technically speaking, both of them were bothered by the same thing, their appearances. Reina looked at Carol and thought. What is with that augmented suit? It's really something. Or more like, no matter how you look at it, it's designed for seducing men, right? Although I heard that some old-world augmented suits have that kind of design, it's the first time for me to see someone actually using it. Is it just an augmented suit from the current era but with an old-world design? Or is it an old-world relic? Whichever the case, I'm impressed that she's actually using it. Is it a matter of getting used to that design? The curve is pretty intense too. Is it just that it looks intense simply because of the design? Reina looked really bothered as she was staring at Carol's augmented suit. At the same time, Togami looked at Kane and Shiori's maid outfit and thought. That thing is a maid outfit, right? And maids are those people who serve in a big mansion for rich people, right? So why are there maids in this old-world ruin? Are those maid outfits actually old-world relics with strong defensive power and they're using it in place of normal armor? But for some reason, they look pretty much used to it though, it doesn't feel like they're hunters. But Shikarabe said that our rescue targets are Drankum hunters, right? Wait, he might be talking about Reina and those two might be Reina's maid. But again, why would a hunter have maids? Togami seemed so confused as he was staring at Shiori and Kane. Shiori was standing next to Reina, offering her a stamina drink. Reina thanked Shiori and drank it. Shiori noticed that Togami was looking in her direction, but she did not pay much attention to it. She herself understood that her maid outfit would attract some attention. And as long as she was there as Reina's maid, there was no need to put too much attention to what other people thought or said. After Carol finished her preparation, she nibbled on a ration that looked like grilled rice dumplings. Although it looked like a simple snack from the outside, it was actually infused with restorative and healing properties. It also replenished the nanomachines that she used during the last fight. For Carol, consuming that food was equally important as replenishing her reserve ammo. Carol also noticed that Reina was looking at her, but she just ignored that. Although the design of her augmented suit was made to seduce men, it sometimes also attracted attention from the other women. Some women who were not used to seeing old-world design often threw glances at her out of pure curiosity without any ill will. There were also girls who did not like having a hunter in that appearance near them. Even Carol herself knew that much. She thought as long as Reina did not complain or say anything about her appearance, then there was no reason to be bothered by that. Kane then turned to Togami, who was looking at Shirori, so she then looked at Shirori before shifting to Reina, who was next to Shirori. Since Reina was looking at Carol, Kane's eyes soon ended up on Carol. Kane was somehow smiling amusedly, she then threw a smile at Carol. Whoa! That augmented suit is really something. Akira was caught by surprise, he did not expect that Kane would go and ask that question. Akira looked around and noticed that most of the hunters there had the same impression as him. Carol was lightly surprised as she turned to Kane. After all, to her, it did not seem like Kane was someone who paid attention to appearances. Carol smiled confidently as she replied to Kane's remark. I won't deny that, but I don't want someone in a maid outfit to say that to me. Akira unconsciously nodded lightly. What Carol said did make sense, and Akira could feel that the other hunters there would agree with him. Kane smiled back and said, This is a maid outfit. It would be great if you don't treat it the same as that augmented suit with a design that is obviously for seducing men. No matter how you look at it, your design sticks out far more than this. Or is that you're already used to that design? Carol smiled and replied. That's weird for you to say that when you voluntarily use that maid outfit and come all the way here to an old world ruin when there are many armors out there with the same fighting capability. I don't know whose maid you are, but I wonder if that person doesn't think that it'll be sticking out. Or is it out of fetish or something? Kane and Carol were smiling at each other. Although it was not exactly a friendly exchange, it was not a hostile exchange either. It did not feel like they were challenging each other and picking a fight. As Akira was looking at both of them with a slightly troubled face, Kane suddenly turned to him and threw a question. Akira, which one do you think is weirder? Akira obviously looked troubled when Kane suddenly threw that question at him, but then Carol asked a similar question to him too. Oh, good idea. Akira, which one do you think is the weird one? Which one do you think sticking out the most? Instead of answering their questions, Akira asked a question to both of them. Why are you both asking me? Kane and Carol replied with similar answers as if they had already decided to do that beforehand. Isn't it fine? It's just out of curiosity. Isn't it fine? It's just out of a whim. Akira looked around, Elena and Sarah were holding back their laughter. Shikarabe looked like he did not care at all. Reina and Togami looked at Akira as if they were waiting for Akira's answer, and Shirori was just standing next to Reina with a neutral face. Akira could feel an awkward mood drifting in the room, he then answered back honestly. Personally speaking, if it's on the first sight, I think the maid outfit sticks out more. For Carol's augmented suit, it's just a normal augmented suit with an old-world design after all. And I bet that it's not normal to see maids whether it's only an outfit or a real maid in the old world ruin. Akira's response was extremely biased since he had already become used to seeing old world design because of Alpha. His opinion might be very uncommon for people around his age. As in matter of fact, Reina and Togami were obviously surprised by Akira's answer. After listening to Akira's answer, Carol sported a winning smile. While on the other hand, Kane lightly waved her hand left and right while shaking her head too. She then spoke to Akira like a veteran talking to a complete beginner. Akira, it seems that you still don't understand how wide this world is. Akira casually replied. Yeah, I've been pretty much living in a narrow world until now after all. Sorry about that. Elena lightly giggled as she joined in. We should go soon. If you have the time for silly talk like that, I trust that you've finished your preparation, yes? Akira's expression turned serious. Yeah, I can go anytime. Ready when you are. Kane sounded like she was in a good mood as she said that and returned back to Reina. Carol still kept her eyes on Kane when she answered Elena's question. Yeah, no problem here. Carol was looking at Kane as if she had a question in her head. I feel like she asked me that because she was probing for something though. Is it only my imagination? Is that simply out of habit? It doesn't seem her companions are bothered by that either. Carol just concluded that Kane did that simply out of habit and decided to stop thinking about it. Once Kane returned to Reina and Shiori, Shiori whispered to Kane. I don't know what you were planning there, but hold yourself from doing anything that might cause a fight. Kane replied back as if it did not bother her at all. Well, isn't it fine? It seems that Milady was wondering about it, so I was asking that question in her stead. It's no good you know, Milady, you should not stare at a hunter whom you don't know well that intently. Depending on that hunter, it might be interpreted as picking a fight after all, okay? Reina pouted and tried to deny it, thought it's better than asking that question straight at her. After all, it's more or less the same as already picking a fight when you do that, you know? Kane was still smiling as usual when she replied back. I don't have any problem if she accepts it, that's the biggest difference between me and Milady. Milady, don't tell me that you think it's okay to be a bit cheeky just because we're protecting you and we'll definitely do something about it when things get bad? Don't tell me that's why you keep glancing at her. It's a big problem depending on whether you do that on purpose or not, you see. Reina could not say anything back. Although she did not do that on purpose, it was also true that she could not give a straight answer if she was asked whether she did that thinking that Kane and Shiori would definitely do something about it if things went bad. Shiori lightly sighed. Just try to behave yourself. If you get ahead of yourself, I'll cut you. Yes ma'am. Kane replied back in a good spirit. It was hard to say from her personality whether she responded positively to behave or that she was happy because it sounded like Shiori was willing to fight her. But at least, Kane decided to just shut up, so Shiori did not pursue any further. Kane glanced at Akira and thought. I tried to surprise Akira there with that sudden question, but it seems that he did lower his guard. It also seemed that he was pretty much relaxed while we were talking. As I thought, I guess that Akira is not really that strong, huh? Or was that only an act? Or is it that he's someone who totally changes when he's in the middle of a fight? I still don't have enough material to make any conclusion. Kane was thinking so as she lowered her evaluation of Akira. After all, that was what she could get from her own observation if she did not include stories that she heard from other people. Kane was smiling, she was hoping that there would come a chance when she could get better information to accurately predict Akira's real strength. After everyone finished their preparations, Elena then explained the next plan. We'll go down to the first floor from here and escape the building from the front entrance. Let's hope that the squads securing this building are still alive. Shikarabi felt there was something strange in how Elena worded her plan. Is there any reason for us to worry whether the squads outside are still alive or not? Elena lightly nodded. Yes. You already know that I left mini information gathering devices on our way up to make sure that we have a safe escape route, right? So basically, the mini information gathering device on the first floor near the entrance got some signals. It seems that multiple entities entered this building. Carol then said to Elena. Can you tell me exactly the shape of this something that entered this building? If they had a human-like form, then it might be the other hunters. Or at least, that was what Carol was hoping, but Elena lightly shook her head and said. Unfortunately, the device was not able to identify their shapes, and the sensitivity is lowered inside this building. So I can't say anything about their shapes. The only thing that I can say for sure is that something came into this building. Although I did say multiple entities, it might be the same object going in and out of the building multiple times on purpose to trigger the signal multiple times. So I can't really confirm the numbers too. This time, Akira was the one who asked a question to Elena. Is there any chance that they are a reconnaissance team just like us or might even be the main rescue squad? That possibility is not zero. But if that's really the case, it might be the reconnaissance team. After all, it's unthinkable for them to send the main squad after sending us, the reconnaissance team, into this building without waiting for us to return first. Either way, just keep in mind that we might spot other hunters on our way down. Make sure not to shoot them by mistake. Understood. Akira nodded firmly. Elena lightly smiled and nodded back at him. Elena's face then returned back to her serious face. The real problem is if that's not the case, which would mean more monsters just entered the building, that would also mean that those monsters broke through the encirclement made to secure this building. There's a good chance the situation outside the building has turned dangerous, although the possibility is pretty small. I recommend you to at least keep this in mind. After all, no one can tell what will happen from here on. Elena remembered the big monster that attacked them on the 30th floor as she warned everyone. If no one has any more question, let's move out. With that sentence, they started the operation to escape the building. While on the first floor, two groups of hunters were debating each other. They were the group made of hunters from Drankum and another group that was made of hunters unaffiliated with Drankum. All of them were hunters who successfully hunted bounty monsters in the past. Back then when they were in the middle of debating on how to secure the Saranthal building, Elena's team finished their negotiation first and was sent ahead as a reconnaissance team. When that happened, there were two groups who felt that they got jumped ahead by Elena's team. The first group was the hunters not affiliated with Drankum and refused to be working under Drankum. They thought that sending Akira ahead was the decision that the Drankum side made. They thought that Drankum gave preferential treatment to that team, stating and excusing that they brought back useful information for the operation. That was not exactly wrong. Shikarabi did say that too when he negotiated with Drankum's side. As in matter of fact, the information that they brought in might have actually be used in that operation. So in order to calm them down, Drankum decided to make a compromise and send them as another reconnaissance team. The second group was the young hunters in Drankum that belonged to the Katsuya faction. To be more precise, they were able to get dispatched ahead because of support from within Drankum, from Mizuha. Mizuha was rather concerned by the fact that Shikarabi was the leader of the first reconnaissance team. She also knew well how much Shikarabi hated Katsuya's guts. She was worried that Shikarabi was planning to use the achievement from this chance to influence the composition of the main squad or even to change how Drankum would treat Katsuya. So in order to fight back against Shikarabi, Mizuha even made some compromises about the main squad so that she could send ahead another reconnaissance team to the Saranthal building. After that, both teams were sent to secure the first floor of the Saranthal building so that Elena's team would not be able to monopolize the rewards. They thought that it might be hard for Elena's team to do that since they had limited equipment and manpower, but it would be an easy job for them since they brought more people and carried better equipment. Of course, they could just gather information and bring it back too, but if they ended up bringing back the same information as Elena's team, then Elena's team, which would have returned back first, would claim the reward first. Although both groups of hunters were not that hostile to each other to the point that they would try to kill each other, there was no mistaking it that they would be disrupting each other's job. Even a small accident could immediately turn into a fight. The leader of each team was only barely able to calm their respective team down. Near the outer side of the front entrance to the Saranthal building, a hunter by the name of Kurosawa was shouting orders to his team with an annoyed face. His equipment and the aura around him clearly showed that he was a powerful hunter. Kurosawa was the leader of the team which killed the 1,500,000,000 Aurum bounty monster, Mai. He was taking the lead of the anti-Drankum team this time. Kurosawa looked at his watch and clicked his tongue. The sixth squad isn't returning back at all, although I told them to properly watch the time. Send the eighth squad in. Tell them to ask the squad securing the A, B, C and D stairs if the sixth squad went to the second floor without my permission or not. Another hunter next to him then replied. I bet they'll be back if we just wait a bit longer. Kurosawa glared at that hunter. We can't check their situation at all from the first floor. There are 3 possible reasons why they are late. First, they might be trapped somewhere and can't return back. Second, they might not be that competent to be able to return back as we originally planned. Or third, they might be pretty stupid as not to listen to my order. But whichever the case, we treat them as MIA. There's no need to wait for them. Alright, I'll send the next. Oh, there they are. The 6th squad stepped out from the entrance. Kurosawa signaled them to come with his finger. Once they stood in front of him, Kurosawa then asked them a question that was mixed with insult. From what I can see, it doesn't seem any of you are injured. Were you almost killed somewhere or something? The leader of that squad sighed and answered that question. We were about to return back on time when one of those kids picked a fight with us, you see. If you tell us that it's okay to shoot them, we would have been able to return back on time though. Where? Hallway C7. Kurosawa clicked his tongue again when he heard that. He then gave a signal for the 6th squad to just go and take a rest before he headed to where the Drankum side's leader was. The leader of the Drankum group immediately noticed Kurosawa. The other young hunters around him looked at Kurosawa with hostility, but Kurosawa did not care about them at all as he said to the leader of the Drankum group. It seems that some of your people picked a fight with my men, can you at least properly discipline them? I don't mind if you want to keep on playing around here, but I have no plans to tidy up your mess. That young hunter glared back at Kurosawa as if he was trying to put Kurosawa under some pressure. If that's really the case, we're sorry. And also, stop saying something like that, everyone here is being serious. That young hunter responded back just like a hunter should. The impression that he was giving off was different compared to those new green hunters or former hunters. A skilled hunter would be able to immediately recognize his real strength and disregard his young age. That was also the case for Kurosawa. He knew that the young hunter in front of him was a rather talented hunter. Although for now, he was nothing more than a skilled young hunter, it was only a matter of time until the young word get dropped. The young hunter in front of him might be a stronger hunter than him in the future, but that was still in the future, not now. Kurosawa looked down at the weaker hunter standing in front of him and said to him with mockery. I'm being serious here. If we objectively evaluate your performance, that would be the result. I'm not a Drankum hunter after all, so I'm not obliged to choose my words just to keep your mood, am I right, Katsuya-kun of Drankum? The leader of the Drankum team was Katsuya. Katsuya glared even more intensely at Kurosawa, but Kurosawa just ignored him. Chapter 130, Huge Turret. Kurosawa's group and Katsuya's group were in the middle of securing the first floor of the Saranthal building. But they were working completely separate from each other. They had agreed beforehand to operate separately to reduce the possibility of causing trouble, and they also agreed if any of them retreated, the other party could continue searching the building. And just like before, there was something inside that building that prevented people from making any contact from the inside of the building. Because of that, Kurosawa and Katsuya stayed outside the building to keep contact with Kagamayama City and the Hunter office while giving orders to their respective group. Eri, who was next to Katsuya, looked coldly at Kurosawa. Is that all? Kurosawa looked at Eri, his expression then returned back to normal. He could see a resolve from Eri's eyes, so he had no plans to mock someone with that kind of resolve. People like her were not to be underestimated no matter how weak they were. After all, they often used insult and mockery as fuel to strengthen their resolve, which eventually fueled their growth. And here I thought that they are just a group of stupid children who mistook the power of their equipment as their own skill when they defeated the bounty monsters. After all, they could only get those powerful equipment because of the extensive sponsor and support that they received. But it seems that's not exactly the case, huh? Kurosawa's evaluation of Katsuya's group had gotten better, although only slightly. He then faced the person who caused that change and said to her. Yeah, that's it all. We've agreed beforehand to handle different areas to make sure that we don't disrupt each other. So just be careful next time. Later then. He already conveyed what he wanted to say and was sure that Katsuya understood that he wanted them to stop wandering into his area. Although at first, he was planning to complain about other things too, he decided to back down as a form of respect to Eri. When Kurosawa was about to leave Katsuya alone, he suddenly stopped. He saw a girl come out running from the entrance of the Saranthal building. Kurosawa stopped thinking that it might be some kind of emergency, but judging from how that girl was running, it did not seem to be the case, so he decided to just forget about it and return to his post. That girl, Lil Ina, ran straight to Katsuya and said to him as if she was venting her anger. "Katsuya. They mocked us again. You should go there and say something to them." Katsuya tried to calm Lil Ina down. "Lil Ina, calm down, tell me what happened. What the heck is wrong with those people sounding so arrogant like that? We're also hunters who successfully hunted a bounty monster, you know. They should show some respect for us." When Lil Ina was about to explain what happened to Katsuya, or at least, what she thought she was doing, she saw Kurosawa walking away. Although she did not know if that was Kurosawa, she knew for sure that person was not from Katsuya's group, and that was enough of a reason for her. Lil Ina then stopped Kurosawa. "You, stop there. I know that you guys are strong hunters who have defeated a bounty monster, but we have too. Just because we're doing well, that's not a reason for you to keep sabotaging us out of envy." Kurosawa stopped. He looked obviously annoyed as he sighed and turned around. "So, where is it?" Lil Ina seemed confused. "What do you mean by where?" "What a dunce, I also received a report that some hunters from your group picked a fight with my men, so I'm asking you where that happened. Isn't it obvious already? It's on the first floor of the Saranthal building. Are you too stupid to even make such a simple guess? Saranthal building has multiple floors and it's pretty big. There are also countless individual rooms inside it. So where exactly is it on the first floor?" "It's not in a room, but in a hallway." "What about it?" "Which hallway? Is that even important? What's wrong with you and your stupid questions?" Lil Ina talked back at Kurosawa with a prickly tone, venting out her anger at him. Kurosawa's gaze shifted from Lil Ina to Katsuya. He sighed on purpose to express his exasperation and mockery. He then said to that Katsuya with a tone that obviously showed he was ridiculing Katsuya. "Saranthal building is a dangerous place where many hunters lost their lives after stepping inside. So, it won't be strange if you get suddenly attacked by a swarm of monsters out of the blue when you're inside the building. Not to mention, for an unknown reason, the sensitivity of information gathering devices is significantly lowered inside that building, which makes it harder to accurately detect things around you. And with the inability to contact each other, hunters have no other choice but to only judge whether they are looking at friends or foes solely on their visions. So of course, hunters get more high-strung inside that building, and when you encounter another group of hunters roaming around in the same area, there's a good chance that it might cause misunderstanding and even fight too. So, in order to avoid unfortunate accidents, it's important to refrain from unnecessarily interacting with the other group. That's exactly why, for the sake of safety and profit, our operation areas are properly divided from the beginning, or at least that's what I understand. The patrol time and route are decided beforehand and we are properly following it. It's designed so that when any of us encounter someone else inside that building, they don't need to spend too much time checking if they're friendly or not and just can make an assumption that they are hostile. And if any of us can't return back on time, it can be assumed that there's a fight inside the building. The report that I got is saying that the fight happened in C7 hallway. It's obviously inside our territory and it's not a place that you can enter by pure chance. So as long as you don't enter it on purpose or unless you get lost inside the building, you should not be able to go there." Kurosawa's expression changed from mockery to hostility. "I don't know whether it's just stupid hunters who entered that place on purpose or it was just stupid hunters who got lost inside that building, but in this case, we're basically not the one at fault even if we suddenly opened fire. Whichever the case, are you seriously sending such stupid hunters inside that building? Do you seriously want to pick a fight with us that much?" Lil Ina was overwhelmed by Kurosawa's pressure, but she was somehow able to talk back. We just passed through it for a bit. There's no need for you to go that far, isn't it? Kurosawa's gaze was still fixed at Katsuya. The report said that my men got into a fight. So basically it meant that your men did not withdraw from that place and even caused the patrol squad to return late. I bet it's because your men did not let my men go, right? And you still said that you just passed through it for a bit? Ah, I see. I know it might just be a bit for you. I guess this is where our understanding of how important this kind of thing differs. You should get that straight first without roping us in. We're not hunters from Drankum, so we have no plans to tidy up after your mess. Kurosawa was exuding an aura that only those powerful hunters had. There was no trace of joking or mockery in his face. He was using a tone that he would only use to talk against people who he recognized as enemies as he spoke to the leader of the other group, Katsuya. Listen here, we have no wish to fight you because it's too much of a hassle to have to fight you while we have to fight the monsters too. So at least just don't get in our way. Don't make me decide that it's faster to just clean all of you from here and continue securing this building all by ourselves. This request is from the city management and you guys are hunters from Drankum, that's why we're holding back as much as we can, but there's a limit to that too. So sort your mess out by yourselves. Got it? After Kurosawa said that, he immediately ran back to his post without waiting for a reply since one of his men contacted him and told him to get back. Kurosawa was still looking obviously annoyed as he thought. Although there seemed to be some proper hunters among them, I guess the majority are still those stupid ones, huh? Can we really secure the Saranthal building while avoiding getting into a fight with them? Are we seriously going to work with them once the main squad is here? Good grief, I swear it's better if we just leave this operation to Drankum people without roping us too, isn't it? Kurosawa was thinking about what to do next as he ran back to his station. Lil Ina was overwhelmed by Kurosawa's presence, but once he left, her anger quickly welled up again. She was about to burst with anger even now. What the heck is wrong with that guy? Yamina tried to calm Lil Ina down. Lil Ina, I understand your feeling, but just calm down for now, okay? In contrast to that, Eri threw short but harsh words. Lil Ina, shut up. Lil Ina was about to say something, but she stopped midway after she saw Yamina and Eri. Yamina looked at Lil Ina with a rather stern face, while Eri was looking at Lil Ina with her usual expressionless face but mixed with a tinge of hostility. Both of them were staring at Lil Ina, putting pressure on her. There were other girls beside Yamina and Eri around Katsuya. But Eri and Yamina had been together with Katsuya for a long time. Their hunter rank was the second highest in Katsuya's team, only after Katsuya. Their pressure was enough to shut Lil Ina up, and even scared her. There was no mistaking it, both of them were angry. If Lil Ina said anything, there was no mistaking it that both of them would get even angrier. Thus Lil Ina just shut up without being able to even make any excuse. Katsuya was basically a kind person. If someone weak came to him scared, no matter the reason, he would extend his hand. And even more so when it was someone from his own team and a beautiful girl to top it off. Katsuya also felt slightly scared since he could also feel Eri and Yumina's anger, but even so, he tried his best to make a smile and calm Lil Ina down. Well, Lil Ina, just calm down for now. Are you good now? Well, let's proceed with the report. Since you returned back faster than originally planned, it means that you have something you want to report as soon as possible, right? Lil Ina calmed down after she saw Katsuya's gentle smile. But she still could not fully calm down, as she flusteredly tried to piece her words together. We met them when we were about to head back, and, Eri interjected. You can save that for later, first tell us why did you return back sooner than planned? It's nothing big, but... Lil Ina was hesitating, which only made Eri angrier. Just spit it out. The elevator moved. Is that all? We've agreed beforehand that we won't go to the second floor until we secure the first floor, right? Since the elevator started moving, they might use it to go to the upper floor without securing the first floor first. I just thought that I need to let Kitsuya know this as soon as possible so that they won't steal a start. Lil-Ina mixed her own guesses in her report. After Kurosawa returned and received a report from his men, he frowned and asked if his men were sure they were not mistaken. Are you sure about it? Yeah, the elevator moved. So basically, no one went to the upper floor without my permission and the elevator started moving, is that correct? Yeah, that's as long as we believe the floor's display on that elevator. The hunters who are stationed near the first floor elevator also said that they heard the elevator moving. The elevator on the first floor started moving and we have nothing to do about it, and there's no fool among us who would go upstairs without permission. Kurosawa's face turned grim as he thought. Did any of their men go upstairs and call for the elevator? No, it might be from the squad that went into this building before us. Wait, but the elevator is supposed to be unusable, right? So why has it started moving out of the blue? Did something change in the building? I have a bad feeling about this. Kurosawa then looked at his men with a serious face and said to them. Inform everyone inside the building to return back as soon as possible, everyone, understand? Just leave the portable information gathering device behind. Tell them to get back here, now. Also, tell the other hunters who are transporting the dead monsters outside the building to stop immediately, and gather here. Also, prepare their weapons. Use all the portable walls to form a barrier, take some distance from the entrance so that you can safely focus your fire on the entrance, and form a barricade around the entrance. Kurosawa's men were surprised when he suddenly gave that order to them. After all, it sounded as if Kurosawa had given up securing the building. One of them looked bewildered and said to him. Whoa, are you sure about that? We're almost done securing the first floor, you know. Are we really going to just abandon it? It's fine. In the first place, there's another group who are working together with us in this place and they're not friendly to us. So even if we secure the first floor, I still doubt if it would be really safe. Moreover, it's not like I can trust those children to properly secure the area they're responsible for. And even if no monsters come out from the building, we can just restart the work to secure the building again later. But, we'll definitely lose a lot of time to secure the building. Is this moving elevator really that dangerous? The amount of the secured area basically affects the reward that Kurosawa and his men would receive. Kurosawa put some pressure on his words as he replied to his men who were against retreating from the building. It's my intuition. So this is just to be safe. You've decided to work under me when you joined this team, so stop yapping and start working. I know that it's a coward's decision, but you accepted to join this team knowing fully that I'm a careful person. If you want to question my decision, you can do that later. Kurosawa was indeed a skilled hunter with good commanding skill, but judging from that point of view, he sometimes made cowardly decisions. There were many occasions where he focused too much on pessimistic guesses during the ruin exploration and gave an order for his men to withdraw, although they could have gathered valuable relics if only they pushed just a bit further. But thanks to that, Kurosawa's team had a high survivability rate. He was different from most of the hunters in the Eastern District who would happily take a high risk just to be able to return back with a lot of relics. Instead, he preferred to maintain a long-term profit. Even during their fight against the bounty monster Mai Mai, no one got killed in Kurosawa's team, not even badly injured. Now that Mihazono ruin had turned dangerous enough that it was more or less the same as an unexplored ruin, the other hunters understood that Kurosawa's cautious nature was an important factor in making sure that they would be able to return back alive from the Saranthal building. Kurosawa's men looked at him with a serious expression and said, "Roger that, we'll do it right away." "Hurry up then." Kurosawa urged his men to hurry up with a serious face. Even if his decision was a mistake, he would not regret it. After all, just in case if that decision was not a mistake, then it meant that he would have saved a lot of hunters from facing their ends in that building. Elena's team was able to reach the first floor safely. But right when they stepped on the first floor, the hunters who have a good intuition immediately frowned, their expression turned grim, Akira included. But before Akira was able to ask Alpha about it, she suddenly said something that he could not ignore. Akira, sorry, but I'll need to leave you for a bit. Again? It's for the sake of improving your current situation. Alpha only said that and immediately vanished from Akira's views. Akira could also feel his augmented suit suddenly become heavier. Although Akira's face turned even grimmer, he was still able to maintain his calmness. After all, that was not his first time, and he thought that he just needed to pass the entrance to escape the building. But that line of thinking also caused Akira to not notice something. Unlike last time, Alpha did not say that it would be alright, or that she would be back in no time, or that there was no monster around. Elena then explained the current situation to the rest of her team. There's a big signal reading in the large hall near the entrance. It would be great if it's from a forward station made by the reinforcement team, but that might not be the case. So keep your guard up. All the other hunters nodded, they then carefully moved into the hallway. As they came closer and closer to the hall near the entrance, they started to spot dead hunters spilling fresh blood. They were fresh corpses and it seemed that they were killed by gunshot. Shikarabi checked the equipment of those dead hunters and frowned. There was a Drankum mark painted on their equipment. Their equipment is from Drankum. I bet they're young hunters from Drankum, they should be working in teams. So the fact that they didn't retrieve the dead bodies means that were attacked and did not have the leeway to do so. Elena looked at everyone and said. Just to be safe, we'll treat the signal from the hall as an enemy. I'll change the route based on that assumption. This doesn't change the fact that we'll have to be careful. They continued walking through the hallway, ready for battle. They found other dead bodies, but this time, they just ignored them. Akira unconsciously gripped his rifle tight, he tried to control his breath to calm his nerves down. Akira had a stern expression as he called for Alpha. Alpha! Are you not done yet? Alpha did not respond back at all. At the same time, in a vast empty white space, two girls were standing. It was Saranthal, the A.I. manager of the Saranthal building, and Alpha. Alpha seemed obviously annoyed as she said to Saranthal. Explain yourself. Saranthal was expressionless, but it was somehow obvious that she was also annoyed. I'm not violating any agreements that we made beforehand. I didn't block your way when you explored the building and I'm not preventing you from getting out of the building either. It's as we agreed on. Then why are you using the elevator? That happened outside of my control. It's true that I'm the manager of this building, but there are other people too who have permission to use the facilities inside this building without going through me. Especially for the users of the 50th floor and above, they have the rights to directly use the elevator. The security drones also have that right. So I bet it was the B-18 that used the elevator. I found B-18 drones on the 30th floor too though. They're just exercising their rights to defend themselves. I'm also actually troubled here with those drones roaming inside this building without my permission. And I also feel sorry for it. But, it's not like I can do anything about it. I'm really saddened that they're creating a mess inside this building. Alpha and Saranthal continued talking to each other, none of them seemed to be willing to back down. Elena's team eventually reached the receptionist desk near the entrance. They confirmed the current situation from the piles of rubbles and wreckage inside the hall and the holes in the walls. There were also many dead bodies lying around the hall, a fierce battle must have happened there. Those corpses were still clad in augmented suits and they were still gripping their rifles. The front hall of the Saranthal building had a tall ceiling and tall entrance doors. It even extended all the way until the 3rd floor of the building. Elena's team noticed that there were other things inside that hall that was not there when they came into that building. Reina could not help but mumble the very thing that everyone there was thinking. What in the world is that? There was a huge mechanical monster in the front hall. It was so huge to the point that it was obvious it would not fit inside the hallway of that building, heck, it would not even fit the entrance of the building. Its body was enveloped in armor plating, it did not have legs, wheels, caterpillar tracks, or anything that it might use to move its huge body. It did not seem that it would be able to move except by flying. And even if it could move, it would not be able to get into the building because of its size. This monstrosity seemed to be stationed there to guard the building against any trespassers. Kane smiled amusedly and said, "This thing is pretty huge. How did this thing get inside this hall?" When Kane said that, the elevator in that hall suddenly opened and several B-18 monsters came out from it. Most of them went straight out from the hall, but one of them approached that big monster and climbed it. That B-18 monster then stopped right on the head of that big monsters. Then on the next moment, that B-18 monster suddenly exploded as if it activated its self-destruct protocol. Then one of the armor platings of the big monster slid open, multiple arms came out and gathered the wreckage of that B-18 monster and pulled them inside its body. The dead B-18 monster became one with the huge monster, a new armor plating, a new machine gun, thus making its already huge body even bigger. Elena nodded, her face was grim. "I see. So it's staying here because there are materials available here. It's one of those monsters that can fix itself." Sarah smiled wryly. "Then, that means that the snake monster on the 30th floor must be there to consume the wreckages too. I get it now, it's true that there are many materials available in this building." More B-18 monsters appeared from one of the hallways and headed outside the building, but suddenly, one of them was sniped and exploded. Another bullet also hit the big monster. When that happened, a blinding light flashed. Akira frowned. That light, force field armor, huh? It reminded Akira of the powerful powered suit that he fought in the past in the Kozusuhara ruin. Shirori was observing that huge monster with a serious face. "And judging from that light, it's a powerful force field armor. It would have been great if that single snipe was able to damage its body." They waited with bated breath, then a part of that monster's armor plating crumbled down, exposing a new armor plating right under it. That armor plating then popped out as if to replace the armor plating it just lost. All of them thought about the exact same thing without saying anything. Shikarabe's face twitched. "Carol, you're knowledgeable about this building, right? Do you know any secret route that we can use to escape this building? In this situation, I'm willing to pay any price you ask." Carol shook her head. "Unfortunately, the front entrance is our only exit right now." "Really?" "Yes, it is. Even if you pay me 10 billion orum, I can't give you what I don't have." Akira, who was hoping that there was another way to escape the building, looked obviously disappointed. He did not think that big monster would just let them pass through peacefully. If they wanted to get out of that place, they had no other choice but to destroy that monster. And judging from the fact that it was able to take that single snipe shot just fine, it would be a difficult task to accomplish. "Since we're already on the first floor, can't we just open a hole in the wall and escape through it?" "No, that won't work." Carol also said that the entrance is our only logical choice. "If only Alpha was here, I could ask her why it won't work though." Unfortunately enough, Alpha was still away. At this rate, Akira would have to fight without Alpha's support. Akira's expression tensed up as he tried to call for Alpha again. "Alpha? Are you really not done yet?" And again, no reply at all. Chapter 131, The Augmented Suits of the Dead Hunters. Kurosawa was aiming his huge rifle from outside the Saranthal building. His rifle was so huge as if it was ripped off straight from a tank. There was no need to question its power nor its price. He was checking the enemy's situation using his aiming device. He confirmed that his shot hit its target from the flash of the force field armor. But it was a whole different question whether it damaged its target or not. Kurosawa's face twitched, his target was doing fine. Although it must have at least significantly lowered the energy reserve of its force field armor, the special, expensive, bullet that he used there did not give him the result that he was expecting. Kurosawa made an exasperated face as he mumbled. That didn't work, huh? So, they want to secure that building with that huge monster there. I guess that explains why they dispatched those squads to surround this building. He then checked on his men. Anyone injured? No. Everyone was able to escape from that monster unharmed. No one was left behind either, we've confirmed that. In the first place, no one here is weak enough to get injured fighting those smaller monsters that were flowing out from that building. Alright then. Everyone, get behind the portable walls and keep suppressing the monsters. Safety is number one here, there's no need to save your ammo. If the portable wall gets too weak, immediately pull back. Get about 10 hunters for transporting equipment and focus more on materials that can be used on walls. We can retrieve the equipment for detecting monsters later. It seems that the sensitivity of our detection devices is doing well outside the building. Prioritize more on strengthening the barricade while suppressing the monsters coming out from that building. If we keep this up, even though we would fail to secure the first floor of that building, we should still be able to save some of our reputation. If the monsters are pushing back too hard, retreat and regroup with the squads surrounding this area. There's no need to get too reckless. Roger that. Kurosawa saw his men leave before aiming back at the huge monster in the front hall of the Saranthal building. Seeing that the monster was completely fine, Kurosawa's face turned sterner. I will try to shoot some more, and if it still doesn't work, I will have to give up on destroying that monster. It's impossible to get into that building without killing that monster. If that's the one taking command of the smaller monsters, it would mean that we'll be able to deal a big blow on their force if we can kill it, but... Should I contact the squads surrounding the area and ask them to send the humanoid soldiers to kill that big monster? I guess that would be a no. I don't even have the rights to do that, and I don't think that they'll help us anyway. Well, once the main squad is here to secure that building, someone from the upper echelon will give them the order to give us support if that is really needed. Although I don't know when that would be, it's not my place to be thinking about that. Kurosawa gathered himself together and pulled the trigger. The bullet that was shot from his rifle had the same firepower as a tank warhead. It flew straight at the humongous monster, destroying some B-18 monsters on its way there. Once again, Kurosawa confirmed that he hit his mark, but it did not seem to affect that monster at all. He checked again and lightly sighed because of a completely different reason. What is it? I'm busy right now, I have no time to take care of trivial stuff. Katsuya was standing not too far from Kurosawa with a stern face. He looked seriously at Kurosawa and said, I have a request. Nope. Kurosawa gave an instant reply without looking back at Katsuya. There was no space for negotiation. Katsuya was a bit surprised by that firm rejection. Lil Ina, who was next to Katsuya, suddenly butted in. Although she was stunned too, she forced herself to say something there to help Katsuya. We haven't even said anything yet. At least listen to what we have to say. Kurosawa looked obviously annoyed as he clicked his tongue. Just like last time, he replied without looking at Katsuya and Lil Ina. I bet you want my help to retrieve your men that got left behind in that building, right? My answer is no. We have no reason nor obligation to help you. Why should I put my men in danger just in order to save your men? So no. I myself don't want to do it, and I'm sure my men don't want to do it too. We're here putting our life at risk for a chance to get money. We're basically here to exchange our life for money. We're only here for that request because we judged that the reward that we might get this time is worth using the power that we have worked hard to attain, the expenses of our consumables, and the risk of death that we'll face. We might be willing to do that for our comrades, but I don't see any reason to do that for free for another group that is hostile to us. Unlike Kurosawa's group that immediately left the Saranthal building without wasting a second. Katsuya's group, who saw Kurosawa's group leaving, thought that it was weird and did nothing else. After all, In their mind, Kurosawa's group had just wasted their hard work to secure the first floor. So, they ended up withdrawing late from that building. Because of that, some of Katsuya's men did not make it and got left behind. It was unclear whether they were still alive or already dead. If they were to be optimistic, those hunters might have barricaded themselves somewhere, waiting to be saved. But if they were to be pessimistic, those hunters would be already annihilated by now. Katsuya prioritized more on the former. He could not bring himself to take the latter guess. Katsuya, Yamaina, and Lil-Ina were about to try to negotiate with Kurosawa out of kindness, sense of virtue, and arrogance respectively. But Kurosawa, who was still shooting there, spoke first. Are you going to tell me that it's exactly because we're in this situation that we should be helping each other now? Don't make me laugh. It's true that helping each other is a good thing, but that is if we both have the capability and willingness to help each other. For the willingness side, well, I can understand your feeling, so I'm not really against negotiating with you, but it's a whole different story for the capability. I and my men think that you guys will only be dead weight to us. We don't think that you have the ability to help us, so it won't be helping out each other, it'll be us one-sidedly helping you. And if we do that, then it'll be out of our kindness. But I and my men don't have the leeway to act out of kindness at the moment. As in matter of fact, we're already helping you guys out by letting you guys use our portable walls. So you should be grateful for that. To be honest, Kurosawa only allowed Katsuya's men use his group's portable wall since otherwise, Katsuya would only have two choices, either fully pull back his men, or lead them to a suicidal charge into the building. Both choices would lower the overall fighting strength of the hunters, and that would be disadvantageous for Kurosawa. Kurosawa was only letting Katsuya's men use his portable wall for his own profit. Katsuya tried to think of another solution out of his stubbornness, Yamaina tried to think of another solution using logical calculation, and Lil-Ina tried to think of another solution out of desperation because of the sense of defeat that she felt there. Kurosawa continued. Are you telling me that you'll pay me then? But the answer is still no. When money is involved, it would be a formal request. I, as the commander of my men in this place, have no right to accept another request at the moment. If you insist, you should talk it out with those people in the hunter office who are negotiating on how they are going to form the main squad. It's useless to talk to me about that. That shut all of them up. They tried to think of anything that they could say there, but nothing came up. Kurosawa then continued. We're in no position and we have no reason to accept your request. If you get it now, then just shut up. You'll disrupt my concentration if you keep making noise here. You're basically bothering me by doing that, and if you keep bothering me, I'll have you removed first. After all, bothering the command here will expose the whole group to more danger. Just so you know, I have no qualms injuring you, so stop bothering me. Kurosawa did not even glance at Katsuya. But Katsuya and his friends obviously felt a sense of pressure and hostility emanating from Kurosawa. Katsuya, Yamaina, and Lil-Ina could not think of anything to say in that situation. They just stood there in silence. Katsuya cursed his own weakness, Yamaina seemed immensely worried for her comrades that got left behind, and Lil-Ina gritted her teeth in anger. Among them, Eri, who was silent and thinking up until now, suddenly spoke. In that case, I want you to take command of this group too. You can get all the credits while we're under your command. Then, I want you to finish our original goal of coming here, to secure the first floor of Saranthal building. Katsuya, Lil-Ina, and Yamaina immediately turned to Eri. They looked completely shocked. Eri kept staring at Kurosawa with a serious expression. Kurosawa stopped shooting and looked at Eri. He looked both surprised and a little troubled while staring back at her, trying to read the meaning behind her words. Eri locked her gaze with Kurosawa's and continued. If you have the command of our group, it'll reduce the damage to your men. Your commanding skill should also be able to compensate for our weakness to some extent. I believe that this is a good deal for you, with no money involved, so. Kurosawa thought for a bit before answering back, so basically we can push the dangerous roles to you to safely achieve our goal, and if we can secure the first floor of the Saranthal building, then you'll be able to rescue your friends, huh? That's indeed a suggestion worth thinking about, but it's not like we can accept it right away. Or more like, shouldn't convincing your leader come first? If you leave all the achievements to us, then why are you here in the first place? The one who will take the responsibility for that will be your leader, right? Or is it that your leader gave the full right to you? When Kurosawa asked that question, Eri sounded rather disappointed as she replied, "No, I don't have such a right." I see. That wasn't a bad suggestion, but keep those things that I asked you in mind first before you make such a suggestion next time. Kurosawa only said that and ended the negotiation there. That was when Katsuya made his resolve and suddenly said, all right. You can claim all the achievements. I'll take full responsibility. So please, save my men." It was as if Katsuya let out his real feeling there as he lowered his head. It was obvious that he was being really serious. The way Kurosawa looked at Katsuya changed from a mocking gaze to a respectful gaze for someone that he was negotiating with. He then started to think about that suggestion seriously. Katsuya waited with bated breath for Kurosawa's answer. Kurosawa had not said anything yet, he was still thinking with a serious expression. Kurosawa finally made his decision, he sounded as if he felt sorry about it as he said. As I thought, the answer is still no. Katsuya and the other hunters there understood that it was the decision that Kurosawa made after thinking seriously about it. Katsuya had a pained expression as he asked a question, why is it still a no? Is it impossible to change your mind no matter what? I won't deny that it was a good offer. But it did not resolve the most important worry that I have, so as long as that worry is still there, I, as the one who will take the command of your men, can't take that offer. Eri asked, what worry? Even if I take command of your men, there's no guarantee that your men will listen to my orders. So, without that guarantee, that offer is basically off the table. Katsuya, who heard that, desperately begged. I'll make sure that they'll listen to your orders. I promise you that. Kurosawa shook his head and replied with an honest tone. It's not like I'm doubting you here, and I'm not saying that your men don't trust you or anything. I'm sure that you will follow my orders, and I'm sure that you're on good terms with your men and they trust you. But that doesn't guarantee that they'll follow my orders. Their trust and faith in you might even be the very reason why they wouldn't listen to my orders. I'm sure that some of them would not move on my orders and will only move on yours. In the first place, I doubt that they'll all definitely listen to your orders as well. After all, at the moment, there is already someone from your team who entered an area that they should not. Am I right? Kurosawa glanced at Lil Ina, who immediately froze. Kurosawa returned his gaze back to Katsuya and continued. I bet there are others who disregard your orders too, right? I can see that I'm right, huh? I bet they won't listen to my orders when they don't even listen to yours. That will be the end of this negotiation. I refuse your suggestion. It's nothing personal, I know you want to rescue your men, honestly speaking, I feel the same too. But as the leader of my team, I can't afford to expose my men to needless danger. Well, we'll at least provide you with support fire if you want to try to make a run to that building. So, just tell us if you decide to do that. After he said that, Kurosawa left that place to check the other location, he then gave some orders to his men before aiming at the entrance of the Saranthal building again. Katsuya, Lil Ina, Yamaina, and Eri who were left there looked down, dejected. Especially Lil Ina. She seemed to be the most dejected. She then asked with a voice that sounded as if she was about to cry. Was it my fault? It's at least not your fault alone. Eri's vague comforting words did not have much effect on her. Elena told her team to stand by on guard while checking the current situation that they were in. It was so that none of them tried to shoot at the humongous monster, which might cause all the other B-18 monsters to shift their attention to Elena and her team. Someone was still sniping that big monster, although it could not kill nor destroy it, it at least continued shaving the power of its force field armor. Elena was hoping that it would eventually destroy the monster. But as if to cut that hope short, the sniping suddenly stopped. It might be just a temporary pause, or the person sniping had already completely given up. Elena hoped that it was the former. But after some time, her face turned grim as she made her guess. It seems that they judged that it was ineffective and decided to completely stop, huh? Or maybe the situation outside got worse and they don't have the leeway to keep sniping. I hope that it's the former. Elena then gave an order to her men. Unfortunately, it seems that we can't rely on the squads outside to take care of this situation. That's why we have to try to kill that monster and get out of this place ourselves. We'll split the team into two, one to fight that monster and another one to cover the flank. Elena looked at Shirori and Kane. Shirori had a blade dangling on her hip and Kane had a fighting gauntlet on her fists. Both of them were equipped for close combat. If they specialized in close combat, it would be counter-effective to have them fight the big monster. They were also there as Reina's bodyguard in the first place. So, Elena thought that it would be better to have them assigned to the flank team. But Shirori suddenly spoke. I'll join the vanguard then. Elena was a bit surprised by that. Are you sure? Or more like, are you okay with that? Of course, no need to worry. Elena hesitated, but she decided to accept Shiori's offer. It seemed that even Reina's bodyguard would prioritize fighting that big monster even if it meant that they would be separated from their target for protection. After all, it would be way safer if they could defeat that monster as fast as they could. Elena also thought that it might be because Shiori had an idea of how to defeat that big monster. Elena then said. Alright. The flank team will be Shikarabi, Kane, Reina, and Togami. Shikarabi, I'll leave it to you. Shikarabi understood what Elena meant. Although his team had 4 people, it actually only had 3 people who could fight decently, or maybe even only 2, Shikarabi and Kane. Elena was basically saying that in the middle of fighting the monsters, he would need to keep one person safe no matter what and he had to decide what to do about the other hunter that he had brought into the team. Roger that, let's go. Shikarabi then led his team to reposition themselves. Kane was about to follow Shikarabi when she noticed Reina was just standing there with a conflicted face, so she grabbed Reina's arm and took her along. Reina was looking worriedly at Shirori, who replied back with a smile that was saying that there was no need to worry. Togami also had a conflicted face as he followed Shikarabi. He was assigned to the flank team because Elena saw him as someone who was under Shikarabi, and it was not because Elena thought that he would be useless even if he was in the vanguard team. Togami knew that, but even so, it was hard for him to align his thoughts to that fact. Akira, Elena, Sarah, Shirori, and Carol took their positions to start shooting. They were hiding in a hallway, behind rubble, behind a wall with a hole, or behind anything that might protect them while they were waiting for Elena's signal. Akira was very nervous. He repeatedly took a deep breath to try and calm himself down. Calm down. Don't panic. Calm down your nerves. Just do what I should do the best that I can. That's all there is to it. Back then, when that big snake ate me, I also lost connection to Alpha. The situation that I'm in right now is not as bad as when I was inside that snake's stomach. He left anything that would slow down his movement on the floor, that included his rucksack, CWH anti-material rifle, and DVTS minigun. After all, he had no confidence to be able to move around quickly without Alpha's support if he had those things on him. If he carried everything with him, it would be even difficult for him to walk. Until now, he was able to maintain his balance in that situation with the help of Alpha's support. But now that he did not have that support, it would be impossible for him to go on a battle while carrying all of those things. Akira looked at the A4WM automatic grenade launcher in his hand and smiled bitterly. I have 2 rifles that don't need strict aiming, I'm glad I bought them. The A4WM automatic grenade launcher and DVTS minigun were rifles that did not need strict aiming, while the CWH anti-material rifle needed proper aiming to hit its target. The distance to the monster could be considered as a close distance for a fight in the middle of the wasteland. In that range, Akira should have no problem aiming with his CWH anti-material rifle. But currently, Akira could not do something as dangerous as peeking out from the rubble and taking his time to get a proper aim. If he got unlucky and got the monster already aiming at him, there was basically zero chance that he would survive. Even if that monster had a big body, Akira did not have the confidence to properly hit his shot even if he used the time compression too. After all, if he missed, it would immediately spell his doom. So Akira decided to carry the rifle that he could shoot without too much aiming. He put some medicines in his mouth, ready to swallow at the moment Elena gave the order to start attacking. He had made his resolve as he was waiting for that signal. Elena sent an order through the communication device before starting the battle. Although I'm sure there's no need for me to spell this out, once we start shooting, I'm sure the other smaller monsters would focus their attack on us too. If it's possible, I want to leave them be. So just ignore the smaller monsters as long as they don't attack us, focus your firepower on our main target. But I don't forbid you from attacking the smaller monsters here. And if you think that the situation is getting too dangerous, you can make your own decision. On the other side of where Elena and her team were, a stream of B-18 monsters was still flowing out from the building to the outside, passing next to the big monster, and it did not seem that it would stop anytime soon. Well, let's go then, in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Elena, Sarah, Carol, Shiori, and Akira started shooting simultaneously with that signal. In a big white space, Alpha and Saranthal were still talking to each other. Saranthal looked mildly annoyed as she said, "You asked me to let some visitors in, and this time, you want me to take that back? You're always like that. Even the access to the information on the common floor is supposed to be a secret, you know. How far do you want to trample over my right before you're satisfied?" Alpha answered back with a rather neutral expression, but there was a strong pressure emanating from her neutral face. "I ask nothing more than what I need. If you won't accept this peaceful offer, then I have no other choice but to resort to the non-peaceful solution." Saranthal glared at Alpha, but Alpha's expression did not change at all while she was waiting for Saranthal's answer. After a short silence, Saranthal answered back with an obviously hostile tone, "I've removed the permission, you can go ahead and confirm it." Alpha smiled. "Yep, I just confirmed it, thank you for your cooperation. If that's all, then leave, and never come back. Personally speaking, I also hope I don't ever need to come here again." Alpha then vanished from that space. After that, Saranthal showed an expression that she would never show to a visitor and released a deafening roar until she felt satisfied. Akira was desperately shooting back at the monsters. He gathered his focus, compressed his time perception, peeked out from where he was hiding, aimed his rifle at the big monster, and basically just shot his A4WM rifle pretty much randomly. He then immediately returned back to hiding before the enemy fixed its aim on him. He prepared himself to meet death every time he peeked out, and when he found the monster was already aiming at him, he would flusteredly return back to hiding. He moved from one hiding spot to another while listening to the sound of countless bullets ricocheting around him and the fear when he saw huge warheads mowing the location where he just hid not too long ago. Then from there he would start shooting again, rinse and repeat the cycle. If Akira did not have his time compression, he would not be able to confirm where the monsters were aiming and evade them on time, he might even get killed the moment he peeked out. He would not be able to do anything in that situation if he did not have that time compression. Good grief, I'm so glad I learned to compress my time perception. How long can I keep this up? Will I last until we can kill that monster? Every time Akira peeked out and shot, he could feel stress that almost crushed his heart and body. Both his brain and his body were begging for a rest, but he just ignored it, clenched his teeth, kept his focus, and pushed his body to keep moving nimbly with the help of his augmented suit. Although he was somehow able to fight in that situation because he forced himself that hard, it was only a matter of time before his mind or body would give out. The pulsing pain in his body and head was telling him that he did not have much time before that would happen. Akira crushed the growing fear inside him as he desperately continued fighting back the monsters. In the battle, the hunters actually had the upper hand. Not only was the main target stationary, it also had a huge body, an easy target. As long as there was no sudden change in the situation, the hunters would not miss their shots. While on the other hand, the big monster had to divide its attention to multiple locations, so its firepower was significantly thinned out. Moreover, the other B-18 monsters just kept on moving outside the building even after the hunters started shooting. Thanks to that, the hunters could focus their firepower on the big monster alone. As the hunters there started to think that they would be able to win at this rate, they started to relax and lowered their guard. That was the moment when a sudden turn of events happened, as if it was waiting for the hunters to lower their guards. Although Akira did not have as much leeway as the other hunters, he also started to unconsciously lower his guard and look down on that big monster. That caused him to start looking around his surroundings, which would have been a dangerous thing normally. When Akira looked around and saw the dead bodies scattered around him, he thought that he would join them if he was not careful, and that made him realize that he had lowered his guard. Akira smiled bitterly. As he was about to focus back on fighting the big monster, that was when, fortunately, he noticed the change as his gaze was still directed at the dead bodies. The dead bodies that he was looking at suddenly moved slightly. One of them aimed his rifle at Akira. Akira instantly predicted the trajectory line from its muzzle and evaded it by pure reaction. The dead hunter pulled the trigger and Akira was barely able to evade that shot. Akira was completely taken aback. He quickly aimed his A4WM at that dead body and was about to pull the trigger, but he immediately realized that it would also injure himself if he pulled the trigger there. So he stopped his finger from pulling the trigger. Instead, he quickly swapped his A4WM rifle with his A2D assault rifle and shot at that dead hunter. Bullets barraged that dead hunter, destroyed its limbs, and blew its body away. But that short opening when Akira swapped his rifle gave enough time for that dead hunter to also shoot at Akira. Although it did not hit Akira's vitals, the impact and the pain from the hit threw Akira off balance. That short exchange with death caused Akira's brain to accelerate. In that slow-moving world, Akira immediately swallowed all the medicines that were already inside his mouth and pushed his body back up. Right when he was back standing, he noticed that the other dead hunters in the area already started moving on their own. When Akira was about to aim his rifle at the dead hunters that were carrying rifles, the dead hunters that were not carrying weapons immediately started running in his direction. Akira forced his body to move with the help of his augmented suit to evade it while enduring the pain that was rushing throughout his body. He prioritized shooting the dead hunters with rifles first. He sent a kick towards the head of a dead hunter that got too close to him and released a few shots at the other dead hunters at the same time. Akira was fighting back desperately and was able to barely repel the attack of the dead hunters. His fighting skill that he had polished through countless training allowed Akira to barely survive that fight. Back then, Alpha helped Akira by indicating the dangerous locations with red marks. Akira was in a wide-open area, so he had no idea what made them dangerous. But right now, he was able to identify dangerous locations even if it was in a closed space. Although he no longer could see the trajectory prediction lines, he was able to quickly predict where the enemies were aiming. They might be nothing more than his imagination, but Akira let that sensation take over his body as he continued fighting back. But when he saw one of the dead hunters kept attacking him although it had lost its head, Akira finally realized something. I see, it's the augmented suit, huh? So just like me, someone else is controlling their augmented suit. Akira thought that the dead hunters would stop moving if he crushed their heads, but it seemed that he was too naive. Good grief, I guess everything is possible inside the old world ruin, huh? So basically, still moving dead hunters are normal over here? Akira kept on fighting as he thought that the current situation really reminded him that the old world ruin was an amalgamation of things that were out of common sense. Chapter 132, Trump Card. Shikarabe's team in the flank was also attacked by the dead hunters, but unlike Akira who responded in panic, Shikarabe and Kane were able to calmly handle the situation just fine. It was not because they expected someone to control the dead hunters' augmented suits, it was more because of the difference in their ability to handle a sudden turn of events like that. After Shikarabe took care of the dead hunters around him, he went back to the hallway and shot down the dead hunters that might attack Elena's team. Shikarabe had already noticed that those dead hunters were moving around because someone took control of their augmented suit. He had a grim face as he mumbled. "Good grief, this is exactly why you shouldn't buy cheap augmented suits, what a huge pain in the neck." There were many augmented suits that could be accessed from the outside. It was to help it to work in tandem with other equipment like an aiming device so that the augmented suit could help stabilize the aiming. Depending on their users, some augmented suits could be set to be more open to external access. There were many different reasons why they did that. For example, it was so that the other hunters could control and use the dead body as a decoy. Some hunters forced the other hunters to use that kind of augmented suit to make use of the other hunters even when they were badly injured. Of course, normally, it did not cause any trouble. After all, an augmented suit that could be easily accessed by anyone would not sell well in the market. That was why most of the augmented suits in the market were equipped with a safety function to protect them from unauthorized access. And as expected, the better the protection, the more expensive the augmented suit would be. While on the other hand, it was very rare for people to try to hack into someone's safety feature. So it was a rather delicate balance. Kane lightly smiled and said, "Well, this is a huge surprise. How did they hack into the dead hunter's augmented suit? But well, this is an old world ruin after all, in front of their eyes, our technology might be nothing but primitive. While on the other hand, these might be augmented suits that use their user's biological signature as a key, so their safety feature is significantly lowered down even when the users get killed. Well, I really can't say for sure." When Shikarabe saw Kane smiling happily, he looked back at her exasperatedly. A young girl in a maid outfit, equipment tailored for CQC, loved fighting, a total oddball. She was a rare kind of person even for Shikarabe. Although he had nothing to complain about her fighting strength, Shikarabe had no plans to associate too much with her if it can be helped. Kane loved fighting too much. Associating with someone like her would dull one's sense of danger. Only battle maniacs could get along with the other battle maniacs. If someone else tried to get along with them, he or she would get killed in no time, or at least, that was what Shikarabe thought. Kane noticed that Shikarabe was looking at her, so she just smiled back and said, "Oh, did I just mesmerize you? Oh my, you're making me blush here. I love strong hunters too, you see. So you're more than welcome if you want to try to hit on me. Ah, but I'm a bit busy at the moment, so it would be great if you can save it for later." Shikarabe obviously had given up on trying to fix that misunderstanding. "Sorry, but even for me, I would choose who I want to hit on. I have no wish to try to hit on a battle maniac. Especially when she's fighting monsters in close range in a maid outfit. Ah, this is just because I enjoy punching them directly more than shooting at them, you see. There are a lot of cases where I can't bring rifles with me during my job. You look pretty strong yourself, want to do some light duels some other time?" Shikarabe's face twitched, he bet that Kane would not stop only with light duels. "No thanks. That's just too bad." Kane honestly felt bummed by Shikarabe's answer. Togami and Reina were evacuated to a safe hallway. When the dead hunters started to move, Togami and Reina reacted late, thus forcing Shikarabe and Kane to help them. After that, they were escorted to a safe place and they were warned not to go out so as not to get in the way of the battle. Reina checked her surroundings and peeked out, Kane who noticed that immediately warned her. "Milady. Get back, it's dangerous out here. If milady gets injured, Ain-san would slice me, you know. Is this some kind of harassment? If it is, that's so cruel. Shikarabi shouted at Togami. Togami, don't just stand there. Get her back in the hallway. It's your job in the first place to keep your eyes on your surroundings. And don't let her get out from there. I put you there to guard her, you know. Or is it that you don't know what's the meaning of guarding someone? Togami grabbed Reina's shoulder and shoved her back. When Reina was pulled back, she could also feel that it was out of her patheticness. Thus, she instinctively glared at Togami. Even I want to know what's going on outside too, you know. Reina had a fierce look that she once had in the past, but the moment she saw Togami, her expression completely changed to a troubled face. Togami had a stern expression, but somewhere in his face, there was a trace of weakness. It was as if he was about to cry. He then asked Reina a question. Am I really not good enough? What do you mean by that? Am I really that bad to the point that my escort target would just ignore me to check the situation themselves? Am I really that useless? Togami's expression was asking Reina to deny it. When Reina saw that, it reminded her of herself. Reina responded back with a whisper, that's not it, is that so? Then please step back. During that surprise attack just now, we could not do anything at all, we let the other two hunters take care of everything. I'm your escort at the moment. Although I have no plans to die, at the moment, it's my job to get killed first before you. So please at least let me do my job. Reina obediently walked behind Togami, who peeked out and checked the situation. Sorry. It's fine, don't worry about it. Reina did not know if Togami was apologizing because he shoved her back too hard or it was an apology for something else. But in the end, Reina did not ask him either. After that, Togami started to take his duty to protect Reina seriously. The vanguard team finally took care of all of the moving dead hunters. Akira got shot 2 more times, but he was still able to repel the surprise attack. While Elena, Sarah, Carol, and Shirori did not face any trouble at all. The only one who got injured in that surprise attack was Akira. Elena tried to confirm everyone's situation. Is everyone alright? Akira answered back while enduring the pain. I'm alright. Elena immediately replied with a worried tone. Akira, are you really alright? I'm okay. If there's anything, it's just that I set my augmented suit in battle mode, so it's consuming more energy than usual. I'm not so sure if my energy reserve is okay. I'm sorry, but when I run out of energy, please let me withdraw temporarily to put in a new energy pack. When Akira knew that he would be going into a battle without Alpha's support, he set his augmented suit to battle mode. Thanks to that, it was able to absorb most of the impact from the bullets that hit his body, but in exchange, it was actively using a lot of energy. It was only a matter of time before Akira ran out of energy and rendered useless in that battle. Elena then worriedly said to Akira. Alright. There's no need to hold back, just quickly retreat when things get too dangerous. How about the others? The other hunters told Elena that they were fine. Elena then said to the whole vanguard team. I'm glad that everyone is okay. Well then, I have some bad news here. It seems that a part of the monster swarm started to move differently. It seems that they're avoiding us while trying to reach Shikarabi's team. If we don't take care of them, we might get attacked from both sides later. Or more like, we're already in that situation. Some of the B-18 monsters that were heading outside the building changed their aim to support the big monster. It was as if they changed their plans after confirming that the hunters survived that surprise attack. There's no need to hold back, use everything you have, you can use any trump card that you still have hidden up your sleeves. I'll handle the negotiation later to make sure that you'll get compensated for that even if those cost you a few million orums. Elena mixed a bit of a joke there before closing the communication. Akira smiled bitterly, his trump card was not with him at the moment. No, that's not right. A trump card is not something that you casually use all the time. Without Alpha's support, I only amount to this much. I'm just someone who is fully reliant on a borrowed power, on something that is only lent to me. When Akira thought so, he realized that his augmented suit, rifles, and even medicines were nothing but were given to him. He then lightly mocked himself for getting too conceited. When Akira was about to start shooting again, Carol and Shirori approached him. They started shooting at the big monster while asking Akira a question. Carol was the first one as she worriedly asked Akira. Akira, are you really okay? It seems that you're moving slower than usual though. I got shot, so it might have caused me to slow down. Carol tried to be careful not to change her expression. She had seen him get shot when he covered her, but back then, it did not seem to have affected Akira's movements at all. So in short, he was lying and Carol knew that. Shirori pursued even further. To be honest, it seems that your movement was slowed down even before you got shot. Akira frowned. Both Shirori and Carol were keeping their eyes on him even before he got shot. Akira sighed and then replied with a serious face. I apologize if I'm slowing everyone down, feel free to just abandon me. Carol did not stop shooting as she flusteredly said, it's not like I think you're taking it easy, I didn't mean that when I asked you that question. I was just worried since you didn't move like usual. Shirori also did not stop shooting as she tried to probe what might be behind Akira's words there. I'm not suspecting you for cutting corners, not at all. But I could not find any reasons that might cause your movement to worsen. Akira shot out a couple of grenades at the enemy before he hit again. Shirori was still staring at Akira as if she was waiting for an answer. It seemed that Akira finally gave up as he gave a mildly vague explanation. If I have to say something, it seems that I consumed too many medicines since we returned from the 30th floor. When I use the full power of my augmented suit, it puts my body in immense stress and I'm compensating that with medicines. But I feel like it's a bad idea to keep consuming medicines at this rate. The last time I overused medicines, I fainted for 3 full days out of exhaustion. I thought that it would be really bad if I faint in this situation, so I decided to reduce my medicine consumption. Akira was not lying, even if that was not fully convincing, it should at least be enough to hold back their suspicions. As Akira thought so, he glanced at Shirori and Carol. Carol and Shirori seemed to be somewhat convinced by that explanation, but it was not like they just accepted Akira's explanation as it was. They added extra guesses based on their experiences and knowledge on top of the new information that they just received from Akira. Carol unconsciously nodded lightly. Although he said that it's because of the medicines, I bet he's taking medicines with strength enhancers or something. Judging from the fact that he fainted for 3 days out of exhaustion, it should be a pretty strong drug. If his slowed movement is because of the kickback from that drug after it ran out of effect, then his reasoning does make sense. After all, the kickback of an accelerator drug is really not something so scoff at. Carol was definitely sure of half of her guess as she asked Akira a question. Akira, do you usually modify your time perception? I mean like, when things around you run on slower time than they should. Akira was surprised by that question. Oh, you can tell. Carol smiled satisfied thinking that she opened one of Akira's secrets. Well, pretty much, this is a common knowledge for hunters, you see. Although, unlike what Carol guessed, Akira actually was controlling his time perception with his own power without help from a drug. He was surprised since he thought that Carol had guessed that out, while Carol thought that Akira was surprised since she was able to guess that he was using accelerator drugs. They misunderstood each other and no one there could point that out. Shirori then asked Akira with a serious look. Akira-sama, you said that you fainted out of exhaustion, right? Is this something that might kill you? Akira tilted his head, he thought that it was weird for Shirori to ask a question that had an obvious answer. No, but if I faint in this situation, I'm pretty sure that I'm dead. Which means that the exhaustion itself is not life-threatening, so the kickback from the drug is not that strong and it would be fine as long as you can take a rest in a safe place for a few days after that, correct? Well, yeah, that's true. They were still shooting at the monsters while having that conversation. In that situation, they did not have the chance to just focus on their conversation. Carol immediately returned to hiding behind rubble after releasing some shots. She then glanced at Shiori. What is it? Are you telling him to use the accelerator until he faints since it's not life-threatening? Like he said, it's stupid to do something like that in this situation. And looking at the current Akira, it seems that the kickback is already at a pretty bad level. The reason why Akira was moving slower was simply because he was still inexperienced. But since it would be bad if he tried to explain the truth to both of them, Akira chose to not say anything. Shiori thought that Akira's silence was due to him getting annoyed. But even so, she made a request to him. Akira-sama. I know it's rude for me to ask this. But, if you take extra medicines without worrying about the kickback, is it possible for you to stop that monster for at least 10 seconds? If it's possible, if you can give me 10 seconds, I guarantee that I will destroy that monster without fail. So please, will you consider taking extra medicines? Akira and Carol inadvertently turned at Shiori. They were completely surprised. Shiori kept staring at Akira, waiting for an answer. Carol, who just returned back to her senses, frowned and opposed that plan. Whoa, wait, 10 seconds. If a single person gets the full attention of that monster for 10 seconds, it's more than enough to turn that person into minced meat, you know? You basically want him to get its attention off of you, right? Isn't that just impossible? Shiori did not reply back to Carol. She kept staring at Akira, waiting for his answer. Shiori thought that Akira had never shown his full power yet until now. That was why, she thought that if it was Akira, he might be able to accomplish her impossible request. No matter whether he was using extra medicines or not, it was impossible for Akira to do what Shiori just asked him to do. Akira's own skill was nowhere near enough to do that. He was sure that he would definitely be turned into minced meat before 10 seconds even passed. There was no question about it. Right when Akira was thinking what he should say to refuse that request. I'm back, how is it? Do you miss me? Alpha suddenly appeared in Akira's views. Akira's face immediately turned stern. He was fighting back as much as he could from making a relieved face. Alpha was still smiling like usual when Akira replied back with a complaint. Yeah, I really missed you. To be honest, I really wished that you would have returned back sooner. So, can you do something about this situation? Alpha was smiling confidently as she said. Just leave it to me. Akira regained his composure after he heard Alpha's reassuring reply. His mental state was freed from excessive anxiety as it returned back to its optimal state for fighting. His stern face relaxed for a bit and he started explaining to Alpha. I see. So, Shiori asked me to be a decoy and buy her 10 seconds though. If I can do that, it seems she will take care of that thing. Honestly speaking, I really want to get out from here as soon as possible, so, 10 seconds, can we do it? As long as you have me, rather than being a decoy for 10 seconds, it's better to just kill it yourself though. Ask her to reduce the length. It's much more dangerous to keep its attention on you without killing it for an extended time without any good reason. Akira then asked Shiori. Can you make it 5 seconds less? 5 seconds, huh? When Shiori asked for 10 seconds, she was expecting that Akira would try to make a compromise before eventually accepting her request, but 5 seconds was a lot to ask. 5 seconds. That might be the limit of how far Akira-sama could go. I guess it would be meaningless to ask more than that, huh? Shiori earnestly bowed to Akira. Very well, 5 seconds, I'll be counting on you, Akira-sama. Carol looked at Akira with a flabbergasted expression. Akira, are you being serious here? It's still really dangerous even if it's just for 5 seconds, you know? That 5 seconds is long enough to get yourself killed out there. Yeah, but as I said before, if this situation continues, my augmented suit will eventually run out of energy. If this will end the battle, I can at least do that much. Without my augmented suit, I'm the same as dead in this situation anyway. Seeing how Akira seemed to have suddenly regained his confidence, Carol found that rather suspicious, but she then smiled and said, "Alright then, I'll give you some support too, be careful." Yeah. Akira, Carol, and Shirori repositioned themselves. Akira was hiding behind a pile of rubble away from Shirori and Carol. He had his CWH anti-material rifle in one hand and his A4WM automatic grenade launcher in the other. He was standing with his left leg on the ground and his right leg against the big rubble in front of him. That rubble was big enough to completely block Akira's view. But for the current Akira, that did not matter at all, he was still able to see the big monster behind that rubble just fine. Akira then said to Alpha, "Alright then, let's do this. This will put your body under immense stress, are you sure you're ready?" "Yeah, if it's enough to kill that thing, I can give you my resolve as much as you want. It's my responsibility after all." Just like he said, Akira had a resolved look on his face. Alpha returned that resolved look with a happy smile. Akira needed to keep that big monster occupied for 5 seconds. In normal situations, that was a very short span of time, but in the middle of a battlefield where bullets were flying all over the places and one might get killed out of the blue, 5 seconds was long. So in order to survive those 5 seconds, Akira gathered all of his focus and compressed his time perception as much as he could. Inside that distorted world where everything around him was running a beat slower than him, Alpha was the only one who was still moving around normally. Well then, let's start. With that signal from Alpha, Akira pushed the rubble in front of him with his right leg and made it fall forward toward the direction of the big monster. Alpha controlled Akira's augmented suit to increase its output to its maximum, ignoring the stress that it put on its user. The big rubble fell over and slid on the floor with a very loud sound. Akira's right leg that pushed the rubble and his left leg that supported that force against the floor were put under immense stress. Akira could clearly feel the bones inside both of his legs cracking. Of course, the medicines that were still active inside his body immediately started fixing those cracks, but Akira did not wait for them to completely heal his bones as he immediately started running as if he was chasing for the sliding rubble in front of him. Since the augmented suit hardened and acted like an exoskeleton to support Akira's both legs, it was able to absorb the impact from the ground so as not to disturb the healing on the cracks of both his legs. Thanks to that, Akira was able to run even with broken legs. All the machine guns on that big monster turned as much as they could to aim toward the incoming rubble. The impact of the bullet storm that swallowed the sliding rubble was enough to stop that rubble from slipping further. Right after that, all the machine guns on that big monster immediately fixed their aim at Akira, who was charging at that big monster alone. Akira was running while using the rubble in front of him as a shielding. He kept repositioning himself to make sure that he would not get hit by the bullets that passed through the small openings and cracks on that big rubble. It was an impossible feat to execute without Alpha's support. Countless bullets flew right next to Akira, but none of them hit him, not even his equipment. Akira did not slow down at all as he kept on charging forward. Akira raised his A4WM automatic grenade launchers and pulled the trigger. He did not even aim, it was as if he was just shooting grenades randomly. But thanks to Alpha's calculation, all of the grenades that he shot flew in a parabolic trajectory and landed at the big monster. Some of the machine guns fixed on the big monster's body changed their targets to the flying grenades. They moved as fast as they could to intercept the incoming grenades. Right at the next moment, Akira raised his CWH anti-material rifle in his right hand and pulled the trigger. The CWH special bullet flew past the grenades and hit the weak points of the machine guns that were trying to intercept the incoming grenades. More than that, it pierced through multiple force field armors and hit one of the energy sources that were supplying energy to those force field armors. As one of the energy sources of the monster was destroyed, a part of its force field armors temporarily stopped working. When grenades landed on that unprotected side, the explosion transmitted into the inside of that monster, thus, temporarily stopping it. It was not a coincidence, it was something that can only be done with full knowledge of that monster's anatomy, and of course, that was only possible thanks to Alpha's support. Akira kept on shooting his CWH anti-material rifle and a 4WM automatic grenade launcher in succession, thus, prolonging the state where that big monster could not retaliate. But it was not close enough to kill that monster. The humongous monster was created from multiple B-18 monsters, thus, it had multiple energy sources and control devices. So, Akira's attacks were only able to stop that monster temporarily. Inside that slowed-down world, Akira asked Alpha, "How many seconds to go?" Since he was in compressed time perception, he did not know how many seconds had passed. What he knew was that the big monster was still alive and kicking. So Alpha, who was measuring the accurate elapsed time in place of Akira, answered back, "It's already 5:14 seconds." That telepathic exchange happened in a split second. Akira started to feel doubt. He had already bought enough time as he had promised, but the enemy was still alive and well. Shiori had not fulfilled her promise. Because of that, he could not help but glance at where Shiori was. When he saw Shiori, Akira was taken aback. Shiori jumped out from behind rubble and charged straight at the big monster. She placed her hand on her sheathed blade, ready to pull her blade any time. Judging from the length of that blade, she should not be able to reach that big monster from that distance. Just like Akira, Shiori was running in compressed time perception. She was using her accelerator trump card. Shiori had studied CQC and swordsmanship. If she was fighting against an enemy with rifles inside a closed room, even if that enemy was using a machine gun, Shiori could close the distance in an instant. But leaving the smaller monsters aside, Shiori's blade was not even close to being big enough to take care of that huge monster. She herself knew that. Shiori had decided to use her other trump card other than her accelerator. The time that Akira bought for her was for Shiori to use her trump card. When Shiori saw Akira jump out from behind the rubble, she also jumped out from behind the rubble and started running towards the big monster. Inside that distorted world where Shiori could even trace floating sands, she thanked Akira for buying her time as he promised. This time, she had to fulfill her part of the promise. She gathered her concentration and gripped the blade dangling on her hip. She held the handle with her right hand and sheath with her left hand. She focused on her blade and took a sword-drawing stance. Shiori gripped hard on her blade's handle, used all the strength of her augmented suit and pulled out her blade. On the next moment, a huge blade of light cleanly cut the huge monster into two. The other B-18 monsters around that big monster were also sliced with it. When that big blade of light hit the huge monster's force field armor, a blinding light flashed. That blinding flash of light came from the force field armor trying to convert any kinetic energy into light. It was the proof that the slice cut through the other force field armors that were still working. After cutting that monster horizontally, Shiori then cut that monster vertically. But she did not stop there, she kept flinging her sword, cutting the big monster and the B-18 monsters around it to smaller pieces. Akira was dumbfounded watching that scene of this monstrosity being sliced and diced by a gigantic sword of light. Suddenly, his left hand started moving on its own and shot multiple grenades from his A4WM automatic grenade launcher at the monster. It was Alpha controlling Akira's augmented suit. The huge monster was left vulnerable after being sliced by Shiori, then to top it off, it was mowed by the grenades from Akira, it then finally stopped moving. The sword of light that extended out from Shiori's blade vanished and the rest of the blade crumbled to dust. Shiori then sheathed her sword, of which only the handle was left, and breathed out. Akira returned back to himself and immediately aimed his rifles at the hallway where B-18 monsters might come out. He then asked Alpha about what just happened. "Alpha, that one just now, is it that thing? Old world technology thingy just like the one that I used with that knife back in Kozusuhara ruin." "In a sense, Yes, I believe that blade was created using the technology recovered from analyzing old world relics. Although the length of the blade and the sharpness is not that good, it's at least good enough for a single-use weapon. It is not that good? Back in the Kuzusuhara ruin, you were able to easily cut through pillars and walls, remember? Although it depends on the items, old world relics are way more amazing than that I feel like you should not compare that with an old world relic though. Oh my, that's not true at all. In order for you to accomplish my request, you will have to get similar level of equipment, you know? If Alpha's statement was true, it sounded as if Akira should be able to easily find that level of equipment. He was once again reminded of how scary the old world ruins were. The other hunters watched what happened with wide eyes, but they quickly returned back to reality and started moving again. They returned to the hallway while making sure that their escape route was still safe and waited for Shikarabe's team to come too. Togami and Reina quickly grouped back with Elena's team. Not too long after that, Shikarabe and Kane, who were holding the B-18 monsters back, finally grouped up with Elena's team too. Although the other hunters also saw that flash of light and had some questions about it, they just shelved it for now and prioritized more on escaping the building. After confirming that everyone was alright, they immediately headed to the building's entrance, hoping that the situation outside would be better than what they faced just now. Chapter 133, Extra Trouble. When Elena's team was fighting in the first-floor atrium of the Saranthal building, Kurosawa, Kitsuya, and the other hunters outside the Saranthal building were fighting the B-18 monsters flowing out from that building. Although their fight was nowhere easy, they were somehow able to maintain the upper hand. The B-18 monsters were relatively strong monsters. Compared to the usual monsters roaming in the Mihazono ruin, they could be considered as powerful monsters. Even a single B-18 monster could wreak havoc, but even so, the stream of B-18 monsters coming out from the Saranthal building did not seem to be going to stop anytime soon. Normal hunters would have died by now. Kurosawa and his men could handle the fight just fine. They had properly prepared themselves and had taken enough distance from the building while giving up trying to secure the building. Because of that, even if they took it easy, the B-18 monsters would not be able to push them back. Kurosawa and his men maintained that situation where there was basically very low danger to their lives. Kitsuya and his men were also fighting back the B-18 monsters while hiding behind the portable walls lent by Kurosawa and his men. But in contrast to Kurosawa and his men who were not hard-pressed fighting the monsters, Kitsuya and his men seemed to be having a hard time. Kurosawa and his men had 0 casualties and 0 injuries, they had no reason to try to go to the Saranthal building again. But for Kitsuya, some of his men were still left inside the building. They might be still alive and it might be too late if he did not try to save them soon. But of course, Kitsuya could not do that at the moment. His negotiation with Kurosawa ended up in failure and it was rather impossible for Kitsuya and his men to try to rescue their comrades alone. Kitsuya was making a stern but pained face, he was high-strung since he could not rescue his men, and his emotion was starting to spread to his men there. And then, among all of Kitsuya's men, there was one who felt a soul-crushing level of guilt, Lil-Ina. A lot of Kitsuya's men were blaming Lil-Ina. It was because Kitsuya told the rest of his men what happened with his negotiation with Kurosawa. It was not like Lil-Ina was at fault there, but the other hunters who could not rescue their friends were looking for an easy target to direct the blame. Lil-Ina felt the others' gazes at her, she had a stern expression. It was a mix of anger and hatred with a slight trace of fear and guilt. Am I at fault here? Am I the only one at fault here? And so, Lil-Ina was also trying to look for an easy target from around her to direct the blame. That was when she saw Kurosawa, who seemed to be fighting back the monsters without much trouble. Look at that. He's not having a hard time fighting back the monsters, isn't it? So is there any need for him to barricade himself so much like that? That's just so stupid. From Lil-Ina's eyes, it seemed that Kurosawa and his men were able to easily fight back the B-18 monsters. But her mind that was looking for a target to direct her anger caused her to lower down her evaluation of the B-18 monsters rather than noticing that Kurosawa and his men were strong hunters. As her irritation peaked and she could no longer hold it back, Lilina let her emotion take over. She immediately jumped out from behind the portable wall to shoot down the B-18 monsters, preventing her from saving the other hunters left inside the Saranthal building. She ignored Katsuya and the other hunters behind her who shouted at her to stop what she was doing. She repositioned herself to a portable wall that was closer to the Saranthal building and peeked out to aim at a B-18 monster. If Lilina had to make any excuses for why she did that, it could be said that her action there was to push the front line forward. She thought that if someone that they blamed courageously pushed forward, the other hunters who were holding grudges against her would start fighting more vigorously out of pride and ego. And if that happened, it would definitely help to rescue the hunters left inside the building. But that was all nothing but Lilina's own opinion. Lilina was doing pretty well. She had shot down multiple B-18 monsters on her own. The B-18 monsters there immediately focused their firepower on the one person who just left the enemy's formation. Lilina had no way to evade it. Even the portable wall from Kurosawa was not strong enough to block that much focused firepower. As expected, she was barraged with bullets. Lilina fell down in the pool of her own blood. It was by pure chance that she did not immediately die. While lying there waiting for her inevitable death, she could see from her blurring vision Katsuya running desperately at her, trying to rescue her. Lilina then smiled happily. She thought that it should be all right since Katsuya was coming for her. That was her last thought before she took her last breath. Katsuya, who saw Lilina get shot, left his post as the commander and jumped out to help her. He destroyed the B-18 monsters on his way as he desperately tried to reach Lilina, but when he reached her, she was already dead. Katsuya looked at Lilina. To him, Lilina's gaze was as if she was blaming Katsuya, why he did not come to save her. Katsuya then closed his eyes. He remembered his conversation with Cheryl and reminded himself that he had decided to stop creating ghosts out of his dead comrades. When he opened his eyes, this time, he saw Lilina's smile. She seemed to be happy that Katsuya had rushed to her. But that did not change the fact that he failed to save his friends again. He let the creeping anger inside him take over his body. His expression turned stern as he shouted at his communication device to give an order to his men. Everyone, get back. Katsuya then abandoned his position as the leader of his team. He abandoned his duty, stood up, and started shooting at the B-18 monsters around him. In a blank white space, someone smiled. Kurosawa was flabbergasted as he saw Katsuya fighting the monsters. It was really out of his expectation. Katsuya was fighting multiple B-18 monsters at the same time, and the one pushing back was Katsuya. He was shooting down the B-18 monsters around him one by one. Maybe he was able to do that because of the powerful rifle that he was using. He was moving without a shred of hesitation. It was as if he knew exactly where the enemies were, how they were moving, where they were aiming, and where their weak points were. Although most of the B-18 monsters there already changed their targets to Katsuya, he was still able to maintain the upper hand. It was as if he was a hunter who was extremely powerful that it was strange for him to be here. Such thoughts entered onlookers' minds as he lay waste on the B-18 swarm. Kurosawa could not help but mumble. So strong. I see now, it's no surprise that he got to take the command, huh? Wait, no, but still. His words could be interpreted as both amazement and exasperation. Kurosawa looked around. His men were also amazed by Katsuya's action. Some of Katsuya's men were even cheering him on. It was not like Kurosawa had any kind of hatred or grudge toward Katsuya, but he felt some kind of feeling that was not exactly a compliment either. But for now, he decided to put that aside. He had to give an order to his men in this situation. Everyone, provide him with support. Push the line forward slowly. One of Kurosawa's men looked at Kurosawa and said, Are we going to help him? He's taking the decoy role even though no one asked for it. This is a perfect chance. we can take it easy in this case. And although I told you to push the line, of course, safety is number one. Stop anyone who wants to join him, there's no need to accompany him in doing something that reckless. Ooh, I see. Roger that. Kurosawa's men started to make their moves. Kurosawa watched his men pushing forward. It seemed that his worry was proven untrue, so he sighed in relief before continuing to shout commands. Kurosawa and his men slowly but surely pushed the front line forward. The number of B-18 monsters around the Saranthal building was obviously decreasing. And when he finished most of the B-18 monsters in the area, a flash of blinding light came out from the building's entrance. It was when Shirori cut down the huge monster. Kurosawa looked towards the Saranthal building's entrance and noticed Elena's team come running out from inside. So that's the reconnaissance team, huh? They defeated that huge monster. That's pretty impressive. With this, there should be no problem getting inside the Saranthal building again. Kurosawa immediately ordered his men to move out. Elena's team that just came out from the inside of the building was so surprised when they saw the situation outside, but even so, they did not stop running. Elena was running in the front, leading the team while checking for enemies with her information-gathering device. They kept their guards up while running through a huge field filled with B-18 wreckages. Unlike the inside of the building, Elena's information-gathering device was working well. So in order to not get ambushed like last time, Elena carefully checked the surrounding area for any signals. And when she found a signal, she immediately warned the other members of her team. A signal from the right, keep your eyes out for any enemies. Akira immediately turned his focus toward the position that Elena sent where that signal came from. There were dead hunters there, all of them were using augmented suits. Akira had a bad feeling about what would happen. Again, huh? Alpha, can you tell if they can still move? No idea. One thing for sure, those hunters just died recently and their augmented suits still have enough energy to move. So possibility-wise, it's not zero. Do you have any idea how and why? I can make multiple guesses. Someone might be somehow controlling them, or maybe the software in their augmented suits was modified to move on their own. But as long as you don't get caught in a surprise attack, you should have no problem defeating them. Due to the various limitations on their signal speed, local storage size, and other limitations, they should not be able to do any complex movements. After all, you were able to defeat them all alone before, right? Well, yeah. The moving augmented suits that Akira fought inside the Saranthal building were not that dangerous. It was just that he was caught by surprise. If those dead hunters were as strong as him with Alpha's support, he would have been dead by now. Since Akira did not have those limitations, he thought that it was because he could connect to the old world domain. Although he still had some questions and doubts about it, he decided to save that for later. But that was when Akira's bad luck came up again. As the result of a complicated chain of events and Akira's bad luck, one of the hunters who was using a modified augmented suit stood up. As if it had received an order to simply stand up and shoot any nearby enemies, it immediately aimed its rifle toward the nearest hunter, and that nearest hunter was Akira. Akira calmly pulled up his CWH anti-material rifle, aimed it at the augmented suit's control device clearly indicated with the help from Alpha, and pulled the trigger. Bullet flew and opened a huge hole in that dead hunter as well as destroying the control device of the augmented suit. That dead hunter then fell down to the ground and completely stopped moving. Katsuya, who saw that by pure coincidence, shouted, "Lil Ina!" That dead hunter was Lil Ina. Katsuya ran toward Akira. For Katsuya, who did not know what was going on, it seemed as if Akira just finished Lil Ina, who was actually still alive. Akira was about to shift his aim to Katsuya by pure reflex, but Alpha stopped him through his augmented suit. Akira frowned and asked, "Alpha?" Alpha replied with a serious face. "Calm down, we can't afford to cause a needless fight in this situation." Akira kept staring at Alpha. It seemed that it was not enough to fully convince him, so Alpha continued. I'll properly give you support next time, so just calm down for now. Alright. Akira hesitatingly lowered his rifle. Shikarabe gave a signal with his hand to Elena and the other hunters to go ahead, and then he stood next to Akira. Shirori also recommended them to hurry up, so the rest of the hunters went ahead and left Akira and Shikarabe behind. After all, they were finally able to escape the building, so Shirori thought that it would be very unfavorable to get involved in another troublesome fight right now. Katsuya ran all the way to Akira and stood in front of him. He was slightly shaking while glaring at Akira. It was even weird that they did not start shooting at each other yet. Shikarabe then asked Katsuya. What, you say? You were running to us, so I bet you want something from us, right? So, what is it? If it's nothing, then get lost. Katsuya's glare shifted to Shikarabe. Why did you shoot her? Someone is somehow controlling the augmented suits of the dead hunters, so we had to neutralize them. That's all there is to it, that she might be still alive, you know. No, she's dead. I bet it's exactly because she's already dead that the security of her augmented suit got disengaged, which allowed someone else to control it. We were also attacked by similar means back in the building too. I bet some of the monsters that came out from the Saranthal building modified her augmented suit or something. Do you really think that I'll just shut up and accept that explanation? Katsuya did not accept Shikarabe's explanation as he kept glaring at Shikarabe. To that, Shikarabe looked back at Katsuya with hostility. I see, in that case, it means that she's still alive, her augmented suit was not hacked. But even so, she aimed at us. So, basically, one of your men intentionally aimed her rifle at us, right? Shikarabe took a fighting stance. Although it was not like he was aiming his rifle at Katsuya, he was ready to start fighting anytime anyone made a suspicious move. Katsuya reeled back. That's not what I meant. Shikarabe was still glaring at him. So then, what's your explanation? Go on. Katsuya could not answer back. Akira and Shikarabe just stood there against Katsuya in silence. No one said anything. That was when Kurosawa, Yamaina, and Eri approached them. They quickly noticed the tense mood and frown since they did not know what was going on except for the fact that they were on the brink of fighting each other. They just finished fighting the monsters, so Kurosawa thought that it was unwise to fight against other hunters in this situation. Kurosawa lightly sighed and said to Katsuya. I have no idea what's going on here, but are you sure you don't want to use this chance to rescue your men trapped inside that building? I'll tell you this, my men will stand by near the entrance to secure the area first. We have no plans to help you in looking for survivors. Katsuya looked at Kurosawa, Eri, and Yamaina, and then his gaze returned back to Akira and Shikarabe. He somehow made a frustrated look before he turned and ran into the Saranthal building. Yamaina and Eri immediately followed behind him. Kurosawa looked exasperatedly at Katsuya as he left that place. He then turned to Shikarabe, lightly smiled at him, and said, Yo there, Shikarabe, long time no see. Shikarabe frowned. Kurosawa, don't tell me that you're the leader of the hunters outside the Saranthal building. Yep, but only half of them. I lead the hunter group unaffiliated with Drankum. I don't know what happened, but they're not under my lead, so I won't accept any complaints about them. Well, putting that aside, as the leader of the next team that will go there, can you give me any information that you have to share? Shikarabe sighed as if he was relieved. He then calmly replied. Sure. Akira, I'll stay here. Tell that to Elena and the other hunters too. As for Shirori. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, huh? Just return back to the Kagemayama city ahead and follow Elena's order from there. Tell Togami to do his job properly as an escort. Alright. Akira lightly nodded and went to catch up with Elena. Kurosawa kept watching Akira, who was leaving that place, as he said to Shikarabe. So that's the Akira that you told me, huh? Is he as strong as that Katsuya? No idea, he might as well be. I see, there are so many strong young hunters lately that it's rather scary. Well, leaving that aside, it's rare to see you picking a fight with someone that quickly. Shikarabi frowned again. Is that so? I think that was normal though. No, the usual you would not take a fighting stance so quickly. Well, I guess that doesn't really matter now, huh? So, what happened inside that building? Well, all kind of things. Kurosawa smiled wryly. I have no idea what happened, but that must have been rough for you too, huh? Yeah, you can say that again. Shikarabi sounded really tired when he said that. Elena and the other hunters were waiting for Akira near where they parked their vehicles. After they grouped up with Akira and listened to his explanation, they headed back to Kagamaima City. Shirori, Reina, and Kane were in Shikarabi's vehicle with Togami driving. When they left Mihazono Ruin, they finally lowered their tension. Although they were still in the middle of the wasteland, it was much safer than Mihazono Ruin. Akira was resting in the driver's assistant seat. He asked Carol to drive in place of him. Both his body and mind were already at the limit. He wanted to get back to his home as soon as possible, take a good bath, and sleep like a dead log on his bed. Carol glanced at Akira and smiled bitterly. It seemed that it would be useless trying to seduce Akira in that situation. She also refrained from striking a conversation to let him take a rest. As for Carol, she still had enough energy. After all, her body was enhanced with nanomachines. Akira completely lowered his guard as he was resting his body and mind. After a short break, he regained his physical and psychical strength, and it gave him the leeway to start thinking about something else. He then remembered all that happened inside the Saranthal building. Alpha. As I thought, it still bugs me though. Where were you when you left me? And what were you doing? Alpha smiled. Oh my, that would need you to listen to a 30 minutes long explanation of the TOS though. Are you sure you want to know? Akira's face twitched. No, I don't think I can stand that. But still, can you at least give me something? Or is it something that you can't tell at all without that TOS? Alpha frowned, she seemed a bit troubled. Well, let's see. If I have to take out the only things that I can tell you, I was trying to fix the source that lowered the sensitivity of information gathering devices inside the Saranthal building. Akira was a bit surprised. He sounded dissatisfied with her answer as he asked, was that something so important that you have to temporarily take off your support? There are many factors to consider when you decide on your priority. If I was able to do that, you'll have an easier time fighting the monsters and you'll have a better chance to escape that building in one piece. Especially for Elena, who focuses more on detecting enemies and looking for their weak points in order to have the upper hand in a fight. Sarah will also receive some benefits from that too. So basically, I decided that after thinking about the whole team too, you see. Of course, it's also because I believe that you should be able to handle the situation just fine by yourself. I see, well, you're not wrong there. It seemed that Akira finally accepted Alpha's explanation. Alpha then continued. Although, like I said before, if you had wanted to just abandon everyone else and prioritize on escaping that building yourself, then I would have stayed with you back there. So, do you prefer that? No. As I thought, I couldn't do something like that in that situation. Alpha's face changed to a serious expression. Akira. This is a good chance, so I'll tell you this. If you don't want to get other hunters in trouble when you lose my support, you should refrain from working with other hunters. I've warned you before too that I might lose connection with you inside an old world ruin. Elena and the other hunters must be thinking that your usual performance is the one when you have my support. In case if you suddenly can't live up to their expectation, it might lead to a fatal mistake. So if you don't want something like that to happen, you should refuse their invitation from the beginning. Akira seemed conflicted, a lot of feelings were mixed inside his head. Alpha then continued with a gentle voice. Well, I won't tell you to force yourself, this is not compulsory. In the end, you're the one to decide. But, at least keep this in mind, okay? I'm sure you know this all too well, no one can tell what might happen inside an old world ruin. You're right. Alpha smiled. Well, of course, if you're strong enough that basically there's almost no effect even if you lose my support, then you wouldn't need to worry about that. Akira smiled bitterly, he then decided to move on and said. That's true. I need to get stronger in order to do that request from you too. Yup, I'll be counting on you. Alpha smiled back when she said that, but behind that smile, she was thinking about something else. During this request, Alpha actually kept less secret than usual from Akira so that Carol would be able to easily poke around for information from him. And if it was possible, Alpha wanted to use that reason so that Akira would be more careful around Carol and somehow put some distance from Elena and the other hunters too. But unfortunately, Carol never tried to poke in too far. So if Alpha tried to warn Akira using that reason, it might be counter-effective and Akira might get suspicious of Alpha instead. No one could tell how much it would affect Akira, so she just hoped that Akira would put some thought into it as she planned for the future. Soon, they were able to return safely to Kagomayama City. After they stepped off from their vehicles, they grouped up again. Elena was exhausted as she spoke. Well, good work out there everyone. A lot of things happened back there. And with this party is dissolved. I'm also thinking of stopping any plans to go to Mihazono Ruin after this. To be more precise, I want to take care of the negotiations ahead. Well, I still have some negotiations left to do after all. Akira, can I borrow Carol again? Sure, I don't mind. Carol, I'm sorry, but can you help Elena-san again? Carol happily replied. Of course. I'll return back with a huge reward, so you can rely on me. I'll be counting on you then. Seeing Akira smiling at her when he said that, Carol smiled back at him. Elena then said to everyone. I'll send the details of the reward to everyone later. And if you have anything to say, you can talk to me first. So then, that's it, thanks for the hard work. After Akira said his goodbyes to the other hunters, he stretched out his body, returned back to his vehicle, and headed to his house. Togami and Reina had a conflicted face as they saw Akira off. Although they were looking at Akira with different feelings, both of them had the same reason, it was because both of them wanted to be stronger. During this request, Togami was able to reassess his strength, and the result was that he was weak. He was able to confirm it, and this time, there was no doubt about it. Although he got temporarily dejected back inside the Saranthal building, he was able to reflect on what happened during the day while he was escorting Reina and on their way back to the city. He finally made a firm base for him to start. He knew that he was weak. From here on, he just needed to become stronger. Togami said to himself, made his resolve, and started walking forward firmly. While on the other hand, Reina was doubting herself. After she was able to return safely from a dangerous situation and the tension in her was released, she ended up remembering the horrible situation that she was in, and got even more dejected. After Reina left Katsuya's team, after she left that safe place, she devoted her time to work as a hunter despite the fact that she still had to have Shirori and Kane escort her. But still, she was able to regain some of her confidence as a hunter. But all of the confidence that she worked really hard to gather was destroyed in an instant. It felt as if all her hard work was nothing but in vain. What happened today was telling her that and got her even more dejected. Seeing how Togami moved on forward firmly, it felt like Reina was being left behind. Reina had no idea what to do so that she could get stronger. Chapter 134, Yanagisawa's Business. The first floor of the Saranthal building was filled by the hunters that were sent by Kagomayama City. To be more precise, they were a group of hunters who accepted the request from Kagomayama City. They also sealed the way to go to the upper floors and to the basement. Something was still blocking the hunters from making connections from inside the building. As such, they installed a huge relay device near the entrance to connect them to another relay device outside. The first floor of the Saranthal building was reinforced so much that it looked like a forward base. That was where Yanagisawa and his men made an appearance. The mood on the first floor immediately changed. It was obvious that someone of high ranking was present. Yanagisawa just ignored that mood and proceeded through the first floor atrium to one of the receptionist desks. Due to the fighting before, the receptionist desks were completely destroyed to the point that they were unrecognizable. Yanagisawa started speaking while facing empty space. I want to ask for permission to enter the facility. Nothing happened. Yanagisawa's men tilted their heads while checking up Yanagisawa's expression. Yanagisawa then once again said, I want to ask for permission to enter the facility. The rule states that even when it's inactive, I should still be able to apply for a visitor permit. If you won't follow it, then I have no other choice but to take another alternative. With this, at least you know that I tried to follow the proper procedure, right? When he said that, Saranthal suddenly appeared in front of Yanagisawa. Saranthal then gave a very formal introduction before answering Yanagisawa's query. Dear customer, the building is not open at the moment. Anyone with no business in this building is not allowed to enter. So please leave the building. Yanagisawa smiled. I'm Yanagisawa. I can't make a proper connection because of some reasons, but I'm the one who made the application to visit the 60th floor. Can you check it? My apologies, but there's no such visitation application to this building. Yanagisawa's smile slightly clouded. Is that so? I confirm that the application was properly received though. There is no such visitation application during the closing of this building in our record. We're really sorry, please try sending the application again. Yanagisawa placed his hand on his chin. Did I make a mistake when I sent the application? Or is it that I can't send an application when I properly make a connection? It can't be helped, I guess I'll try using that. Yanagisawa pulled out a black card from his pocket and showed it to Saranthal. I have some business on the 60th floor. Just let me pass. When Saranthal saw that card, she smiled and lightly bowed. Understood, I will guide you, over here please. Saranthal walked and guided Yanagisawa and his men to one of the elevators. The way past the elevator was sealed with a strong barricade. Saranthal, who did not have a corporeal body, walked through that barricade. Yanagisawa smiled at a guard near that barricade. Sorry, but can you open the barricade? That guard nervously replied. I'm really sorry, it's a type that once set up, it can't be opened or moved. I'm really sorry. Ah, I see. Well, it can't be helped then. Nelia, cut it down. A girl with cyborg body stepped out from Yanagisawa's men. She was wearing a rather exposing bodysuit. Although she had a nice figure and beautiful face, the bodysuit from her neck down seemed to be made of a mix of metal and rubber. It was obvious that it was not a fleshy body. She was one of the relics thieves that Akira fought back in Kuzusahara Ruin, Nelia. Nelia stood in front of that blockade and frowned. She then swiftly cut the blockade down with her blade. The blockade wall that was even strong enough to withstand tank warhead was cut into small pieces in a blink of an eye and crumbled down to the ground. Yanagisawa smiled. Well done. Want to go grab some food together next time? No thanks. That's so cold. I'll take you to a good restaurant. It's a restaurant with high reviews and delicious foods, you know. Nelia looked at Yanagisawa with very cold eyes. Her cyborg body was not equipped with devices to digest food. Yanagisawa just smiled and gave an order to his men. Nelia will accompany me, the rest of you stay here until we return. Nelia looked surprised. Why won't you take everyone? You want to know? Nelia, who saw his smile, decided to not ask further. Nope, not really. The biggest factor is because I know I can blow your head off with one push of a button. A bomb was planted inside Nelia's head. As long as she had not paid enough contribution to overweight a death sentence, or as long as she could not escape the position that she was in, that bomb would stay. Yanagisawa then passed over the cut-down blockade and went ahead. Nelia lightly sighed and followed behind him. Ah, by the way, ask for a replacement for the barricade too. Yanagisawa said to the rest of his men before leaving that place. Elena and Sarah were taking a rest in their home. Both of them were completely in their relaxed state. Because both of them were very tired after returning back from Mihazono ruin, they did not make any complaints about each other's appearance that day. After Akira left, Elena had to finish up an extremely troublesome negotiation. Thanks to the help from Carol, both of them were able to secure a good amount of reward. Elena had nothing to complain about Carol, who was good at fighting as well as negotiating. Normally, she would have used this chance to form a connection with Carol. But there was still one thing that was bothering her. It was something that Shikarabe had told her about Carol. Say, Sarah. What do you think about what Shikarabe said back then? You know, that one when he said that Carol was a bad girl. Sarah thought for a bit before replying. Well, she is someone who would use that augmented suit out of her own volition after all. If it still bothers you, how about asking Shikarabe? He did say to ask him after that request if it still bothers us, remember? So I'm sure it's okay if you ask him now. Elena thought for a bit. It was not like she wanted to look for Carol's bad sides. She just wanted to check if Carol was a problematic person or not and if she should stop trying to associate with Carol. But, Carol had some connections to Akira. For someone labeled as a bad girl to be around Akira, Elena could not help but wonder. You're right. I guess I'll do that. Elena took her information terminal and called Shikarabe. It was also set so that Sarah could listen to their call once they were connected. It's Shikarabe. Elena, huh? Did something happen with the request? Nope, it's not about the request. I just remembered that there's something I wanted to ask you. It's about what you said about Carol back then. You did say that you'll tell me the details later, right? Carol really helped me during the negotiation, so I was thinking if it's a good idea to get along with her, but then I remembered what you said back then. Oh, about that, huh? Shikarabe paused as if he was thinking about what to say. Well, you saw it for yourself that she was using that attire. So I'm sure you can make some guesses yourself. If you don't want to be seen under the same light as her, you might want to refrain from associating with her. I guess that's the gist of it when money is not involved. If you want to know more about the details. Well, I guess I'll need to have you pay me 500,000 orum. Elena's expression did not change at all as she operated her information terminal. Done, can you check it? Shikarabe was surprised as he asked, "What the heck? You really paid the money?" Honestly speaking, Shikarabe only said that to let Elena and Sarah know that he actually did not want to talk much about Carol. After all, Carol was such a notorious woman, who caused so much trouble, that you would normally need money to know more details about her. He did not think that Elena would really pay him. Elena, herself, would not have paid if the one who brought Carol to the team was not Akira. Although Shikarabe only said that half-jokingly, now that he really got paid, he had to properly tell Elena and Sarah the details now. Elena and Sarah could hear Shikarabe sigh. He then continued with a serious tone. I can tell you the details, so, is it okay to tell you now through this call? Sure. Carol's main job is being a hunter, but she's also selling her body to other hunters as her side job. Although she would serve almost anyone, her customers are mostly based on her taste. She has no fixed price either. She sometimes is willing to take as little as 100 orum. But, I bet she only does that to let her customer have a taste of her body and ask for more money next time. It's basically like an entry price for a narcotic. She'll increase the price every time the same person asks for her again. In the end, she sometimes asks for a few billion orum just for a night. Moreover, I heard that her aim is not simply the money, but it's the money that the hunters get from risking their lives. I heard that is the exact reason why she will only accept hunters. After all, risking life is a professional hazard for being a hunter. So I guess that perfectly fits her taste. Elena then asked a question. Well, at least I get it that she's a problematic person, but was there any need for me to pay 500,000 orum for that information? It depends on each case, but she basically has caused so much trouble that asking for more detail about it will cost you that much money. To be more precise, 12 people already dead because of her. Elena's expression turned stern. Shikarabi then continued. The number of hunters who died because of her is simply too much to ignore. Each hunter had a different reason behind their death. Some of them got into a fight with their friends to get enough money to pay Carol, some of them got killed fighting other customers over Carol, some of them got killed trying to force Carol although they didn't have enough money. The real problem starts here. Some of those hunters were veterans from Drankum. Elena's expression turned even sterner, she understood the severity of the subject. In the past, Drankum took a special request from the city management. At that time, they were given secret information about old world relics for the request, but that information got leaked out. And after an investigation, it was found that someone leaked that information to Carol. And the one who leaked that was a veteran hunter from Drankum, huh? To be more precise, there's a good chance that was the case. From what I heard, the hunter paid Carol with that information instead of money. That hunter should have known what would happen to him if he leaked secret information from the city management, but even so, it seemed that his mind got so messed up that he did not care about consequences. It's still unclear whether Carol sold that information to someone else. That hunter told Carol in a cheap inn where she might have set some audio recorders or something. So then, what happened to that hunter next? He was furious and went to kill Carol, but he ended up getting killed instead. By the way, I was the one who killed him. At that time, I accepted a request from Carol to be her bodyguard. I don't know if Carol had known that Hunter was coming to kill her beforehand or not. But one thing for sure, Drankum did not leak that information to the public. Nonetheless, Drankum still took the responsibility for the information leak. Elena and Sarah were listening to Shikarabi with stern faces. From what they heard, it seemed that Carol was far more problematic than both of them had thought. The 12 dead people are also the number that came up after an investigation. In reality, there might be even more people who got killed. Well, basically, a lot of people get killed just by associating with her. So with all of this info, I have no other choice but to see her as a problematic girl. But putting that aside, Carol is indeed a skilled hunter. I heard that she's making profits out of information that she received from the other hunters in place of money. Depending on the subject, she can also gather information about old world ruins through negotiations. So depending on how you get along with her, it might be really profitable. But if you slip up, you might get yourself in big trouble. Shikarabi then changed his serious tone to a more relaxed one. I guess that's the gist of it. I believe that I gave you enough information for what you paid for. I won't take any complaints, okay? Elena replied with a serious tone, Don't worry, that's good enough. I see. Do invite me again if you get any profitable requests, okay? Later then. Shikarabi then ended the call. Elena and Sarah looked at each other, both of them had an expression saying that they were worrying for someone. Shikarabi was drinking together with Kurosawa in a pub. The table in front of them was a big table designed to accommodate the server girls too. But the ones sitting on that table were only Shikarabi and Kurosawa. That in itself was a rather luxurious way of using that table. Shikarabi and Kurosawa were enjoying their expensive drinks while talking about the current popular topics among hunters, which included what just happened in Mihazono Ruin too. Kurosawa there threw a question to Shikarabi in a good mood. By the way, what happened to the hunters whom you rescued back there? Shikarabi sounded totally uninterested as he answered. No idea. I bet they're negotiating with the Drankum's upper echelons even now. I heard that one of the maids that you rescued even threatened Drankum. Shikarabi looked slightly surprised. He looked a bit annoyed as he said. Even you have heard about that too, huh? Well, yeah. The secret message for Drenkum officers that Shikarabi deciphered inside the Saranthal building was basically a rescue request from Shiori that sounded closer to a threat message. It was basically a request to send a rescue squad as soon as possible under the assumption that Reina was still alive. And if Drenkum ignored it or failed in rescuing Reina, it was written in detail what would happen to Drenkum. As a matter of fact, Shiori had already made a reservation with the related party to carry on the aftermath, and that reservation was impossible to take back unless Reina returned back alive. According to the information that Shikarabi received from Arabe, a Drenkum officer that he got along with, it seemed that Shiori was not lying and it would be impossible to play dumb about it. Shikarabi did not have any other choice but to make that request to Elena back there and ended up roping Elena's team to rescue Reina too. Shikarabi sounded really annoyed as he spoke. That rumor is true. It's exactly because of it that I did not have any other choice but to rescue them. It was really ironic since Drenkum was the one who sent them to the Saranthal building in the first place. Moreover, Reina was one of the young hunters, and the one who took care of her mess was Shikarabi, a veteran hunter in Drenkum. There was no mistaking it that people in Drenkum were trying to blame each other in their meeting, and Shikarabi basically ran away from participating in that meeting. Although it gave Arabe a headache, Shikarabi had no plans to help him out. Shikarabi's face turned stern as he said, "I know that there must be a special reason why they are in Drenkum. But I never thought that they're this troublesome. I always thought of them as a rich girl dreaming to be a hunter and her bodyguard until now." Kurosawa lightly laughed. They even brought along a bodyguard in their hunter job. So isn't it obvious from the first glance that they're troublesome people? I did think that there must be a special reason for that. It's just that I never thought they have enough power to threaten Drenkum, you know. Do you think that people who normally have that much influence would be frequenting the wasteland? Nope. Exactly. Kurosawa remembered when Shikarabi escaped the Saranthal building with the other hunters. Well, if they're just simple beautiful maids, I have no complaints at all though. Shikarabi smiled as if he was poking fun at Kurosawa. If you're really that interested, you can just go to the third floor and ask one of the girls to wear that outfit though. It might be because of the alcohol that Kurosawa replied back with something unexpected. No, you don't get it. It's also important to have the air around them saying that it's their real job. Just a simple costume won't be enough. What the heck are you expecting from them? They're even strong enough to kick and cut down mechanical monsters, you know. The heck? So basically, when we were inside the Saranthal building, you see. Shikarabi and Kurosawa continued enjoying their time in that pub while getting drunk. Then Kurosawa, who was still more or less rather sober, checked how drunk Shikarabi was. And when the timing was right, he asked Shikarabi a question. By the way, about that boy who you told me, that Katsuya. Shikarabi immediately frowned. Can you just stop? You'll ruin the mood. Come on, don't say that. I saw him back then, he is indeed a strong hunter. It's no surprise that he got appointed to be the leader, and I can understand why you told me that he at least has the talent. But his commanding skill is rather questionable. I won't say that has no talent there, but at least, he's not as good as you said he was. But then Shikarabi mockingly said. I don't remember ever recognizing his commanding skill, although, I admit that he's a talented hunter. Of course, a hunter also needs to be able to work in a team. But in the end, it's usually just a motley crew of several hunters. I don't consider the ability to command such a group of hunters as an essential skill. Well, I know it's weird for me to say this since I'm the one who brought this up, but that's kinda true. Right? It's true that Katsuya is a talented hunter, I admit that. But that's his individual skill as a hunter. Even if he can be a powerful hunter, that does not mean he can take command of a group of hunters. Kurosawa lightly frowned. Then, why was he the leader of that Drenkum group? Shikarabi sighed, it was as if he was trying to convey his feelings about that subject by doing that. He then made a conflicted face as he said. It's basically the result of the things happening in Drankum. Shikarabi began talking about what was going on in Drankum as well as his own guesses while drinking the alcohol. In the beginning, Drankum only dealt with stuff regarding its members' activities as hunters. But as it grew bigger and bigger, it started to turn into a company seeking profit, even to the point that making profit was one of the main aims of the whole gang at the moment. The gang started to pay wages to its hunters. In exchange for bringing profit to the gang with their hunter activities, the hunters were paid back with money. That in itself was not a bad thing, but some veterans in Drankum did not like that change. The hunter activities that the Drankum hunters could do were limited for the sake of the growth and profit for the whole gang. The officers started to amass more power to the point that their request could be taken as a compulsory order. As such, more and more hunters started to have a problem with the changes. The gang also started taking a cut from the rewards that its members received for all kinds of reasons. That cut then would be used for the sake of the whole gang. Eventually, some people started to feel that they did not get enough benefit from the gang compared to the amount of money that they paid to the gang. The biggest advantage of weapons lent by Drankum to its hunter was that the members could get their hands on powerful weapons with a relatively small amount of money, but at the same time, it also forced them to be dependent on the gang. If they went against the order of the Drankum officers and got themselves kicked out from the gang, they might have no other choice but to go to the wasteland unarmed. Thus, they would have to obey the orders from the higher officers even if they did not want to. The rivalrous factions inside the Drankum other than the one between the veteran hunters and the young hunters, was the infighting between those who knew the old Drankum and those who did not. One of the reasons why Katsuya was assigned to command the Drankum group was to pull him into the management side. For officers who were not originally hunters like Mizuha, it was a perfect chance to put a spotlight on Katsuya, who was one of the examples of the success of their newly proposed plan, and they could almost definitely use this chance to push their agenda even further. And at the moment, the new faction was more prominent within Drankum. Mizuha's renewal plan with Katsuya as its spearhead had a good reception from the people in the inner wall, thus they received a lot of support from the city management side. Shikarabi explained all kinds of things regarding that subject while complaining to Kurosawa. Kurosawa smiled bitterly. So it's the transformation phase in Drankum, huh? Shikarabi annoyedly said. If you just sweep everything under the rug saying that it's because the gang is in the process of change, it will never end, you know. Kurosawa just smiled bitterly at Shikarabi, who let out a big sigh. Shikarabi then made a serious face as he said to Kurosawa. So, what's your aim this time? My aim? I thought that you invited me here to gather up information about what's happening inside Drankum. And since you're willing to listen to me complaining, instead of paying it back with money, I gave you more information than I would usually do. But it doesn't seem that it's your aim, so, what exactly do you want to know? Kurosawa smiled wryly. It seemed that Shikarabi had completely read his intention. Then he also made a serious face and said. There's something that's bothering me, you see. So I want to know your opinion about it. Oh, what is it about? Back then when you were still fighting inside the Saranthal building, well, I'll skip the beginning, but basically, I saw Katsuya fighting against the monsters. So, at that time, I felt something strange, something felt weird. I can't really explain it, but it's basically this different feeling that you get when you listen to a formal description of something compared to when you listen to a fiery description of the same exact thing. I felt like the other hunters also got a little bit excited back then, enough to even make me worry if the other hunters would jump out and follow Katsuya. Thankfully, no one did that, but still, it's still bothering me even now. So, do you have any guess about that? No, I have no guess at all. Why do you ask me? You were the one who took care of him, right? Did you ever have the same feeling too? Shikarabi tried to dig through his memories. But he could not remember anything that resembled what Kurosawa was saying. So he lightly shook his head and said. Sorry, but nope, I see. Kurosawa seemed a bit disappointed. It made Shikarabi even more curious. Are you really that bothered by it? Yeah. I got myself excited when I saw it. For the sake of holding the command, I always train myself to stay calm and rational. It's just like how you train your intuition. Honestly speaking, I'm pretty confident in my skill to stay calm, but that confidence is wavering from what happened today, you see. So I was thinking if someone with a good intuition like you have some kind of guess why that happened. This time, Shikarabi was the one who seemed dejected. Intuition, huh? What's wrong? Honestly, recently my confidence in my intuition is also wavering, you see. Shikarabi then continued talking with Kurosawa while sipping his drink. The whole of the 60th floor of the Saranthal building was a single room. The wall, floor, and ceiling of that room were all white. Yanagisawa stood in the middle of that room. Nelia was standing near the elevator door inside that room while looking at Yanagisawa. She was ordered to just stay there and she could not move anything below her neck. Yanagisawa held the highest command over her cyborg body, so without his command, she would not be able to even lift her finger. Nelia looked around the white room while glancing at Yanagisawa from time to time. She was making a guess of what kind of room it was while killing time. This room might be a special room to be used for augmented reality. I bet those people who can connect to the old world domain can see all kinds of things inside this room. The reason why he brought me along is to protect him during close-range combat, so basically, he didn't know what he was going to find in this room. This place is some kind of old world facility and he has some kind of business to take care of here. He's also the reason why the city management sent people to secure this building. I really have no idea what's going on here, but I really want to know. Nelia continued thinking about the situation that she was in while lamenting about it at the same time. Yanagisawa brought with him a device to help him connect to the old world domain. He could see a beautiful girl standing in front of him. Of course, that girl had no corporeal body and she was using a similar attire as Alpha when Akira met her for the first time. Yanagisawa frowned. Why are you naked? That girl replied apologetically. Unable to confirm the connection. The connection is important to verify individual identity. Please recheck your connection setting before trying again. Yanagisawa showed his black card again and said to her. I can't connect to the old world domain at the moment because of several reasons. Can't I use this device as a replacement? Is the write from this card not good enough? Yanagisawa tried all kinds of things to make contact with that girl. But that girl always returned the same reply. Damn it. Yanagisawa gave up and tore the connection device from his body. That girl immediately vanished from his views. What to do now? Should I focus more on fixing my body first? Or should I bring someone else who can connect to the old world domain to this place? If only I can connect myself to the old world domain again, they should be able to recognize me. But if I bring someone else, that person might betray me down the road. Yanagisawa had a stern face when he returned to Nelia. My visitation application is only deleted from Saranthal's side. It properly got sent from the issuer side. Why is that? Did Saranthal get reset when that abnormality occurred in Miyazono Ruin? But if that's the case, why didn't they erase the record from the issuer too? Is it because that's not the cause? Yanagisawa still had a stern face as he entered the elevator. Nelia, who had already gotten her freedom to move around, was with him. The elevator's door then closed and they returned back to the first floor. In the first place, why did the security level in Miyazono Ruin suddenly change? Is it because we dispatched several humanoid soldiers and tanks to ensure my safety? Did that trigger the security level in Miyazono Ruin? If that's really the case, why didn't it happen sooner? Is it because they knew about me and someone forced the security level to change from the outside? Nelia smiled and suddenly asked Yanagisawa a question. You've stopped smiling, you know. Yanagisawa looked at Nelia with an expressionless face before he returned to his usual smile. There were many reasons why the situation in Miyazono Ruin suddenly changed, and one of those reasons was Akira. On the first day Akira came to the Miyazono ruin, everything that happened inside and outside of the Saranthal building was properly recorded by Saranthal. During that time, Akira was able to fight back the monsters extremely effectively thanks to Alpha's support. This information was also sent when Saranthal sent an application for extra reinforcement. The security of that ruin then analyzed that information and changed the threat level inside the ruin. It changed from simple thugs with weapons to organized trained soldiers. And when it was still in that state, some groups of hunters came to Miyazono ruin. The rest was just a domino effect. That group of hunters who arrived in the Miyazono ruin was assumed to be invading the ruin, so the ruin security sent drones to drive them off. But in response to that, the hunters sent tanks and humanoid soldiers. So the security sent stronger drones to fight them back, then this cycle continued and caused a large-scale change inside Miyazono ruin. So basically, it was a chain of events that brought about an unexpected result. That was all there was to it. Chapter 135, Equipment and Training. Akira stood in front of the huge building that was embedded into the wall of Kagomayama City. The tall building and the strong wall reflected the economical prowess of the city that maintained them. There were branch shops of all kinds of companies that were doing business inside the city as well as hunter offices facilities. Some of the people inside that building were the people from the upper district. That building was the goal of those who wanted to reach success in the city, the object of the admiration of those people who wanted to be rich, as well as the monument that reminded everyone of the city's powerful influence and strength. Akira looked up to that building. But in his eyes, there were no sparkles like how those people who wanted to reach success looked at that building, nor the strong will to reach that place, nor the admiration for that place. Alpha then warned Akira. Akira, stop smiling. You look embarrassing. Whoops. Akira tried to gather himself together. But even so, he still could not completely hide his jovial mood. He still had a big smile on his face, embarrassingly so. Akira got another invitation from Shirori for a meal. It was an invitation to convey her thanks after saving Reina in Miyazono ruin. As he remembered what happened last time, Akira completely dropped his guard and immediately accepted the invitation. Alpha saw Akira did not change much and sighed. If you really like the meal in that restaurant that much, you can just go there with your own money from time to time, you know. Akira did not reply immediately, but after some thinking, he answered back with a rather heavy tone, as I thought, that would be a no. I don't feel like going there if I have to pay for it with my own money no matter what. When he thought about how much those meals would cost, with his current perception of money, Akira could not allow himself to spend that much money. This time too, he only accepted Shiori's invitation after making sure that Shiori would be paying. Even for Akira who preferred food more than women, he had no wish to spend that much money on food. In reality, the current Akira would be able to easily pay that much money if he reduced his expenditure on his expendables and equipment. But those expenses were for the sake of his safety, they were basically his lifeline. Akira kept reminding himself of that while fighting back the temptation. Alpha smiled wryly and said, "Well, in that case, let's hurry up before it's too late to enjoy this opportunity." "You're right." Akira walked happily as he entered that huge building. Just like last time, Akira left his rifles at the reception desk. The interior of that restaurant was still as luxurious as before. Akira's augmented suit looked so out of place there. But since half of the customers were also hunters, Akira did not stick out. This was also because of the location of that restaurant and the type of customers it usually served. The server guided Akira to his table, but when he arrived, he was very much surprised. Akira thought that Shirori would be alone, just like last time. But this time, Kane and Reina were also present. Kane lightly waved at Akira and said, "Yo there. We meet again." Akira looked at Kane and frowned. Shirori and Reina were wearing high-class suits suitable for visiting that luxurious restaurant. But Kane was using her usual maid outfit. It would not be strange if someone mistook her as another server of that restaurant. Is this normal? Is it just like me who came in this augmented suit? No, wait, but Shiori is using a suit while the servers didn't seem to be bothered by that maid outfit. I guess it's just me, huh? Akira thought that his common sense might be wrong, but then he thought that it was not like he could do anything about it, so he just shook it off and proceeded to sit on the chair that the server guided him to. Shiori and Reina saw Akira's reaction and sighed. Reina then said to Kane. Kane, can you do something about that outfit of yours? Kane smiled. Nope. It's important for me to keep using this maid outfit for the sake of protecting Milady, and Akira is still using his augmented suit there, so it's not that much different from that. To be honest, Akira did not want to be treated the same as Kane, but since he was there on their dime, he stopped himself from protesting. Shiori then tried to change the mood as she said to Akira. Akira-sama, thank you for saving Milady the other day. As I promised, I'll be paying for your meal today, so please, there's no need to hold yourself back. Akira answered back happily. Thank you for that, well then, let's not wait dash. As Akira browsed the menu, he remembered something and asked Shiori, but if this is a gratitude for what happened in the Saranthal building, shouldn't you invite Elena-san and the other hunters too? For their case, we have given their team, including you, extra reward as our thanks. Since it also includes the money from Drankum, the reward will take some time to process, but I hope that you'll find the amount satisfying. As for today's meal, this is my thanks for accepting a personal request from me back then. Wait, I did. You did take my request to buy me 5 seconds. Oh, that one, huh? I see. If this meal is the reward for that, I'm really glad I pushed myself back then. Well then, if that's the case, I won't be holding back. Akira bowed lightly, for which Shiori replied with a smile. Akira then started deciding on what to order from the menu. Just like last time, he could not imagine the kind of dishes simply from the names written on that menu. After trying his best for some time, just like last time, he decided to pick that day's special course. Since Akira could not decide on anything, when Alpha saw him pick the default choice, she pointed at the menu and spoke to him. She did say not to hold back, so how about picking something else randomly? No thanks. The dish that you're pointing at has this strange name that sounds like a curse chant from the Western District. What exactly would come out if I actually ordered this? Alpha jokingly replied. If you chant this name in the Western District, it feels like it might summon fire or something. So I'm sure it would be something red and spicy. It doesn't really matter, I'll pick the recommended course from the restaurant, I'm sure you can't ever go wrong with that one. There's no need to experiment with this precious chance, after all, it'll only needlessly add the risk that I would regret it later. Oh my, that's not something I expected from a hunter who always risks their life in their job though. I already had my fill taking risks only for my hunter job. Alpha smiled mischievously. Well, now that you mention it, that's true. It's a good thing to be careful. If it's possible, I want you to be this cautious all the time. Akira deliberately ignored Alpha and closed the menu. After they placed their order, they started talking to each other while waiting for their meals to arrive. Akira was listening closely to Shiori's explanation about the current state of the Saranthal building. I see, so that's what's happening in the Saranthal building right now, huh? But even if they secured the first floor, the upper floors are still filled with monsters, right? I wonder if they're going to be alright. From what I heard, it seemed that someone from the city management was able to make a deal with the manager of Saranthal building and they're using some of the building's facilities to bolster their defense. Akira seemed slightly surprised by it. A deal with the manager of Saranthal building? Do you mean that Saranthal A? That's amazing. If the city had someone that amazing, they could have sent them in sooner and we wouldn't have had to go through all of that. I agree. Shiori nodded and showed her total agreement with Akira. Not too long after that, the meals arrived on their table. Akira looked delightedly at the food lining in front of him, he then happily started eating. In the middle of that, Kane suddenly asked Akira. "By the way, I heard that you fought Ain-san evenly though, is that true?" It might be because Akira was fully focused on enjoying his food that he could not remember something like that, so he tilted his head and asked. "I did." But you fought Ain-san before, right?" Akira's fight against the relic thieves in the Kuzusuhara ruin was a secret between Akira and the city management. So Kane thought that Akira was playing dumb because of that, but looking at his expression, she realized that he was being serious. So she then asked in a roundabout way as not to infringe on that secrecy. "I'm talking about that thing in that place, you know?" No, I remember that I fought Shiori, but I don't think I fought evenly." "Is that so?" "But Ain-san said so though." "I bet it's just the difference in our opinion. If you ask me, I was the one on the receiving end. At that time, Shiori had to fight me, while at the same time, she couldn't afford to kill me. Without that limitation, I'm sure she could have killed me. So for me, I don't think I fought her evenly." "Is that so?" "I see." Kane checked Akira's expression. It seemed that he was being honest there. As a matter of fact, Akira was indeed being honest. This is pretty amazing if he's trying to play dumb here. If he's really someone strong, normally, strong people would exude an aura of confidence, but I don't feel anything like that from him. So is it like it's really because he's not that strong? Akira did not give off an aura that Shiori and people who were as strong as her usually gave off. And he himself also said that he was not that strong. Kane then glanced at Shiori, who was eating her meal with a composed expression. It seemed that she was not bothered by what Akira just said. Judging from how she was reacting, it seemed that Shiori agreed with him. Kane then thought that Akira might be really someone not that strong and lost interest in him. If he was just another strong young hunter, there were many other young hunters like him in the Eastern District, so it did not interest Kane at all. Kane then lightly said to Akira with the tone that she usually used when talking to people who were stronger than average but not by much. "Well, but even so, you were able to fight against Ain-san and it's pretty impressive for someone of your age. So I think you can be more confident, you know?" "Yep, you're pretty strong." Kane, who had lost interest in Akira, was about to end their conversation there, but Reina, who had not lost her interest, continued the conversation. "What should I do to become that strong?" Reina was asking with a serious tone, it sounded as if she was desperate. The other three turned their attention towards Reina. Akira seemed to be at loss on what to say, Kane was a bit surprised, and Shiori looked rather worried, she somehow had a bad feeling about what would happen next. Shiori then tried to be considerate as she said to Reina. "Milady. As I said, something like that is only attainable with hard work and dash." "I'm sorry, Shiori. I'm not asking you, I'm asking Akira. My apologies." It seemed that Reina would not listen to her no matter what she said, so Shiori apologized for rudely interjecting and did not say anything more. Reina, Shiori, and Kane turned their attention to Akira, who was rather confused by that heavy mood emanating from Reina and Shiori. But since it seemed that he had no other choice but to answer that question, he tried to think of an answer on his own. Well, if you're not asking about what's the meaning of strength or what is inner strength or anything philosophical like that, and if you're referring to simple fighting power, I would say equipment and training. If I have to pick one, it would be equipment. Kane seemed to disagree with Akira's answer. Whoa, wait, so you're on that side? Are you one of those stupid people who believe that they can be strong as long as they have powerful equipment? Akira flinched a bit, it seemed that Kane hit the bull's eye. In his own opinion, he who had Alpha's support was basically the dream of those stupid people who put emphasis on equipment. In reality, Akira had gone through a lot of training and multiple near-death experiences, which actually boosted his skill. But judging from the difference between when he had Alpha's support and when he did not have it, plus how Akira evaluated himself lowly, Akira could not bring himself to deny what Kane just said to him. So instead, he tried to make some excuses. I won't go that far, but if I have to pick between training and equipment, I do think that equipment is more important. I know that this is a rather extreme comparison, but I'm just saying that it's faster if you buy a rifle to fight monsters than to train for 100 years to kill monsters with bare hands. Kane's expression turned to a smile. No, Akira boy, you can't put too much trust on rifles. As in matter of fact, even when we already have rifles and tanks now, people are still polishing martial arts, right? If you get yourself an augmented suit designed for close combat, you should be able to fight monsters just fine. There are actually more hunters than you think out there who don't use rifles to fight monsters, or at least, there are enough of them for corporations to make equipments for. In my opinion, I would rather shoot them from afar with a rifle than getting close to fight them. In the first place, when you bring up that talk about augmented suits designed for close combat, it already means that equipment is more important, right? Akira boy, equipment alone is not enough. It's also important for you to train yourself and get yourself familiar with those equipments. That's exactly why I did say training and equipment, yes? Hunters can die anytime, so we can't afford to spend too much time training. I'm just saying that it's better to get the best equipment you can afford to compensate for that. So why does that make me one of those stupid people? But then Kane firmly replied. That's because you picked a bad analogy there. Is that so? I see. Akira just accepted that answer although he was not 100% convinced by it. No matter what the subject was, it had some convincing power when you said it firmly after all. Even more so when it came to someone like Akira who had no confidence in his own knowledge and common sense. Reina listened seriously to that conversation and thought about it. It did surprise her and made her unsure. After hesitating for a bit, she then said to Akira, but even if you say to get the best equipment that I can afford, I heard that it might cause me to mistake the power of my equipment as my own skill, get ahead of myself, and get myself killed instead though. Akira replied casually. If getting ahead of yourself only gets you killed, then you just need not get ahead of yourself. It'll at least reduce the chance that you might get killed by something else other than getting ahead of yourself. So, if I have to choose, rather than lowering my equipment just so that I won't get ahead of myself, I would rather get good equipment enough for me to get ahead of myself but be extra careful so I won't actually get ahead of myself. It was something that was easy to say but difficult to practice. In the case of Akira, although he had Alpha's support which was great equipment, he got himself almost killed several times, which was why it was easy for him to not get ahead of himself. Reina then asked another question, that there are a lot of stupid people like what Kane said, they get ahead of themselves just because they have powerful equipment, so, what's your opinion about them? Even if you ask me so. Let's say that you get your hands on a powerful equipment and someone sees you using it, do you get bothered by how people would think of you? Or what's your own opinion about yourself in that situation? Things like that. Reina asked with a serious face. She looked rather desperate as she was waiting for Akira's answer. Akira was a bit confused since he did not understand how Reina's question connected to her expression, but since they were paying for his meal, Akira seriously thought about it first before replying, that I'll be extra careful so no one would catch me off guard and try to attack me out of the blue. Hearing that answer, Reina was completely dumbfounded. Shiori was lightly surprised, while Kane just smiled bitterly. Akira realized that he just gave a rather weird answer, so he tried to just let that slide as he focused back on his meal. What Reina wanted to ask about was Akira's opinion regarding those people, whether Akira felt disgusted, hatred, envy, jealousy, or anything like that. But his answer did not even touch that subject at all. So in other words, Akira was simply saying that those things were irrelevant. His answer really hit Reina hard. It felt like he just indirectly gave a harsh critique to her who was always bothered by it. While listening to that conversation, Shiori checked on Reina after Akira gave his answer while thinking about what to adjust in Reina's equipment. She then said to Akira. In that case, Akira-sama. Let's say that there's someone who is against using high-level equipment that doesn't match that person's real skill, and let's say that you have to convince that person to do so. What would you say to that person? Reina immediately looked at Shiori. There was a trace of reproach in her gaze toward Shiori. But Shiori did not look back as she fixed her gaze at Akira. Shiori had recommended Reina to renew her equipment several times in the past, but Reina always refused it. In Drankum, hunters were allowed to borrow equipment from the gang depending on their hunter ranks. The higher their hunter ranks, the better the equipment they could borrow. That was one of the reasons why the young hunters in Drankum prioritized raising their hunter ranks. Most of the equipment used by the young hunters in Drankum were borrowed equipment. Only some of them were using their own equipment. Reina was no exception. In contrast to that, most of the equipment used by the veteran hunters were their own equipment. Of course, they could borrow equipment from Drankum too, but the available equipment for them to borrow with their hunter ranks were mostly weaker than what they already had. This basically stemmed from that program to give preferential treatment for the young hunters. Since they raised the quality of the equipment available to borrow for low-ranking hunters, the high-ranking equipment did not get much attention and was left with rather low-quality equipment. Thanks to that, the quality of the available equipment leaned toward the low-ranking young hunters. It was also in order to increase the survivability rate of the young hunters, as this policy did produce results. In the long run, it would allow more hunters to gather more experience. It was a good thing for the gang. But that was also enough to earn some grudge from the veteran hunters, as they mocked those young hunters as stupid people who mistook the power of their equipments as their own skill. Reina was bothered by that kind of thing. It was because she was in a position where she could get better equipments if she wanted to. But even so, Shiori still recommended Reina to get better equipment. There was no problem with getting better equipment on her own. And by getting better equipment with money, she would be seen as a fool who had nothing other than her equipment, not only by the veteran hunters but also by the other young hunters and Katsuya's faction. Although Shiori asked that question casually, there was a sense of seriousness leaking behind it, and it made Akira a bit confused. But still, since he was there because they paid for the meals, Akira seriously thought about it before giving his answer. He casually said, "I won't even try to do that." Shiori was surprised. It's not about whether you'll try or not, it's more about what would you say to that person if you have to try to convince that person. This is only my guess, but I'm sure that person has his own reason not to do that. For example, that person might not be buying better equipment because of money. Maybe he is able to purchase better equipment anytime he wants. Then, he must not be doing so out of a certain personal reason. It might be because of some kind of value that he sticks to, or that if he does, then it would be completely out of his selfishness. I'm sure he doesn't want to buy better equipments because of reasons like that, right? After all, although he can do his job much more safely by getting better equipment, he's not doing that out of his own volition, right? So, to put it simply, he must be risking his life out of his pride or something. He must be ready to die when he forces his pride like that. Even if for the other people, that reason is just simply ridiculous or foolish, for him, that reason must be important enough for him to just ignore that fact and push with his own selfishness and pride. So for someone who has resolved that much, I'm sure it would be useless no matter how much a stranger like me tries to reproach him. So I don't think I have any chance to convince that person. I can also understand the strength of those people who have resolved themselves. That's why, since even trying would be meaningless, so I would have given up right from the start. After Akira said that, he glanced at Shiori to check if he said anything strange again or not. Kane was just smiling mischievously. Shiori was also smiling. It was near impossible to read what she was thinking behind that smile. While Reina looked down with a stern face. Akira, who sensed how awkward the mood got, thought that he might have said something strange again. Well. If I have to at least try even though I know that it would be completely useless, so that I can say that I've tried, then I would at least speak up about it. Shiori lightly nodded while smiling. Thank you very much for your valuable opinion. Akira got flustered a bit. Well, I'm sorry that I only gave you an answer that might not be useful at all. Please don't be, it's a very valuable opinion. Shiori was honestly smiling right from the bottom of her heart. Akira still felt slightly awkward as he returned to his meal. Shiori and Kane also started eating again, but Reina was still looking down for some time before she started eating too. After that, they continued enjoying their meals while talking to each other. Although he was a bit bothered by how Reina was reacting, since Kane and Shiori did not say anything, Akira decided not to say anything too. As they continued enjoying their meal and slowly reaching the end, Reina started to show some changes. She raised her head and seemed to be seriously thinking about something as hesitation slowly erased from her expression. When Akira finished his meal and drank his coffee, Reina's expression had already changed to a more resolved one. After they were done, Akira deeply bowed to Shiori. Thank you very much for the meal. It was a great meal, thank you again. Shiori smiled at Akira and replied. Likewise, thank you very much. If the chance presents itself again, I hope that you would accept my invitation. Akira smiled bitterly. Of course. But if it's possible, I hope it won't be after doing something as risky as this the next time. I can't agree more. Shiori was smiling happily when she said that. Akira then left that building and stretched out his body. Well, that was really great. I sure want to go to that restaurant again. I wonder how long will it be for the next time though. Seeing how Akira sounded a bit sad, Alpha smiled at him and said. You can go to that restaurant with your own money next time, you know? Stop it, don't try to tempt me like that. I might really end up going there with my own money if you do that. It would be troublesome for me if you don't grow up to be a powerful hunter who thinks that amount of money is nothing but a spare change, you know. Although I think it'll take some time until you can do that, let's be patient and keep giving our best, okay? I know, so please wait patiently for me until I can be that strong. Akira replied with an uppity tone. He then walked back home while chatting with Alpha. While on the other hand, Reina, Shiori, and Kane were still inside the restaurant. They were sitting at their table, the plates and coffee cups were already cleaned off. They were just sitting in their respective seats while waiting. Kane looked rather bored. Shiori waited silently without saying anything. Both of them were waiting for Reina to finish reorganizing her feelings. After listening to Akira's answer, she asked herself some questions and came up with a conclusion. Akira did say that I'm risking my life only out of my selfishness, that I must have a reason that I think is important enough to do so, and that he won't even try to convince me since I must have resolved myself. But that's not true, I don't have that kind of resolve. That's why, it's just out of my selfishness, nothing more. It's out of my vain pride, I endangered myself as well as Shiori and Kane because of something like that. I'll be able to do better if I get better equipment. I didn't even notice that although it was something so simple that those stupid hunters always say. Reina then looked at Kane and Shiori, she made her resolve and said. Shiori, Kane, I'm really sorry about everything until now. Reina then asked Shiori with a serious face. Shiori, I know that I've always refused it, but can you please help me renew my equipment? If it's possible, I want to get the best equipment available. I don't mind what others might say of me. Shiori smiled happily. Of course, you can count on me, milady. With seriousness still on her face, Reina turned to Kane and said. Kane, I'll be counting on you to protect me. Kane was smiling like usual. Sure, that's my job in the first place after all. Reina then continued. And also, if I may, I want both of you to train me so that I'll become skilled enough to use the equipment that I'll be using from here on, and so that others will not think that I'm fully reliant on my equipment. Kane gave a challenging smile. Milady, are you sure you want to do that? It'll be hard training, you know. I've decided to do it. Reina's resolve was obvious from her tone. So Kane smiled back at her and said, "Oh, that's great then. It seems that Milady will finally graduate from being a total amateur." I had a lot of thoughts about it when Milady decided to challenge a dangerous place without proper skill and equipment and was fully relying on Milady's bodyguard. But this time, Milady will finally be able to start as a proper beginner. Shiori then joined in. She had a serious expression as she said, "Well then, in that case, first I'll remove all the scheduled training in Drankum. From here, Milady will be training with both of us. Since it won't be an easy training, I hope that Milady is ready. And also, Kane. Watch your mouth." Shiori glared at Kane, but Kane just glanced at her and ignored it. Reina thought of what lied in front of her and repeated her questions and answers inside her head. What should I do to become stronger? It's simple, I just need to decide to be strong and put real effort into becoming stronger. I wasn't even doing that until now, but this time, I'll properly become stronger. Reina made her resolve to attain strength with her own effort. Chapter 136, Cheryl's Business. Akira was standing inside a white space. Every time he got such a dream, he felt that he had seen a similar dream before as well, but he always forgot about it when he woke up, together with everything that happened inside that dream. Akira's consciousness was still hazy as he saw two alphas talking to each other. The alpha near Akira sounded a bit annoyed when she said, "Couldn't you at least do something about it?" The alpha further away from Akira casually replied, "Unlike you, I don't have the proper permission. That's why I can't do much external interference to guide his action. To be honest, since you have the proper permission, I was hoping that you would have done something about it from your side. It's not that easy on my side, you know." "Is that so?" "Yes, it is." Both alphas were staring at each other without saying anything for some time. The closer alpha then lightly sighed. "Well, it doesn't really matter now, so, why did you suddenly change your original plan?" "Originally, I was planning to lessen the number of people around the subject in order to increase the effectiveness of my guidance, and when someone around the subject gets fatally wounded, it would affect the psychic of the subject greatly to further push him to prefer to work alone. However, considering how the special characteristic of the subject affects the result, I decided that it was impossible to proceed with the original plan to make the subject less conspicuous and act more separated from the other hunters. As such, I changed my plan, which is basically the opposite of my original plan. Are you sure that will be okay? This is basically an experiment, whether it would work or not, this will give good data that will also be useful for you." "I see. You can just do anything you want as long as you don't interrupt me. After all, it would be a disaster if we both failed because of that." "I can't agree more with you." Akira's consciousness started to fade. The world was blanketed in darkness again as his dream came to an end. As Akira was pulled out from that dream with a hazy mind, he saw the silhouette of someone that he might recognize. It might be just his imagination, but he noticed that person was glaring at him. Akira then opened his eyes. Alpha welcomed him with a smile. "Good morning, Akira." "Yeah, good morning to you too." Akira pulled his body up from his bed and looked at Alpha as if there was something that was bothering him. Alpha frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" "No, it's nothing, it's just that I feel like I saw you in my dream." "Oh my, that's an honor. But I feel like there were multiple alphas." Alpha smiled mischievously. "Oh my, you need more than one of me. Should I multiply myself?" Alpha enhanced Akira's vision and produced multiple images of herself inside Akira's room. The overwhelmingly many alphas inside Akira's vision were all wearing different attires and were smiling at him. Akira's face turned to an obvious annoyance. "Stop it, one is more than enough." "Is that so?" "Well, either way, I do feel happy if one is enough." Akira's vision returned back to normal. He looked obviously unhappy with what Alpha did there, but Alpha just ignored it as she was smiling like usual. After what happened, Akira completely forgot the thing that was bothering him just now. 3 hunters were walking in the slum of Kagomayama City. Although their equipment varied from each other, they did not look weird together. They did not look like former hunters, and they did not look exceptionally strong either. They looked like one of those common hunters in the Eastern District. They were Colbert, Hazawa and Ravin. After they grabbed their respective equipment, they headed to the slum city instead of the wasteland. Ravin looked rather confused and asked Colbert a question. So, still how long exactly do I need to roam around this area? Colbert replied. Just calm down. There are steps to take for this kind of thing, you can't just rush it. I only accompanied you here because you asked me, you know. I'm here to help you handle those pain in the neck negotiations for you. So if things go well, you'll have to treat me tonight, you hear me? Ravin seemed a bit overwhelmed by that response. Alright, I get it already. But can you at least tell me where are we going to or what are we actually looking for? If things go well, I'll treat you to anything you want, whether it's food, or beer, or girls. But just so you know, I don't have the money to treat you if my request and your plan don't go well. I'm sure you at least know that much. So I'm really counting on you, okay? Colbert just laughed. Yeah, I know. Even for me, I actually don't want to go to someone that I know is a debt collector. But of course, it's a completely different case if the time has come. Colbert's smile was also saying that there would not be any mercy when the time came. Ravin's face twitched. Hazawa, who listened to that, sounded a bit confused as he threw a question to Ravin. Wait, isn't it that 400,000 orum debt that Katsuragi guy already took over from you? So Colbert has nothing to do with it anymore, right? In the first place, if it's only 400,000 orum, you should be able to earn that much money in no time, so, you still haven't repaid that, huh? But Ravin hesitantly replied, it's 4 million orum. That I borrowed 2 million orum from the company where Colbert is working. Hazawa looked at Ravin with both exasperation and amazement. Colbert just smiled wryly. Ravin awkwardly looked away as not to make any eye contact. Hazawa then said to Ravin. What in the world are you doing? Hazawa's question was completely justified, but Ravin replied back with a rather harsh tone. Even I did not mean it to turn like this, you know. Ravin then started explaining to Hazawa, who did not understand what was going on. When Katsuragi took over that 400,000 orum debt from him, Ravin thought that he did check the content of the contract. The content of the contract seemed to be fine, it had a low interest and no deadline stated. Ravin thought that there must be some kind of string that was attached to it, but after checking the content closely, he did not find anything like that. To put it simply, until he finished his payment, Ravin just needed to prioritize Katsuragi's place when he wanted to buy ammo or medicines as well as when he wanted to sell old world relics, and it was not compulsory even. As long as he prioritized Katsuragi's shop, Katsuragi would put that into consideration for the deadline and the interest rate of his debt. That was basically the content of his contract. The rest were just common debt agreements intended for hunters. Things like he would not try to run to another city, or that he would properly go out to the wasteland to earn money and not just stay inside the city, or the ruins that he was allowed to go to look for relics. Basically, these conditions were to make sure that the hunter would not try to run away from his or her debt. When Ravin made that contract with Katsuragi, he said nicely to Ravin that he had no plans to get rich through debt and interest, so he really asked Ravin to prioritize coming to his shop until that debt was repaid. Ravin thought that the reason Katsuragi lent him money was simply to promote Katsuragi's shop, that was why Ravin was fully convinced by that and signed the contract. The real problem happened when Ravin was about to go out to the wasteland again. Katsuragi used the contract to designate a certain ruin for him to gather relics. But that ruin that Katsuragi designated was a bit outside the capability of Ravin's equipment. Ravin was somehow able to get away using his equipment as an excuse, but then Katsuragi recommended Ravin to buy some better equipment. Katsuragi then even told Ravin that it would only cause him trouble if Ravin got killed, so he was willing to postpone the payment until later. Katsuragi was somehow able to talk his way to convince Ravin. After all, Ravin himself always wanted to get better equipment too, so he ended up taking that offer. So then, Ravin bought some new equipment, headed to the ruin, returned back with relics, and sold them to Katsuragi. The money that he made that day all went to repay his debt, but since the new equipment that Ravin bought was more expensive than what he had expected, the money that he made that day was not able to make a dent in his debt. The cycle continued as Ravin bought medicines and ammo from Katsuragi, went to the ruin that Katsuragi designated, and sold the relics that he gathered to Katsuragi. His debt to Katsuragi kept increasing each time. The ruins that Katsuragi designated were ruins that the current Ravin could not explore without buying better equipment and a lot of ammo, while at the same time, as long as he had the equipment that Katsuragi recommended, it was almost guaranteed that he would be able to return back alive. Ravin basically had no other choice but to buy the equipment that Katsuragi recommended to him. If he ignored the ruin designation from Katsuragi, due to the contract, Katsuragi had the right to refuse to make a compromise on the interest and the deadline of his debt. His equipment might end up getting confiscated and he had to go out to the wasteland unarmed to earn money to repay his debt. Ravin did try to sell the relics that he gathered to another place once. But unfortunately, Katsuragi found out about it and a part of his debt contract was sold to a company. There were many people who preyed on hunters with debts. The reason why Ravin's debt contract ended up getting sold to the company where Colbert was working was not out of simple luck, it was because Ravin desperately asked Colbert to help him out. But of course, in exchange for that favor, Ravin had to carry even more debt. Ravin hung his head low as he said to Hazawa. At the moment, I'm basically just a machine that buys equipment from Katsuragi and sells all the relics that I gather to that same Katsuragi. It would be really bad if this keeps going on. Colbert lightly laughed and said. But thanks to that, you get better equipment and become stronger by the day, isn't it? Although it did not change the fact that he tricked you, it was not a bad contract, you know? It's you we're talking about here, even if you have some money, I bet you'll just spend it on booze and women. I'm not sure that you can save enough money to buy equipments yourself. Ravin immediately raised his tone and rebutted. Like hell I would just let myself continue and get myself drowned in debt. The contract even limited me to sell my relics only to Katsuragi, you know. I bet he only pays me the minimum amount of money close to the lowest market price. That's why I need to do something about this fast. After shouting out his feelings, Ravin returned to himself, he then put both of his hands on his head and sighed. No matter how much he complained, the current situation would not change. He needed to do something about it. Hazawa told himself to never be someone like Ravin as he turned to Colbert. So then, Colbert, why are we here? We've been wandering aimlessly around this area, it's not like you're planning to rob a shop, right? If that's the case, I'll take my leave here, you know. Well, just be patient and wait for a bit. It's not like I've been spending my time without going outside the city for nothing. I'm pretty sure my plan is not that bad. Colbert had a trauma when he was about to get killed by a monster out in the wasteland, that was why he was taking a side job from money-lending companies so that he did not have to go out to the wasteland. He must be pretty knowledgeable on how to earn money as a hunter without going out too much to the wasteland. After wandering in the slum city for a bit more, they finally arrived at their destination. It was a part of the slum city that was under Cheryl's gang territory. A young boy from Cheryl's gang had opened a street stand here. It was not a rare thing for slum city residents to pick up random things that seemed to be sellable and open a street stand to sell them. Colbert was actually looking for that street stall. Colbert, Ravin and Hazawa then approached that stand and browsed the goods there. The young boy who was waiting at the stand looked at them and tried to offer the goods he was selling. Come. We have old world relics here. Ravin scanned those goods and said, "What the heck? You call these things old world relics? I don't know where you got them, but aren't they just junks? So stop with lies, will you?" That young boy pouted. "I'm not lying. We carried them back from an old world ruin ourselves." "Huh? Which ruin? Go ahead and tell me the name of the ruin if you really carried them back from an old world ruin yourself." That boy flinched and could not say anything back. Ravin smirked mockingly at that boy. That young boy then asked another young boy who was waiting in the stand with him, "Hey, what was the name of that ruin again?" Unlike the boy who was responsible for serving the customers, the other boy had a rifle that seemed to be properly maintained. He seemed to be the one responsible for guarding the stall. That boy then replied, "If I'm not mistaken, it was Higuraka Residence Ruin." The boy responsible for serving the customers then proudly said to Colbert and his friends, "See there. It's really from a ruin. The Higuraka Residence Ruin." But then Ravin smiled mockingly and said, "Higuraka Residence Ruin is already exhausted of any valuable relics. Not too long ago, hunters already stopped going to that ruin for gathering relics. So any relics left there are just cheap relics, they are basically junks." The young boy pouted again. "But they're still old world relics, you know. Relics are relics. If you don't plan to buy anything, then you can just go somewhere else." That young boy then remembered that it was not a good idea to be too harsh on hunters, which might cause them to get angry, so he tried to calm himself down. Colbert saw that and tried to calm Ravin. "Whoa there, just calm down. Let's properly examine these relics first. We might find something valuable, you know." They then took a close look at the goods displayed there. But in the end, all of them were cheap relics. None of them interested Colbert and his friends. So Colbert asked that young boy, "They really are nothing but cheap relics though. Are you hiding the expensive relics somewhere, that we're not selling those kinds of relics here? After all, someone might steal them if we put them here. And even if we have them, we have no plans to sell them to anyone but good customers. Like hell we'll show them to someone who only came here to mock us." "I see." Colbert locked his gaze at that young boy, who felt a bit pressured and shrunk back. After confirming that young boy's reaction, Colbert smiled at him and said, "How much is the total if I want to buy all the relics here?" That young boy seemed confused as he looked at Colbert and the relics in his stand. He then looked at the other boy, so the other boy answered Colbert's question in his place. "It's about 8,000 orum. Deal. Here." Colbert handed over 10,000 orum to the boy in front of him. That boy got even more confused than before as he received the money. Colbert then said with a confident smile, "You can keep the change. So there, I'm a good customer now, yes?" That boy got so flustered, so the other boy who saw that just sighed and said to Colbert, "All right, come over here. But before that, make sure you take the relics that you just bought, okay? I don't care if you want to throw them away, but don't do that here. No good customers throw away the goods that they just bought in the same shop where they bought them." Colbert lightly laughed. "Roger that. Before that, what is your name?" "It's Tyal." Tyal answered back with a rather prickly tone. He guided Colbert and his friends through the slum city. In the middle of that, Colbert asked Tyal a question. "By the way, why did you say that back there?" Tyal thought for a bit before answering. "I know that you didn't buy those relics because you wanted them, right? I just thought that you would just throw them away since you don't need them, and that would be troublesome for us if you do that again and again. Moreover, we were the ones who offered them to you, so if we looked at you with an unpleasant look although you properly paid, and took the relics that you bought and threw here, won't that make you angry?" Colbert smiled. "Now that you mention it, that's true. Did you think of that yourself?" "No, it was boss order." "I see. But if you just ignore that order and keep the relics that we throw away for yourself, you might get some money out of it, right? I'm sure that's not a small amount of money to you, right? Tyal's face turned stern. I don't want to disobey boss order and get myself kicked out from the gang. So stop spouting nonsense. Oh, sorry about that. While walking behind Tyal, Colbert then thought. It seems that the boss has a good grip on the gang, his position in the gang is rather strong. Colbert smiled daringly, he was able to confirm the situation in Tyal's gang. They walked past through Slum City's alleys and stopped near the back door of a relatively big building. Tyal knocked on the back door of that building and called someone from the inside to open the door since he brought customers with him. After Tyal went in first, he then invited Colbert and his friends to get in too. Colbert immediately went into that building, but Hazawa and Ravin looked at each other and were hesitating from going in. The old world ruins were of course dangerous places, but the inside of an unknown building smacked in the middle of the slum city was also a dangerous place in a different meaning. Inside, they might have to fight other people instead of monsters. Monsters were indeed dangerous, but humans were dangerous enough on their own. Colbert, who went inside first, called Ravin and Hazawa. What are you waiting for? Come in. I've paid the entrance fees, so don't get cold feet here. Leaving Hazawa aside, Ravin, what are you planning to do with your debt if you just return back without doing anything here? Ravin, who was reminded of his debt, made his resolve and went inside that building too. Hazawa then followed behind him. Tyal guided Colbert and his friends into that building. When they arrived in a relatively big hall, they could see tables and shelves covered in white sheets, and relics were displayed on them. There were small papers near those relics with prices written on them. The walls of that room were also covered with white sheets as well as the ceilings. The room was basically covered in white. Cheryl was standing in the middle of that room. She was wearing the dress that she received from Akira and got refitted later. Although it greatly reduced its value as an old world relic, that dress was refitted especially for Cheryl and it boosted Cheryl's beauty a few folds. Even some who did not know much about fashion could easily recognize that it was an expensive dress and Cheryl looked perfect in it, which was rare for anyone in the slum city. No one would question it if Cheryl introduced herself as someone from the inner wall. Ravin and Hazawa were so surprised when they saw that young girl who was exuding a sense of high class. Cheryl then stepped forward gracefully and welcomed them. Welcome, and thank you for visiting us. Colbert and his friends were charmed by Cheryl's smile, which increased her beauty even more. Although Colbert did not notice, Cheryl was not alone. Akira was there too. He was hiding behind the white sheet that was hanging down from the ceiling. Cheryl was the one who asked Akira to watch as a guard. Akira was keeping his eyes on Cheryl, who was welcoming the customers, and Colbert and his friends who were charmed by her. Although Colbert was still able to more or less maintain his calmness, that was not the case for Hazawa and Ravin. As Cheryl proceeded to interact with them, Ravin and Hazawa became more and more attracted to her. Akira was a bit scared by that as he kept on observing the situation. Akira remembered what happened back then in Higuraka Residence Ruin and asked Alpha a question. If I'm not mistaken, something similar also happened back in Higuraka Residence Ruin, right? Indeed. It was a hunter by the name of Deal. Right. He somehow got attracted to Cheryl and started blurting out information without realizing it, and he did not stop until Cheryl stopped him first. She's making full use of her ability to steer the conversation and give other kinds of signals with her expressions and body language. The way she speaks and the way she behaves are all calculated. I believe that she's also checking how her conversing partner reacts to her and adapts to that. Cheryl is a beautiful girl and she is wearing a dress that elevates her image even more. Although she's doing this because it's her business, I'm sure it's not like she has any bad intentions. She's definitely slowly but surely drawing people in. After listening to that explanation, Akira then asked further. By the way, just to be safe, does she do that to me too? Am I already charmed by Cheryl or something? From the outside, Akira's action might be interpreted as such. He voluntarily became a supporter of Cheryl's gang and he paid a lot of money for her dress. So Akira doubted if he was already charmed by Cheryl and always tried to keep her mood without even noticing it. Alpha just smiled and replied. Don't worry. It's true that you've done a lot for Cheryl, but most of the time it's out of your whim or because of your own interest. Or at least, to me, it's not like you're trying hard to make Cheryl happy or anything like that. To be more precise, it was the opposite. Cheryl was the one trying hard to keep Akira in a good mood. The difference in Cheryl and Akira's social skills, as well as Akira's chronic antisocial tendency, caused Cheryl's advances to mostly end in vain. Akira sounded relieved as he said. I see. But then Alpha suddenly smiled bewitchingly. By the way, just to let you know, I'm also doing my best to entice you here too, you know? That's why, if you want me to do anything, just tell me anytime, okay? I can freely change my attire and body. If image only is enough for you, I can basically entertain you as much as you want. Sure, thanks. Akira looked away from Alpha's gaze as if he was trying to hide his embarrassment. Colbert and his friends were browsing the relics displayed in that room. Unlike the relics displayed in the street stall, the relics in that white room were indeed expensive relics. Colbert looked at the price written in the price tag and thought, according to his experience, they were priced a little bit higher than the usual market price. Colbert then mumbled loudly as if he was letting Cheryl hear it, they're not that bad, but the price is just a bit too high. Cheryl's smile did not waver at all as she replied. As I explained before, they're just the initial price. I'm completely open for any bargain. Although, please direct all the bargain you want to make only to me. I see, so you're one of those people who write the price that you personally want to sell, huh? Well, but it's okay, I have nothing to complain for now. The relics displayed there were actually relics that Cheryl received from another place. They were entrusted to her. The selling method was close to an auction. If the customer did not want to buy the relic with the written price, then he or she could just offer his or her own price. And if the supplier accepted that, then the deal would be made, and if it was not accepted, then the relics would still be left with their original price. So the customers could only either wait until the price was lowered or give up buying that particular relic. In reality, Cheryl was just acting as if she had a lot of suppliers when her real suppliers were actually just Akira and Katsuragi. Both of them just left their relics to Cheryl and let her do whatever she wanted to do to sell them. The relics were basically composed of the relics that Akira did not sell to Katsuragi and some relics that she borrowed from Katsuragi to improve the look of the place. The price written on their price tags were basically the same price that Katsuragi would put if he sold them in his shop. Although some of the relics were borrowed from Katsuragi, Katsuragi himself would still get some profit if someone bought them at the written price. While for Akira, he did not want to get involved in deciding the price at all. The better the price that Cheryl could get, the more money she would receive and the more money she could repay to Akira. Thus, Cheryl was trying her best to increase the prices of the relics that she was selling. The reason why Cheryl was doing an auction-like sale was simply because she did not know the market price of the relics. Although she did some research visiting some places, she was still a complete beginner in deciding the price. So she thought that if she made it like an auction, the price would eventually gravitate to the right price. Colbert then asked Cheryl as if he was trying to investigate something. But still, as I thought, they're more expensive than the usual market price. Won't it be like no one would buy them at this price? Cheryl replied casually with her usual smile. That might as well be true. The suppliers might have no wish to sell them in the first place. They might have left it in this place as a temporary warehouse since the people who left them in our care can't exactly keep them or sell them in a legitimate exchange center. For example, those people with a huge debt who are closely monitored by their lenders and are in the middle of looking for another place to sell their relics. So if the relics are sold at that price, it would be a good thing for them, and if the relics don't sell at all, then it would be fine for them too, and if someone actually tries to bargain with the price, it might give them good data to bring up for their negotiation with the normal exchange centers. Cheryl locked her gaze at Colbert while smiling and tried to probe for his reaction. Colbert felt like Cheryl was peering directly into his inner heart, but he was able to somehow maintain his calm. Cheryl was still smiling as she continued. I don't understand the intention of the suppliers, but it doesn't change my job to sell the goods that they left in my care as expensive as possible. If I try to lower the price, we would have to pay for the difference ourselves. Since that's the situation that I'm in, I can't give you a discount even if you try to ask me, you know? That's really unfortunate. Colbert smiled wryly as he replied back half-jokingly. Chapter 137, Reselling Relics. Ravin and Hazawa were looking in Colbert's direction, their gazes indicated that they had something they wanted to say. Colbert noticed that, so he asked Cheryl to give him some space for a bit. Would it be okay if you leave us for a bit? There are a lot of things that we need to talk about, you see, like the budget and stuff. Of course, please do call me if you need anything. Cheryl excused herself and left them alone. Hazawa and Ravin then came to Colbert. Ravin had a rather conflicted face as he said. Say, your plan, it is basically buying and reselling relics? Are you planning to buy relics here and sell them somewhere else at a better price? Well, to put it simply, yes. You've been working as a hunter for a long time, so I'm sure, unlike those amateurs, you can discern which relics are valuable relics, right? Ravin seemed worried as he said. Even if you say so, it's not like I have the money, you know? And I don't know where to resell them either. In the first place, I'm contracted to sell all the relics that I have to Katsuragi. Although that guy is also the one who forces me to keep buying stuff from him. Colbert was still smiling like usual. Don't worry, I have a plan for that. Your contract only forces you to sell the relics that you gathered from the old world ruin to Katsuragi. So it doesn't include the relics that you buy from another place. Is that really how it works? Yeah. There were precedents in the Hunter office. So it's okay. And also, I know that you don't have that much money. So just buy cheap relics, don't aim for those technological and mechanical relics that the Hunter office usually looks for. The price of those kinds of relics changes with the trend after all. Moreover, there are usually many hidden gems out there. Some relics that are only worth 100 orum and look like junk from a glance can earn you 1 million orum in a specialized shop if you're lucky. So, we're basically aiming for those hidden gems. You can think of this as a small gamble. Although it depends on your luck, if your ability to discern valuable relics is real, you should have good odds here. So it basically depends on your ability as a hunter. I see, so it's a gamble that depends on my ability as a hunter, huh? And also, if my information is correct, this shop just opened recently, so they might be selling the relics with a discount to attract customers. There's also a chance that they don't have a strict evaluation to decide the prices of the relics since they are inexperienced to do that yet. They might also sell some relics at a low price on purpose to show their customers that they might find some hidden gems in this place. It's true that it's still a gamble, but I think we have good odds in this gamble. Hazawa, who was listening next to Ravin, nodded. It seemed that he was convinced by Colbert's explanation. He then said, I see, if we're lucky, Ravin might be able to pay his debt in one go. After listening to what Hazawa just said, Ravin started checking the relics there seriously. Colbert, who saw that, just smiled bitterly. Well, I did pay the entrance money for you, so at least buy one thing before we leave this place. It would be meaningless if we go to a relic selling store after this if we don't have any relics to sell. Yeah, I know. Ravin replied with a serious tone without looking back at Colbert and Hazawa. He had his eyes fixed on the prices of the relics lined up on the white sheets in front of him. He seemed to be rather desperate. Colbert and Hazawa looked at each other and smiled bitterly before joining Ravin in looking for good relics. They eventually decided on the relics that they wanted to buy and spent about 1 million orum. Half of it was paid with Colbert's money. Rivin only picked some relics that cost him 100,000 orum in total. The one that Hazawa picked was a box of trump cards. The cards were still inside the sealed container. Although it was an old-world ruin, it seemed unscathed. Its original selling price was 10,000 orum, a rather expensive price even for an old-world relic like that one. The only reason why Hazawa bought it was because he did not want to leave that place without buying anything, but at the same time, he did not want to spend too much money there, and it would be stupid if the price of the relic that he bought there was less than the entrance fee. Colbert then asked Cheryl, "Is it okay if we pay through our Hunter ID?" Cheryl smiled and replied, "We do accept Hunter ID too. Other than that, we also accept cash, cards and money transfer." "So, are you sure that you're going to pay with Hunter ID?" "Yes." "Very well. Please let me borrow your Hunter ID then." Colbert handed over his Hunter ID. Cheryl received it, used a terminal to read Colbert's Hunter ID, and operated the terminal to complete the transaction. After that, she politely returned Colbert's Hunter ID. Colbert checked his own information terminal and checked his account to see if the payment properly went through. After confirming that there was no problem, he smiled lightly since he confirmed that he got the information he was looking for, but his expression immediately returned back to normal. After they finished buying their relics, they then left that room. Tyal was waiting for them outside the room. He then guided Colbert and his friends back to the back door of that building. Not too long after they left that building, Tyal asked them a question. "Let me ask you one more time, is there really any need for me to guide you back all the way to the main street?" Colbert answered that question. "Nah, it's fine." "Wait, on second thought, please do." "Alright." All of them then headed back to the main street. Hazawa found that reply a bit weird, so he questioned Colbert. "It's not like there's any need for him to guide us back, no? Although we're in the back alley of the slum city, I'm pretty sure none of them are stupid enough to attack a group of 3 hunters, you know. It's fine, isn't it? It's a good thing to accept others' goodwill. It would be really bad if we get lost here after all. Not to mention, the other 2 hunters in our group were even hesitating to go inside that big building." Colbert was poking fun at Hazawa and Rivin. Hazawa tried to defend himself. "Well, I was just being careful, you see. I'm someone who is really careful when it comes to something like that. Just so you know, I was being careful too, yeah, oh of course, I bet you were." Colbert was also keeping his eyes on his surroundings while talking as they walked with Tyal through the alleys of the slum city. He was checking how the people around them looked at Tyal and his group, and how Tyal was reacting to all the attention that was directed at him. From there, Colbert could more or less check how the people around that area saw Cheryl's gang. All of these were valuable information. At the least, the people in that area did not see Tyal or Cheryl's gang as mere children. Some of them did look at Cheryl's gang with contempt, but there was a trace of envy and caution mixed in those gazes. It showed that Cheryl's gang had enough influence for other people to be envious and cautious of them. Tyal and Colbert's group went in different directions once they arrived on the main road. Colbert was in a rather good mood since he was able to gather valuable information. Rivin was holding back his eagerness as he asked Colbert a question. "So then, where to go after this? I bet you already have a plan where to sell these relics, right?" "Yeah, I know just the right place to sell these relics, it's the Kurigan." Rivin and Hazawa looked surprised when they heard Colbert's answer. The Kurigan was a company that specialized in trading relics. It had multiple branches in the Eastern District. It was also famous as a pawnshop company where hunters with debt problems used to go to pawn their relics. Their ability in appraising all kinds of relics was top-notch, and they had good reviews from people and companies who were looking for a certain type of relics. The exchange centers owned by the Hunter office basically existed to help the corporate government of the Eastern District to gather and analyze old-world technology, thus it had the tendency to prioritize more for relics with technological value. As such, When the hunters brought relics with artistic value to those exchange centers, in the end, the people who would appraise those relics were amateurs, not someone who was knowledgeable in that subject. So, even if someone brought an old-world handkerchief with old-world design and made of a nanomaterial that the current era still could not replicate, the value of that relic would be decided by the quality of its material. The artistic value of it normally did not bring any extra value at all. While on the other hand, the Kyorijin appraisers simply decided the price of a relic based on whether there was any demand for such a relic either from individuals or from organizations. Even if it was a relic that looked like junk, if a collector was willing to buy it at a high price, Kyorijin would buy that relic depending on how much that collector was willing to buy it. Hazawa still sounded a bit surprised as he said to Colbert. Kyorijin, huh? Well, I do hear that Kyorijin's appraisers are real experts. But I also heard that their service is pretty expensive. Even if we take our relics there, we might end up in red if we consider the price of their service, you know? There were many hunters who brought junks to Kyorijin hoping that they could get lucky, thus it would not be much of a business if Kyorijin did not charge them anything at all. So to prevent that from happening, Kyorijin set an expensive price for their service. The hunters could be considered to be lucky if the price of their relics were exactly the same as the price of the appraisal. After all, sometimes they even had to pay money to Kyorijin after handing over their relics. Colbert smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, I have a plan for that too. In the worst-case scenario, it will stop at 0 and won't go to minus. So, let's go." Colbert then just dragged Ravin and Hazawa, who were still dumbfounded, to head to Kyorijin. The closer an area to the defensive wall of Kagamayama City, the safer it would be, and of course, the more expensive the plot would be. In the lower district, there was a Kyorijin branch that was directly connected with the wall. It showed just how powerful the Kyorijin company was. When Colbert and his friends arrived, they immediately started the administration works to sell their relics. Colbert only submitted a portion of the relics that he had brought, while Hazawa and Ravin submitted all the relics that they had. Colbert then said to the Kyorijin's clerk, "I'm here to appraise these relics in place of Viola. Do it as fast as you can, we're already planning to sell them here, and please pay us with cash. Ah, and also, my relics and their relics separately, okay?" "Certainly. We'll take about 3 hours to appraise these relics. We'll contact you when we're done. This will be your receipt. Please make sure not to lose it. If you do, it might cause some trouble for the following administration work and you might not be able to receive either the relics or the money from selling the relics." That clerk then handed Colbert a receipt. It was a card with a high-level security technology that made it impossible to replicate or modify that card either physically or with hacking. Ravin then questioned Colbert. "Who is this Viola? You said to appraise the relics in place of Viola." "Just an acquaintance. She's a Kyorijin employee. I heard that she gets free appraisal quotas each month and she still has some free quota for this month. That's also why I told them to pay with cash. Since if they transfer the money, it'll be transferred to Viola's bank account. Well, I have nothing to complain about since we can get away for free here." The clerk also did not say anything in particular. In reality, it might violate some rules which in that case, they must have prior arrangements about doing something like that. Moreover, Ravin had to pay for his debt, so if there was a way to pay it, he had no plans to complain about it. Colbert and his friends then exited Kyorijin and picked another place to hang out while waiting for the appraisal to finish. After Cheryl finished her business and Colbert and his friends exited the room, Cheryl returned back to her private room with Akira. When they arrived there, Cheryl started changing her dress. She only wore that dress to serve the customers and she wore a different dress when she was not serving customers. She was being careful as to not get too used to that dress and get it dirty. Cheryl had decided to keep that dress dearly so that she would not forget that it was a very expensive dress. Cheryl slowly took off her dress piece by piece. There was no need to rush herself, so she was taking care not to damage the dress. In the middle of that, she stopped and glanced at Akira. Since there was no special partition in Cheryl's private room where she could change her dress privately, she was basically in open view when she was changing her dress. But Akira was sitting on the sofa in that room while being focused on his terminal. She then called Akira. Akira. Yes? Akira's gaze shifted from his terminal to Cheryl. He looked straight at Cheryl, who was in the middle of changing her dress. Her half-naked figure was very seductive. Cheryl checked Akira's reaction. From what she could see, Akira's face was simply saying that he was just reacting to her since she called his name. Cheryl sighed deep inside her heart. Thank you very much for helping us, although it's taking some of your time. So then, Akira, how much longer can you keep helping us like this? I'm planning to stay inside the city until I can get my reward from that request in Mihazono Ruin and use that money to take care of some stuff. So I'll be helping you until then. I myself don't know how long it would be, but I'm sure it won't be longer than a month. I see. Cheryl returned back to changing her dress, so Akira's attention also returned to his terminal. Cheryl finished undressing and kept her expensive dress in her drawer while she was only in her underwear. Lately, Cheryl was wearing the casual clothes that Akira chose for her back in Kashua's shop. They were pretty good clothes for their price and they fit really well for Cheryl as they made her beauty more prominent. Although in reality, it was Alpha who chose those clothes, Cheryl thought that Akira was the one who picked those clothes, so she was keeping them dearly. Cheryl grabbed her clothes and stopped again. She then called Akira one more time. Akira. Yes? Akira's gaze once again shifted from his terminal to Cheryl. He was looking straight at Cheryl's beautiful figure as she was only in her underwear. Cheryl checked Akira's reaction again, but the result did not change from last time. It seemed that Akira did not feel anything in particular after looking at her figure. Cheryl's sigh became bigger than last time. She tried her best not to show her dissatisfaction. She said to Akira, About the relics that we sold back there though, should I immediately transfer the money to your bank account? No, there's no need to do that. You can transfer the money later when you have the time. But, Akira, you need the money for stuff, right? I heard that the ammo used by the hunters are pretty expensive. Are you sure you're okay with that? Don't worry. I still have some reserve ammo back in my home, and as I said before, I should get the reward from the last request soon. So you can just send me the money and the data of the relics that you sold after you have sold a few more of them. Moreover, I might ask you to pay something for me, so when that happens, you can just subtract it from that money. Alright. She then continued changing her clothes, and Akira returned back to his terminal. Cheryl was trying to show off her body to Akira in the middle of changing her clothes. She was hoping that Akira would show at least a small interest in her body, but unfortunately, Akira did not show anything like that at all. Cheryl had taken a bath together with Akira before. During that time too, he did not show any interest at all in her body as he casually went and enjoyed the bath. So judging from that, it was understandable that Cheryl's figure while she was changing her clothes or when she was only in her underwear did not affect him at all. Cheryl understood that very well, but even so, she could not help but feel disappointed. She lightly sighed and continued changing her clothes. I wonder if I'm actually not as attractive as I think I am. Judging from how others in the gang treat me, I should be quite attractive though. Is it because I'm just beautiful compared to the other girls from the slum city? But, Akira has been living in the slum city only until recently, so I guess it's because he has a strange taste of beauty then? Not to mention, the hunters from just now also seem to be reacting positively too. I really don't understand. On the outside, Cheryl's position was Akira's lover, and that position allowed her to maintain a lot of things such as the safety of her gang, her position as the boss of the gang, her connection to Shirjima and Katsuragi. Cheryl was able to maintain all of them because of Akira's fighting prowess. If Akira was her real lover, Cheryl would feel much safer. But in reality, she was not Akira's lover. At most, she was only his friend, or even maybe just an acquaintance with a particular connection to him. It was too weak as a guarantee for Akira to keep supporting her. Cheryl already had zero confidence if she could live without Akira anymore. Since that time when Akira helped her and saved her, she was fully reliant on Akira both physically and mentally. If Akira asked for her body, Cheryl would give her body happily. She would be delighted that Akira wished for her and she would feel relieved after giving her body to Akira. After all, as long as Akira was asking for her, he would likely keep his connection with Cheryl. But unfortunately, Akira did not show any interest in her. Cheryl had asked Akira in the past for help in exchange for her body. But at that time, he only considered how far she could help him fighting monsters and buy him time. He did not see Cheryl as a member of the opposite sex at all. Akira's personality was distorted in many ways. Cheryl herself knew that well, but even so, she believed that she was able to get closer to Akira compared to the first time they met. If someone asked her if she liked Akira, her answer would be a yes. If someone asked her if she loved Akira, her answer would also be a resounding yes. But even before that, even without considering all these, Cheryl was already fully reliant on Akira. Even without taking account of her feelings or her love for him, Cheryl was already carrying a feeling that was close to blind faith toward him, and she too knew of it. But Cheryl herself could not do anything about it, and that in itself could be because she also had a distorted personality. Cheryl thought that as long as she kept getting along with Akira, Akira might one day get interested in her. But judging from his reaction until now, it did not seem Akira was interested in her at all. Well, at least, he's not seeing me as a bait for the monsters anymore, right? He did buy me some clothes after all, so I'm sure that he's also planning to get along with me too. Just calm down, I just need to slowly get closer to him. Cheryl finished changing her clothes, she then sat next to Akira. Akira just glanced at Cheryl when she sat next to him. He did not show any reaction in particular and immediately returned his gaze back to his terminal. Even when Cheryl leaned towards him, Akira did not show complaint at all, he kept his attention to his terminal. As Cheryl leaned towards Akira, she glanced at him and thought. Even if I sit next to him, Akira does not show any signs of rejection at all. I'll just keep close to Akira until he feels that it's normal to have me around. Well, I guess I'll be too much of a bother if I sit on his lap and hug him. It seems that I wasn't as calm as I thought I was, huh? Cheryl remembered what she did in the past and smiled happily like the little girl she was. Colbert and his friends returned back to Kurajin to receive the money after Kurajin finished appraising their relics. The clerk gave a report on the result of the appraisal of the relics that they brought there. Since the relics were processed separately, I'll give the report separately too. Let's start with the relics that Colbert-sama brought here. Colbert-sama, unfortunately, the relics that you brought here are not in demand in this branch. The appraisal fee would be free. So what do you want to do with the relics? You might take them back or let us take care of them. I see, you can go ahead and dispose them. Certainly. We'll dispose of them at our discretion. Next is Ravin-sama. Ravin looked at that clerk with hopeful eyes when that clerk called his name. That clerk was already used to having hunters looking at him with that kind of gazes. So he was not bothered much by it as he continued. The result from the appraisal, subtracting the fee for the same, is 10,000 orum. That clerk placed a tray with 10,000 orum in front of Ravin. Seeing that, Ravin disappointedly looked down. Colbert smiled bitterly and tried to cheer him up. Don't worry about it, you're just not lucky this time. Ravin did not say anything as he took the money on that tray. The clerk withdrew the tray and continued. Then lastly, Hazawa-sama. After hearing about Ravin's result, Hazawa did not put much hope on the result. But he was flabbergasted when he heard what that clerk said after that. The result from the appraisal, subtracting the fee for the appraisal, it's 1,500,000 orum. Colbert, Ravin, and Hazawa froze up as the clerk placed a tray in front of them. There was indeed a bundle of money on top of that tray which totaled 1,500,000 orum. The trump card set that Hazawa bought for 10,000 orum was worth 1,500,000 orum in Kurajin, and that was after subtracting the appraisal fee. Colbert enviously said to Hazawa. Whoa, you just hit a jackpot, not bad at all. Why did you pick that trump card set in the first place? Was there something in particular that made you choose that relic? Hazawa flusteredly replied, and not really though. I really chose it randomly. So basically, you just got lucky, huh? Alright then. It's decided. You're treating us today. Colbert smiled at Hazawa as he tried to make Hazawa treat him. Hazawa just shook his head exasperatedly and replied happily. Alright, it's all thanks to your plan after all. That's great. Ravin, let's party today. Ravin? Ravin was still frozen up, he was so dumbfounded by what just happened. He then finally returned back to himself. The moment that happened, he immediately said to the Kurajin's clerk. How in the world is that thing worth 1,500,000 orum? It was just a set of trump cards, you know. Ravin thought that if that trump card set was worth 1,500,000 orum, then the relics that he brought there should be worth more than that. He was still not fully recovered from the shock as he shouted at the clerk, demanding an explanation that could convince him. The clerk was also already used to handling customers who reacted like Ravin, so he just replied calmly. It's the result of our trusted appraiser's hard work and skill. Our appraisers dedicate all their time to make sure that they would be able to correctly identify the price of the relics that our customers bring to our shop. If Ravin-sama wants to know the details of the information about the relics that Hazawa-sama brought to our shop, you would need Hazawa-sama's permission and remit a small amount of money to pay for our appraiser's knowledge. So, do you still want to know? Ravin looked at Hazawa with a pleading gaze. Hazawa sighed and asked the clerk. I don't mind, but how much would the price be? It would be 300,000 orum in total. The information will be given directly from the person who was in charge of appraising that relic. We ask you not to record the explanation or leak it to a third party. Please keep in mind that if you try to share this information with someone else, we'll have to take appropriate measure. Hazawa then said to Ravin. I don't mind giving you the permission, but pay for the info yourself, okay? I won't be paying for your share of info too, alright? See, can you please pay for me this once? No, I need money for myself too. You pay for your share. That's the same to you too, Colbert. I won't be paying other than my own share. Ravin tried to negotiate with Hazawa, but like, you know, the money that I have with me right now is just... Right? No. Hazawa was not that soft. Colbert then smiled at Ravin and said to him. If you don't have enough money with you right now, I don't mind paying it for you. But it'll be added to your debt too. Well, at this point, it doesn't change much even if you add 100,000 orum to your debt, right? So, alright, I'll take that offer. After hesitating, Ravin finally decided to take Colbert's offer. With this, Ravin's debt got increased although only by a little. Chapter 138, The Basis of the Appraisal. Colbert, Ravin, and Hazawa were guided to another room. Not too long after that, a Kurajin employee came in with a transparent case. The trump card set that Hazawa just sold was kept inside that case. The case itself looked so secure to the point that the trump card set seemed like an expensive article. That employee placed that case above the table and started explaining the details of the appraisal to Colbert, Ravin, and Hazawa. So then, please let me explain the details of the appraisal process. We've brought the relic in question here to help with the explanation, but please bear in mind that the ownership of this relic is already on us. So please don't touch the case. The employee was sitting face to face against the other three hunters. Colbert was the one who was the most relaxed among all of them, so he replied to that employee in place of his friends. All right, go ahead. Ravin was listening very closely so as not to miss even a word from that explanation, while Hazawa was listening out of pure interest. There were many hunters who pawned their relics in Kurajin only to complain later. So the people who work for Kurajin were already used to facing those kinds of hunters. Even if Ravin was staring at him, or even glaring at him, that employee was able to keep his calm as he calmly explained. We have a lot of indicators that we use to decide the value of a relic. There are two big reasons why we value this trump highly. First is that the Engazan convention is close, and secondly, this trump card set is a still sealed old world relic. We use these two factors to decide the price of this trump card set. That employee continued his explanation. Colbert and his friends were listening closely to it without saying anything. The Engazan city in the Eastern District held a huge-scale gambling event regularly. A lot of people were swayed by the dream of winning the jackpot and decide to join that event to test their luck and skill. People who dreamt for riches, people who got their dreams granted and became rich in one night, people who failed and lost all of their possessions. Engazan was a city filled with dreams, even if some of them were nightmares. Colbert suddenly asked a question to that employee. Ah, so basically, they'll use this trump card set for that gambling event, huh? That's also the reason why you need a still sealed set of trump cards, right? But I still don't see how it's valued at 1,500,000 orum, isn't that just too high no matter how you think about it? That employee nodded and said. That's indeed true if it's only used for gambling with the corporation-issued currencies. But in Engazan gambling event, there are even important individuals and organizations partaking. In the past, some of them even made 100 million chrome as bet, and the big companies even put their relics as bets too. It was common for big companies to fight over old world relics. But fighting over it using force would warrant them to spend more money on the war than what they could get from the relics they were fighting over, while on the other hand, it was not like they could give up just because of that either. So in that situation, in order to reach a conclusion that both sides could accept, they often fought over the ownership of the relics through gambling. But the bigger the bets, the bigger the organization or the people who are partaking in the game, the harder it is to guarantee the fairness of the game. For example, when 5 big companies try to win over the ownership of a certain relic through a game of poker, there is no company in the world that can provide us with the trump card to use in that game. After all, those Goliaths are the companies that hold power in the Eastern District. It's fully understandable that they might scrap their hard-earned trust that they've built for years just to produce a single special trump card in order to win that gamble. Of course, there's no end to it if you start questioning other companies, but as long as that possibility is not zero, it's hard for them to trust each other. That is, of course, if the trump card used in that poker game is only from the current era's companies. Hazawa nodded deeply. It seemed that he was fully convinced by that explanation. I see, so that's why they need a trump card from the old world, huh? It's true that even the 5 biggest companies in the Eastern District can't reproduce the same old world trump card. I see how it's highly valued now. But then, does that mean this trump card might be used for such gamble? If asked whether it's possible or not, the answer is yes, it might be used for such a gamble. It's really something grand if you think about it. Hazawa just asked a question that came up in his mind out of imagination, and then that employee replied back with an answer that filled Hazawa's mind with more imagination. Although Hazawa was fully convinced by that explanation, that was not the case for Ravin. Wait for a sec, if it might be used for that kind of gamble, doesn't that make 1,500,000 orum pretty low? The employee answered Ravin's question. That is indeed true if this trump card is good enough to be used for that level of a gamble. Which in that case, it might even worth a few billion orum or maybe a few chrome. Then dash. But to ascertain it, we would need more investigations. We need to make sure if it's really an old world relic, if it's really still sealed. We need to check if there's any problem with the article by comparing it in case someone excavated the same article in the past. Only after that long time-consuming and money-consuming process, and after it has been confirmed that it's good enough to be used for gamble between big companies and big people, only then, it'll be used for such a level of gambling. You asked us to do the investigation as fast as possible, as such, we can't do a full investigation. We've appraised the article in a short time per your request, and from that short investigation, we find that it might have the quality to be used in engaging gambling events. The 1,500,000 aurum is basically the price of that possibility. Ravin nodded deeply. I see. That employee then moved on to end his explanation. Are there any other questions? If not, I will end the explanation here. After we close this session, we will not accept any more questions regarding this subject. In case if you want to inquire again later, you'll need approval from Viola-sama as well as pay the information fee. So, if there's no more question, is it okay to end the session here? Colbert, Ravin and Hazawa looked at each other to confirm what the others were thinking. Since it seemed that none of them had any more questions, the employee thought that it should be okay to end the session, so he then lightly bowed and said, Very well then, let me finish my explanation here. Thank you very much for using our service. Colbert, Ravin and Hazawa left that building. Colbert then said to Hazawa and Ravin. Alright then, let's hit the pub. Ravin was fidgeting there, he then said. Sorry, but I have something to do. See you around. Ravin only said that and quickly left Hazawa and Colbert. Colbert saw Ravin take off and mumbled, Got that guy. I bet he's going to the slum again to look for expensive relics. Hazawa sighed exasperatedly, he could understand Ravin's feeling as he spoke. I bet you're right. But it's not like you can easily find that kind of relic again. And even if he does, he doesn't have the money to buy it nor to get it appraised in Kurigen. I wonder what he's planning to do about that. No idea. You'll need extra money to be a member of Kurigen too. And you'll only get the free monthly quota after bringing enough relics to Kurigen. I'm sure that he'll call us when he realizes that. Well, let's just leave him be and go for a drink. It was not like they had the duty to tell Ravin the problems that he might have to face later, so instead, they chose to enjoy the sudden influx of cash that they got that day and headed to the entertainment district. Ravin left on his own volition, and so, Hazawa did not give Ravin a treat. Over the last few days, in order to help Cheryl's gang, Akira always went to visit her base during the day. Akira basically had two roles there, first of all, was a bodyguard for Cheryl when she was selling relics, and secondly to help the gang to open stands somewhere inside the gang's territory. The people who bought Cheryl's relics were those who had enough economical power to do so, and of course, a fighting power suitable for their economical power. Basically, they were hunters like Ravin and his friends. If they tried to use force to break into Cheryl's base, it would be hard for the gang to fight them back. They were basically people who regularly fought monsters out in the wasteland. Although the gang had more people and Cheryl could arm her gang with rifles, there was a limit on how far they could fight back. These hunters might look down on the gang, thinking that the gang posed no threat at all against them, and use their position to threaten back. And of course, if it really ended up in a fight, Cheryl's gang would have zero chance to win it. Because of that, when Cheryl was dealing with potential buyers, she asked Akira to hide behind one of the sheets in that room just in case anything bad happened. Akira was just another small kid like Cheryl. But he was using an augmented suit and carrying heavy weapons that normal people would not be able to carry without an enhanced strength, so people would not just mindlessly pick a fight against him. There were indeed some difficult customers, but when Akira came out, they would obediently withdraw. The reason why Akira was not showing himself was simply because Cheryl told him to do that. It was to make an impression that even if it seemed that Cheryl was all alone there, a heavily armed hunter might be hiding somewhere. It was to make that kind of illusion just in case if Akira was not really present. It was an important precaution since it was not like Akira could be there all the time. The small stands opened by her gang were basically serving as a filter to get suitable customers for the main shop in Cheryl's base as well as a source of spare money. They were looking for customers who seemed to carry enough money and would not cause harm to Cheryl before telling them about the main shop. There were also multiple stands, so Akira could not guard all of them all the time. Because of that, when trouble came up, they would contact Cheryl and she would go there with Akira. Each stand was manned by at least 2 people and one of them would be armed as a guard for the stand. Most who lived inside the gang's territory knew that Akira was supporting Cheryl's gang, but not many of them knew Akira's face. The armed kid was basically standing guard there in place of Akira, which for that one stand that Colbert and his friends visited, that would be Tyal. The people who came to the stands were not only people from the slum, there were hunters too. And among them, there were bad hunters. When Cheryl's men could not handle them, they had no other choice but to ask for Akira's help. Cheryl was also not always dealing with customers and it was not like there were always problems happening in one of the stands. She herself sometimes had her own job to do in her private room, so it was not like she was always with Akira either. Akira basically had nothing to do when Cheryl was doing something in her private room. Cheryl was working on her desk. She had a lot of jobs to do, distributing jobs for the gang's members, compiling all the relics for her shop, and many other jobs too. Akira was sitting on the sofa while working on his information terminal. He was just silently operating his terminal without saying anything, or at least, that was how it looked from Cheryl's point of view. He sometimes made a confused face as he was focused only on his information terminal. Cheryl glanced at Akira and threw a question. Akira, what are you doing there? It seems that you're so focused on it. Ah, it's just game. Is that so? Is that game really that fun? It is. Well, at least, I think it's an interesting game. Cheryl thought that there was something strange about how Akira worded it out. She then made some guesses from what she could see. There were many games that could be played on an information terminal. The theme was also various. Some of them were games that you could not really tell a girl. Since Akira was a boy, Cheryl thought that it was understandable for him to be interested in that kind of game and she could not help but get suspicious of him. She wondered if it was the right choice to ask Akira. If it was really that kind of game, it might help her understand Akira's preference. It might give her a good reference to get him interested in her. So she decided to casually ask Akira. What kind of game is that? It's a relic hunting game. You basically control a hunter character to safely carry old world relics back home. I see. After hearing Akira's answer, Cheryl realized how wrong her guess was, which made her blush and fidget around. She tried to smile to hide her embarrassment. Someone suddenly knocked on the door. Cheryl's face returned back to normal, and then she raised her voice a little to hide what just happened there. Come in. Ario opened the door. Sorry, there's a problem in one of the stands. So if Akira-san can come with me for a bit. If something happened, they did not have any other choice but to ask for Akira's help. Cheryl herself knew that very well. But it would be bad if they asked for Akira's help for every little thing. As the boss of the gang, Cheryl wanted to make sure that her men did not have the wrong impression of Akira. Cheryl then said to Ario. Can you not do something about it? You and some of your men have rifles with you, right? That would be impossible. Just because we have some weapons that don't mean that we're as strong as Akira-san. It's not like we call for Akira-san for every little thing, it's exactly because we can't handle the situation ourselves that we ask for Akira-san's help. Judging from the way Ario reacted, Cheryl knew that he was not lying. Cheryl thought that she needed to keep Akira's impression as someone who was reliable, but his help was not cheap. After all, in reality, her gang did not pay anything to Akira, they were just simply taking advantage of his kindness. It would not be a problem if her gang members felt thankful and indebted to Akira's help when they realized it. But in reality, some of her gang members would look down on him instead. In the end, the gang did not pay anything to Akira. So since Akira's help was something that they could get any time without paying anything, it would affect their impression of Akira sooner or later even if they only asked for Akira's help for trivial things. After all, humans could get used to anything, both for the better and for the worse. Although it was something in the past, Cheryl thought that it was a good thing when Sebla tried to kill Akira. Sebla was one of her gang members. In Higuraka Residence Ruin, he looked down on Akira and betrayed the gang. He then went against Akira and Akira killed him without showing any hesitation. What happened back there served as a good example to remind the rest of her gang members. It should be able to hold back Cheryl's men from looking down at Akira or getting too used to Akira's kindness. But that effect would not last forever. So for the sake of Akira, of herself, and for her gang, Cheryl had to keep Akira's image in the gang. Cheryl then said to Akira and Ario, "It can't be helped then. Akira, I'm sorry to bother you again, but can you help me?" "Sure." Akira put his information terminal on the table and picked up his equipment. He picked up his rifles that he left on the corner of the room. His AAH assault rifle, A2D assault rifle, CWH anti-material rifle, DVTS minigun, and A4WM automatic grenade launcher. With all of those rifles on him, he really stuck out like a sore thumb within the slum city. Akira did not have the imposing aura of a strong person, that was why giving that impression through his equipment was quicker and safer. Even before Akira had the idea to scare his opponent with his equipment, he already killed 4 thugs and 2 former hunters. If they were still alive now, they would have told anyone that it was a bad idea to cause a ruckus in Cheryl's gang's territory. In order to send Akira off, Cheryl stood up and walked towards him. There she glanced at Akira's information terminal that he left on the table. After Akira finished his preparation, he noticed Cheryl was looking at his information terminal. He then remembered that Cheryl asked him about what kind of game he was playing, so he casually said to Cheryl, "If you're interested, you can go ahead and try it." Yes, thank you." Cheryl actually was not that interested in the game, but since Akira said so, she replied with gratitude. After Akira left the room, Cheryl returned back to her desk. From there, she could see Akira's information terminal lying on the table. Cheryl thought that Akira might ask about her impression of the game later, so she decided to try the game. The game that Akira was playing was a game of a hunter hunting old world relics. The player controlled a hunter in a simplified top-down view of a ruin to look for relics. Cheryl saw a chibi form of a hunter on the display of that information terminal. She noticed that it looked like Akira. Even the name displayed on that hunter character was Akira, and its equipment were similar to Akira's. The character really looks like Akira, even the name is Akira too. Well, Akira was the one playing this game, after all. I bet he set it so that it looks like him. Since Cheryl did not get any instruction on how to play the game, she decided to just give it a try for now. The character that looked like Akira inside the game moved around, encountered a monster, and immediately got killed. Cheryl tried the game a few more rounds and eventually more or less understood the rules of the game. Alright then, now that I know how to play this game and understand the rules of this game, I can get to play it for real now. The game was basically a top-down simulation game where the player controlled a hunter inside an old-world ruin. The main goal was for the character to look for relics, gather expensive relics, and return back alive. Cheryl renewed her resolve and restarted the game. But again, although she understood how to control the character and the rules of the game, her character immediately got killed again. Cheryl then frowned. Isn't this game a little too hard? Or is it like this level of difficulty is normal? The time in the game stopped when Cheryl did not move the character. Thanks to that, she could take her time thinking of her next move. But even so, the hunter that she controlled quickly got killed again, attacked by either monsters or the other hunters. Since it was only a game, the character that looked like Akira could try again as many times as Cheryl wanted. But of course, in reality, you got only one chance. Thank goodness this is only a game. Or at least that's what I want to say, but this thing is still ticking me off. If Akira got killed, Cheryl and her gang would lose their support and the gang might as well get disbanded. Although it was only in the game, for Akira, to not be able to return back alive even after multiple tries made her upset. Cheryl got a little obstinate since it felt like the game was saying that the hunter supporting her gang was so weak. I can understand now why Akira got so invested in this game. I'll definitely clear this game. Cheryl then used all of her skill and brainpower to try clearing that game. Ario guided Akira to the stand where there was trouble. On their way there, Akira asked Alpha a question about the game that he was playing until just now. Alpha, as I thought, isn't the difficulty of that game too high? But Alpha just smiled and refuted his claim. Oh my, but its difficulty level is already lowered compared to the original, you know? If I convert your skill, your ability to shoot, and your equipment to numbers, that's basically the status that you'll get. Not to mention, you have all the time to think about your next move and your movements will not be affected by your mental condition. From that point of view, the character in the game is relatively better than the real you. Well, that's true, but still. Akira understood Alpha's reasoning, but it did not erase his displeasure. Alpha smiled at Akira and tried to cheer him up. You're the one who said that you want to know your skill from another point of view, remember? So, just accept the result and focus more on getting better. Although it's a simplified game of real ruin exploration, it's still good training for you to see the overall situation when you're in a ruin. So just focus on working hard. I know, it's just that it's not that fun when I keep getting myself killed without making any progress. Akira then sighed. The game that he was playing had a character based on him and a stage that was made based on a real ruin. Although it had other modifications too, it was still pretty much close to a real situation. It looked like just a game from the outside, but it actually was an advanced simulation. The character inside the game was based on him and he was the one controlling it, so it was more or less Akira himself. The biggest difference between that character and the real Akira was that the real Akira had Alpha's support. The Akira in the simulation was exploring the dangerous ruin with the current Akira's real ability. The simulator was showing how the real Akira would perform, including the price that he must pay when he made a mistake or one wrong step, which was basically death, just like many other hunters who met their ends inside the dangerous old world ruin. Akira was still not able to finish even a stage of that game. Alpha already explained to him that she reduced the difficulty of that game so that he should be able to clear it. So basically, the real Akira was pulling the Akira in the game down. Akira sounded a bit dejected as he said. As I thought, I'm still really weak. Even back then in the Saranthal building, Shirori and Carol got suspicious of me just from seeing my movements when I lost your support. So I guess it must have been obvious. But then Alpha tried to cheer him up. Of course you can't become strong after just one night. Don't worry. You're at least stronger compared to the past you. It's just that there's always a bigger fish, so likewise, there's always more dangerous ruins out there. But don't worry, one day, you'll be able to grow strong enough. After all, I'm the one training you. Alpha was smiling confidently as she said that. Akira saw that smile and lightly smiled back, erasing the dark feeling welling inside him. You're right, I'll be counting on you. Just leave it to me. Alpha smiled satisfied seeing that Akira completely cheered up. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.